Okay, we'll welcome everyone to Steamboat, to another nice room with no windows. Glad you're all here with us. We're going to start off today. Glad everyone's here. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so far, I haven't messed up today, so we're going to try to continue that. Next agenda item is we are going to have an election of a new chair and vice chair. So anyway, we will open the floor to nominations for a new chair. Just one second, we'll get Director Felt and then Director.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but before we do that, I got to say one thing. And that is that a year ago, you agreed to step up in your second year on the board because you ended up becoming my third vice chair in 1 year. And you stepped up. And maybe some of us thought maybe before you were ready, and we were all wrong. You have done an awesome job. I think what saddens me about it is it would be unusual to bring you back in a few years to do this job again, but I think it is something that shouldn't be not considered because you just got thrown into it so early. But you've really done a great job, and I just want to thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. It was the hardest thing I ever did was being your vice chair for a month. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to our nominations on the floor. Yes, Director Haas.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to nominate Director Cloud for the chair position.
Okay, we have a nomination of Director Cloud. Is there a second?
Second.
Where'd that one come from so fast? Oh, Director Wind, thank you. Sorry. Okay, so are there any other nominations? No other nominations? Okay, so all in favor of Director Cloud as the chair?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Do I do the vice chair still or now that she's chair? Okay. Almost made it without messing up, huh? Yeah, she should do the vice chair.
Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for this honor of being your first Indigenous chair of a state water board. Pretty exciting, huh? Let's see if I can say this without tearing up because it's history. Sorry, what a moment. What a great moment for the state of Colorado as well, too. It's part of the reconciliation that we've all been waiting for as Indigenous people, having an Indigenous person in a position that makes water management decisions. It's a seat at the table that we've been wanting for such a long time, and it's finally here. And thank you. It's a joyous moment. Colorado's always been at the forefront of trailblazing, and I just want to thank first Governor Polis for the appointment, and also Director Gibbs for taking the risk of having an Indigenous person at the table. And I do have to say that this moment isn't just about me or the Indigenous people. It's about all of us in this room, because we're all sitting here as legends making decisions that aren't just about today. It's about our future. And I'm truly honored to just to be part of the group, and taking on this role in the leadership position is pretty awesome. So we're going to do great things over the next year, thanks to Director Combs and what he has done prior to me taking this on. I really appreciate being his vice for a year. Talk about having the tough job. Keeping him in line has been. I leave the meetings tired. But no, this has been a really great group, and like I said, Colorado is making history today, and it's truly the beginning of something new. So thank you. So now I'm going to perform my first act as chair. And do we have any nominations for the vice chair?
Okay.
Director Johnson?
Great. First of all, deepest congratulations, Chair Cloud. That's deeply honored. I would like to nominate Director Vasquez for Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bed. First, motion and second. Do we, all in favor of Director Vasquez becoming the vice chair?
Aye.
Oh. Any opposed?
Thank you all for your vote of confidence. I appreciate it. I really look forward to working for a full year as vice chair with Chair Cloud. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we are going to, has everybody reviewed the board minutes from March 19th and 20th of 2025? My bad, see already, I'm following my former chair's.
It's not that easy, is it?
Got it all flustered up here. Okay, do we have the agenda before us. Is there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Either have the North Platte Basin Water Supply Reserve Grant struck from consent and voted separately because I need to recuse myself.
Okay. Is there anything else? Director Johnson?
Yes, same for me. I need to recuse myself from consent agenda item 2B.
2B. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and, do you know what number that is, Barbara, for yours?
Yes, it is in the consent agenda
Consent,
in number 3 Water Supply Reserve
Number
Fund
3.
grants under
3A?
yeah.
Okay.
In the consent.
Okay, so we're going to remove, in the consent agenda, we're going to move 3A and 2B. But for the approval of the agenda, do I hear a motion to approve the agenda?
I'm sorry, before
Oh.
we move to motion, can I ask a clarifying
Sure.
question on the issue? Is the issue that we need to remove it from consent agenda, or can we separate it into a separate consent agenda item so that we have those two issues separated and then we can vote for the rest in block? Is that where both of you were headed with that? Okay. So Madam Chair, I think we just need to have separate agenda items, not remove them from the consent agenda.
Okay,
Thank you.
removed, or vote on 2B and 3A separately. Is there anything else on the agenda? The agenda with those two additions?
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Director Vasquez. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Director Combs. All those in favor say aye. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and move into the review and approval of the board minutes. And is there anybody want to make any additions or deletions, corrections to the minutes from March the 19th and 20th? The board meeting minutes from March 19th and 20th, 2025. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. We have the consent agenda items before us minus 3A and 3B, or 2B. Sorry, 2B. For passing the consent agenda minus 3A and 2B. Oh, oh, do we have any discussion on the consent agenda? And 2B.
Do we leave for that?
I think if you have to recuse, you do, right, Jen? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
She needs to- For consent agenda item 2B and 3A.
And on those two?
No.
Okay, let's get the motion and then second, and then we have
Okay.
discussion and then the
Okay.
vote.
Is there a motion to approve 2B and 3A on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve 2B.
Thank you, Director Phelps. Do I hear a second? Okay, thank you, Director Chamberlain. Is there any discussion? Move 2B and 3A of the consent agenda? All those in favor for approval?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. I'll get it back. Rust is coming off.
It's the hardest.
But it is. Okay. Thank you. And so we are going to go ahead and move on to we have 3 board meetings left for 2025, July 16th and 17th in Arkansas Platte Basin, September 17th and 18th in my basin. We're gonna have a fantastic time. And also November 19th and 20th in the Denver area. Okay, so we are gonna go ahead and, Director Phelps?
I just wanted to make a little correction. We're the Arkansas Basin.
Oh,
I know that there's one city in the Platte Basin that would like the Arkansas to be part of the Platte Basin. And that ain't happening. So just a minor correction.
I was just saying, that's what I'm reading.
So noted.
Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and move on to director reports. Director Gibbs?
Great. Thanks so much. And congratulations, Madam Chair. It's been really exciting to see you rise and be such an amazing leader in the water world. It seems like yesterday when we first met, we were on the Lower Basin tour, and that was really special. And then I feel like I blink and now you're the chair of CWCB. So congratulations, and really look forward to working with you in this new capacity.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Nathan, thank you so much too for your leadership as well. And you've been a great leader for this organization. So really appreciate you. Hey, it's great to be here in Steamboat. Director Camblin, thanks for hosting us in your basin. Such a beautiful part of the state. I always enjoy being in the northwest part of Colorado. And we're here in Steamboat today, which is absolutely a wonderful community and really nice to see and be here. As always, Viola, thank you so much for all the great work you do. I know when we have these CWCB meetings all across the state, there's always a lot of moving parts to figure out where you're going to be and who can host us, and making sure there's internet and food and just all the logistics. So a big thank you for your leadership. Really, again, great to be here. I have a few updates I want to share with you. And then also, as always, happy to answer any questions. I'm planning on being here all day today and tomorrow as well. But first, I want to let you know that we are currently advertising the sole finalist for the director of our state land board. So as you may recall, like when Lauren Riss was hired for CWCB, there's a certain process where for the board members that were here then, the board members meet and have their preferred person. And then there's a process with the governor's office and me and so forth. And for state land board, the sole finalist has to be noticed for 14 days. Which is kind of interesting, very similar to, I would say, like superintendents of school districts also have a similar process. But that finalist is Nicole Rose Marino. She has been the advisor in the governor's office for wildlife, agriculture, and rural economic development. She will then be voted on by the state land board directors at their next meeting in June. So congratulations, Nicole, for being the sole finalist. A few legislative updates. The legislative session is, I guess, as a former legislator, I'm always grateful when they're out of session because I know you just never know what bills pop up and so forth. But I am grateful for the service that they bring to the Capitol. The session's 120 days long, and the legislators have been working, really hard to get their bill priorities through. For the Department of Natural Resources, I want to say, had some pretty good successes. The General Assembly approved a variety of different strategies and almost about $73 million of additional investments through specific bills and budget related items for the DNR. I'm really grateful for the whole DNR team. I know, Lauren Riss, thank you, all that you do, and as well as your whole team for always weighing in on everything related to water. Jason, as well, you and your team, we have these legislative calls weekly, and there's a lot of meetings in between those too. But I'm also very grateful for Daphne Gervais. She's my legislative director. It's a real challenging position, to say the least, and she really does just a phenomenal job, and really the best in the business at the Capitol. So I'm really grateful for her. But I just want to give you a quick snapshot on some of the bills that passed that have to do with the Department of Natural Resources. I'm just going to scratch the surface on these. I think Matt, maybe you may mention some, and Jason, I think Lauren as well. So I'll just kind of, again, scratch the surface. First bill I'll mention was Senate Bill 54. That was a bill dealing with mining reclamation and interstate compact. This bill modernizes and improves the regulation of mining in Colorado, including creating a new reclamation permit to encourage the cleanup of old abandoned mines. So it's almost like a state equivalency to, at the federal level, they've talked a lot about Good Samaritan bills, but really excited to have that. Our Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety was really the lead on that. Next bill, HB 1115, is the water supply measurement and forecasting. And I think, Lauren, you'll talk more in detail about that, but really important bill that moved forward. Next one was Senate Bill 283. That's the Water Conservation Board Annual Projects Bill. Really exciting, some of the subcomponents of that for some really important programs for CWCB, so I won't go into any detail with that. But Senate Bill 40 passed, and that's the Future of Severance Taxes and Water Funding Task Force. So really gives CWCB an opportunity to help develop a study and work with partners to explore ways to continue funding water needs in the face of really unpredictable severance tax, that we have in the state of Colorado. Really appreciate my team. Give a shout out. I know Nate Pearson is giving a lot of thought on this, so thanks, Nate, as we discuss and kind of move this process forward. Next is HB 1014. This is increasing efficiency for Division of Water Resources. Jason will talk more in detail about that, really important bills. And then another bill, HB 1165. This is the Geologic Storage Enterprise and Geothermal Resources. So as I think many of you know, we're really interested in expanding geothermal in the state of Colorado, but this also helps look at effective ways for safe carbon sequestration as well. So this helps lead the framework for exploring more of these opportunities for geothermal and carbon sequestration throughout the state of Colorado. We had some good successes in terms of wildfire mitigation and forest health. within the long bill this year, which is like the big budget bill, Senate Bill 206. We had some great successes in terms of funding needs to help support human capital as it relates to the Keep Colorado Wild Pass. And hopefully you all have that. That's the $29 pass that's connected to your vehicle registration fee. But these funds help everything from making sure that our state parks are managed effectively, helps with outdoor recreation enhancements, helps with wildlife conservation, supports search and rescue needs, as well as avalanche forecasting throughout the state. The long bill also included really critical kind of longer term funding commitments for some of our forest health work that we do. Within the State Forest Service, there's a program called Furworm that stands for the Forest Restoration and Wildfire Risk Mitigation Program. So funding for that will move forward at $8 million annually. And then for our co-swap program, you've heard me talk about that before. That's our Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program. The funding for that annually will be at $5 million. And so, again, we just do like really critically important work with those programs. Let's see, we also have a bill, some people have called it kind of like an anti-poaching bill, but it's Senate Bill 168, prevention of wildlife trafficking. So Matt, I don't know if you're going to mention that in more detail, but really important bill that gives, kind of tools and helps, examine the penalties to help curb, non-native and invasive species and anti-poaching efforts. So great to see that bill move forward. And then HB 1318, this is our Species Conservation Trust Fund, our annual bill. I think Lauren and Matt may talk a little bit about that, but that was great to see that too. And then continuation of our habitat, wildlife habitat stamp, that was HB 49. That was actually set to be repealed in 2027. This has been a highly successful program that was created in 2006. When I was a legislator, I worked on the first authorization of that, and it's really continued to be really important for Parks and Wildlife. And I'm really excited that instead of being up for reauthorization like every other year, it's now a permanent program. So great to see that happen. We also saw Senate Bill 53 pass. This is a bill to protect wild bison. Currently they're listed as livestock, but when bison come in from other states like Utah, they've kind of created this like everyone has been confused on like, is it wildlife or is it livestock and so forth. So it helps really help CPW give the tools they need to manage those as wildlife that are coming in as wildlife and not as livestock. So a few other bills that passed. There was a local government review of fencing projects, really out of concerns in the San Luis Valley on a landowner that was putting up really high fencing and kind of almost created like a land use desert, if you will, where wildlife wasn't able to go anywhere. And so that bill passed that allows kind of enabling legislation for local governments to weigh in on those like large scale fence projects. Another bill that we've been working on in the last few years, in particular with Southern Ute Tribe and Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, is to give free access to state parks to those members of those two tribes. As you all know, we have longstanding government-to-government relationships with the tribes, and I'm really excited that we got this bill through, and really looking forward to continuing the great partnership that the state of Colorado and the DNR have with both Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute tribes. During the bill process, we heard from entities that were very much concerned too of like, hey, why not give free state park passes to Northern Arapaho or Cheyenne, other tribes? And we are planning on having a robust conversation with other tribes that have historical presence in the state of Colorado, and really have a dialogue on what their needs and wants are as well. But we're really excited to have this agreement with Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute moving forward now. There was a bill, there's a lot of bills this year, right? I'll try to wrap this up soon, but there was a bill, HB 1215 on the redistribution of lottery funds. So this particular bill, it kind of reformulated the distribution of Colorado lottery funds to add the DNR $1.3 million additional funding to be secured in the budget to further enhance our outdoor equity grant program. And then, let's see, we had another bill, HB 1332. This was a state trust land conservation and recreation work group that really creates a work group to analyze how we can expand outdoor recreational opportunities on state land board land. Next, a few weeks ago, some of you may have been able to attend the Partners in the Outdoors conference that was held in Colorado Springs. At that conference, the governor helped kick off what's called the Colorado Outdoor Strategy. This is something that we've been working for towards quite a long time now. This strategy centers, just think similar to the water plan, but we're looking at conservation, recreation, and kind of funding and having that all work together. So there's three goals of this. Number one is advancing climate resilience, conservation, and restoration. Number two, ensuring exceptional and sustainable outdoor recreation. And number three, coordinating, planning, and funding across agencies and regions. And guess what? Like, it costs money to do all this, right? So GOCO, Great Outdoors Colorado, stepped up and made a commitment of $50 million of new funding, and it will be funneled through our outdoor regional partnership initiatives, which is just so critically important. And that's the groups that really include a broad, diverse interest of agriculture, recreational interests, water, local county commissioners, fire. You get the picture, like a big tent of folks in local communities to help zero in on where they think those funding needs are at. Federal updates. I'm in contact with my budget team daily on just kind of like understanding what we're being reimbursed for, what we may not be, and kind of the landscape of the uncertainty right now at the federal level. To give you all a snapshot, the Department of Natural Resources has 350 federal grants that come to the DNR that fund 490 employees. So 490 employees, and that bring in about $300 million of money. So it's real. So it's everything from our floodplain mitigation group to abandoned mine cleanup, orphan well programs. There's a lot of different programs. I'm just rattling off a few off the top of my head. But we continue to be engaged with the new administration, and also, as always, we weigh in on various different public comment processes. So just recently, there was a proposed rule rescinding the definition of harm under the Endangered Species Act. So we work closely with Water Conservation Board and all of our different divisions and Division of Water Resources to really develop a response to that. We also submitted comments to the new administration on proposed changes to NEPA. And so we are always looking for opportunities to, weigh in where appropriate. And then we're really close to finalizing our agreement that we're working with the state of Colorado and the Bureau of Land Management on a shared stewardship MOU. We've had a shared stewardship MOU with USDA since 2019, and this is really important. So we're excited to really try to have that finalized. And at a high level, of the U.S. Forest Service, Chief Schultz, and the new administration knows what our needs are for natural resources moving forward. So that's a lot of info. I could kind of rattle on, but I've been kind of sometimes envious of all you directors. I have all your great photos and PowerPoints and so forth. And so I'm not doing anything as fancy, but I do want to share a couple photos. Do I just click on this? Last few weeks. So that's view from my office. So the legislative session, as I mentioned, just finished up just recently. This is just recently too. These are folks with our ECMC team that we were at the Capitol and testifying at the Capitol. And you see Daphne Gervais in the far right. I see Kelly Romero-Haney, who's here too right now, and Julie Murphy, my division director. I mean, I'm not gonna explain who everyone is, but so that's the Capitol. I just recently had this amazing opportunity to speak at the Western Colorado University graduation. And John, sorry I didn't give you a ring. I was just a quick kind of drive in and drive out, but I studied there, and that was really a fun opportunity to connect with some of the students and congratulate them. This was just a couple of weeks ago. I was down in Pagosa Springs area. Our Colorado Forest Health Advisory Council meeting met down there. They're doing really tremendous work down there on the forest health aspect. So it was really cool to see the cross-boundary work that's being done to help with fire mitigation work. It's fire season, folks. And so this is the annual wildfire briefing. And some of the folks there, you see the governor speaking, but you have the head of the Forest Service, you have the head of the BLM, the Division of Fire Prevention Control, Chief Mike Morgan there, head of the National Guard, General Cullen, let's see, head of Homeland Security for the state, Kevin Klein, I'm there, briefing folks on our preparedness for the state. That happens to be a Black Hawk helicopter that was retrofitted to be, it's now called the Firehawk. So it holds 11 firefighters and I think 800 gallons of water. At the Outdoor Strategy in Colorado Springs, you can see a lot of different partner folks there, nonprofit leaders and statewide leaders to talk about the importance of that. Photo, really fun celebration. My oil and gas team and Parks and Wildlife team, we got to meet with President Coleman. He's a really amazing leader at the Capitol and was interested in hearing kind of more on what we were doing at Parks and Wildlife and oil and gas. So I brought in my leadership team for that to brief him. Public service awards. Let me go back. So every year I get to nominate one person that really exemplifies amazing public service. And the person in the middle is Tim Mock. That's my number 2 for the DNR. And he just does just amazing work for the DNR, but also for the state of Colorado. So it was just wonderful to recognize his great work. And these are some of the other winners for the other departments that were there in celebration of their tremendous work. So that's me. Any questions?
Questions for Director Gibbs?
Or we can catch up at a break too, of course.
Good, Dr. Holmes.
Yes, thank you for the update. Curious about wildfire preparation. You mentioned 2 different funds, but what is the sum total of the resources that the state brings for wildfire fighting?
Yeah.
And mitigation?
Yeah. Let's see. Over the last few years, the state has committed $185 million towards wildfire mitigation work. You should know, when it comes to wildfires, it's normally the local fire departments that are normally first on scene for initial attack. Depending on the complexity of that fire, then it rises to a statewide level management. And if it's more complex than the state can handle, then the federal government comes in. And a lot of times there's like a unified command. So depending on where a fire starts or ends up, who has the bill, it just depends. So sometimes it's the feds, sometimes it's the state, and but we've really grown over the last few years in terms of like the funding, which I'm just so grateful. Like wildfire mitigation has not been a partisan issue at the Capitol. I hear just as many Democrats as Republicans and unaffiliateds, really just talk about the importance of that. And then also, thinking of you're all amazing water leaders, I would say the water community now is more involved than I've ever seen before, not only in helping with funding, but also advocacy too, and really trying to just like convince legislators like, hey, this is important. You really need to pay attention. But yeah, over the last few years, 185 million. Yeah.
Just one follow-up. Do you foresee any change in the federal role in terms of being an incident commander if it's a really complex fire with the change in administration and the reduction in staffing?
Mm-hmm. when it comes to like, we've all read about and heard about some of the cuts with some of the federal departments, and we've seen that at the BLM and the U.S. Forest Service. The leadership in those roles have told me that for the most part, if you have fire connected to your title, that those positions are likely going to be insulated. I'll tell you, as 18-year wildland firefighter myself, I've been on, like when I was on the Cameron Peak fire, for example, it was a assembled team from the Arapahoe Roosevelt, and you had like 3 or 4 seasoned out Arapahoe Roosevelt hotshot members that just because of the late fire season, their season was technically over, and they happened to be in that area and they were able to help. You had a resource technician that was on my team. You had a grazing permit person that was on my team. Let's see, I'm trying to think who else, but like the grazing and, some of these other folks that have like years of experience of fighting fires that may not have fire on their title. Those are the positions that keep me up at night, honestly. And that's what I've been really working hard to advocate and make sure folks at the federal level are educated to just understand, like, hey, there's other ramifications. It's not just fire, but like many of these federal positions, like everyone's a red card, and they all play a really important role. It may not be on the fire lines, but it could be in a more administrative role on hiring supplies, or it could be in communications, or it could be section chief on operations, and everyone plays a really important role. So that's what we're looking at very closely. Yeah.
Director Riss?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's such a privilege to be able to say that. I'm so honored to be the executive director under your new leadership. Thank you for accepting the challenge. And also congratulations to Vice Chair Vasquez. It's really nice to have 3 women sitting at the table in the center. Barbara was concerned about there being a gender issue. I said, no, we're just making up for lost time. So happy to have all of you. Well, of course, I mean, yes, we do. We have more than, and plenty more on staff and leadership positions, and Commissioner Mitchell. Yes. So my brain is a little foggy because Jason Ullman and Kelly Romero-Haney and I just last night got back off of a 5-day Yampa trip. So I'm gonna spend most of my time talking about that. But before I do, I'm gonna rattle through some legislative updates because I feel like that's my job. But I can't really remember what they are at the moment. But thankfully, truly, we have such an amazing staff at the CWCB that I don't have to worry about being out of cell phone range for multiple days, and know that they will just carry on doing the good work and solving all the problems so that when I come back, things are easier, not harder. So thank you all for doing that. And Anna, in particular, Anna Moss, for stepping in. Okay, what am I talking about? So some legislative updates Dan mentioned. Of course, thankfully, we're out of the legislative season. Oh, thank you. Everyone has gone home to their districts unless there's going to be a special session, which will not involve us. Is that looking likely? No? Okay, great. Even better. But we did have a couple of important bills that did pass. Of course, we had Senate Bill 283, which was our water projects bill. That was just signed by the governor on May 15th. And I think Anna Moss was at the signing ceremony. And I don't need to tell the board all the important projects that were in that bill, but I think it's easy to gloss over the importance of the projects bill, but truly, just I think the most important bill for us every session. Also, we had the water supply measurement and mapping bill, which was House Bill 1115. That was also signed by the governor on May 15th. This is the bill that authorizes CWCB to lead the measurement of statewide snowpack and to collect and disseminate that data, which will provide a significant benefit to managers around the state, maximizing uses of those resources and support flood-related public safety measures. So we're excited to officially be in charge of that program. That came with an additional employee, so we'll be working on the hiring process for that, someone to full-time manage that program. Also had Senate Bill 40, which created a severance tax task force, which is hard to say, signed by the governor. And this really is a recognition of the volatility of severance tax. We all know this, we live it, especially our finance section chief, Kirk Russell. And the purpose of the task force is to make recommendations about how we can streamline and be more efficient with this funding, provide recommendations for how we can potentially smooth the volatility of severance tax, what alternative funding mechanisms might be needed. Both the CWCB and DNR will be members of that task force, so more to come on that. I know Nate is already kind of beginning the process. The bill did authorize us to hire a third-party contractor to help facilitate those conversations and then also develop the report. House Bill 1318 is our Species Conservation Trust Fund that passed but has not yet been signed by the governor. This is an annual bill alongside the projects bill that provides $5 million for research study related to programs both in Parks and Wildlife and in CWCB for our recovery programs. What else did we have? House Bill 1311 related to deductions for sports betting. So this essentially eliminates the free bets that are currently authorized, which is expected to generate about $3 million more for water plan grants for us in the next fiscal year. And then afterwards, estimations are about $10 to $12 million for subsequent years. So that'll give us an additional good chunk of funding. Let's see what else. So there was quite a bit of discussion, I think, earlier in the legislative session about the state budget and how the JBC and the governor's office were going to work towards filling that shortfall. I think we came out of that relatively unscathed, and that's thanks in no part to the really hard work by Dan's budget folks in his office, including Nate and our budget director, Sarah Chapa. So we are not facing any sweeps or transfers of funding from the perpetual base fund or the construction fund. So we're really grateful for that, to sort of live another year with full funding for our projects. I did want to also announce just a couple of recent events. We had in the water supply planning section, a climate and water workshop that was held in April 23rd in Clifton, that I hear was really well attended, and participants were really engaged, which is always great news. And then also we participated in a growing water smart workshop in Montrose at the end of April, and also held a PEPA workshop in Silverthorne on May 2nd. In flood protection and watershed restoration news, on May 1st, our staff hosted a virtual wildfire-ready watersheds training that was really well received, and is a good kickoff to the additional $5 million in funding that were added this year in this year's projects bill. As for upcoming events, we are planning on a C9 summit in October. So mark your calendars for that. That'll be October 28th and 29th. And I believe that's going to be held on the Front Range in Lakewood. So more to come on that, but go ahead and mark your calendars. Okay, so now to the fun stuff. And I just put these together. I just put some pictures together this morning. As I said, I was lucky enough to go on, it's called YRAP, the Yampa River, oh my gosh, now I'm blanking on what it stands for. Awareness Project. I was going to say, where's the education? Awareness Project, okay. Which is a program, an experiential learning program that is hosted by the Friends of the Yampa and American Rivers. They've done it for the past 15 years, it sounds like. I know there are a few alumni in the room. I know Director Gibbs has been on the trip. Director Wind has been on the trip. Commissioner Mitchell has been on the trip. And maybe some others in this room. Chris Sturm, I think maybe even. Yeah. So there's quite there's quite a community of folks that have had the privilege of going on this trip. It starts near Maybell at Deer Lodge and goes through about 46 miles of the Yampa Canyon. You meet up at the confluence, the Green River at Echo Park, and then it's followed by another 20 some miles on the Green River through Whirlpool Canyon and Split Mountain Canyon, ending at Split Mountain, not terribly far from Vernal, Utah. And as with all river trips or camping trips, backpacking trips, where you kind of get out away from our daily busy lives, it's more than just a trip. It's really a magical experience of disconnection from the world where nobody can reach you even if they want to, which just provides a nice space for breathing and reconnecting. The trip started, I don't know if this video is going to work. Maybe. So this was, I should say, there were 24 members from various groups that came on the trip. Some indigenous members from a tribe in Pacific Northwest and Alaska, variety of NGO representatives, a couple members from the Walton Foundation, including the executive director and the program director for river issues. And then my best friend from graduate school who works in DC on behalf of some NGOs was invited on the trip too. So that was awesome. So this is us driving over Rabbit Ears Pass on Thursday night.
Here we are on our way to Steamboat Springs for our lunch tomorrow. Our 4-day trip on the Yampa starts here with a snowstorm, whiteout conditions. What is it, May 15th? 15th. Here's my trusty driver. A blizzard on Rabbit Ears Pass. I mean, do we need chains? Before we go, sleeping in a tent. This is insane.
So we made it over Rabbit Ears, and I almost backed out because I was like, I cannot do this in the snow. I get cold in 60 degrees. But thankfully the next day it was sunny and warm. And we launched on the river, and there's gonna be a lot of pictures of the three of us, so just hang on. And I think really, part of the magic of this trip, and I'm just going to kind of filter through. This is my friend Sarah from graduate school. Part of the magic of this trip is that it's not just a river trip, right? It's like a floating textbook. So you're sort of floating through 500 million years of geologic history with these exposed sandstone cliffs and limestone layers, ancient seabed fossils, and really, sort of as I was reflecting on the trip and the brief time between last night and this morning, it's just such a, it's amazing how it can take, millions of years for these systems to evolve. And then the pressures that we place on them can change them so quickly. And what that means in terms of water availability and ecosystem health and recreation communities. Some pictographs. So we passed through a variety of archaeological sites, petrographs from the Fremont people, signs of ancient habitation. The tribal members that were with us laid tobacco at a number of sites, burned sage, a lot of campfire conversations that were both silly and serious. Jason and I solved all the problems. But you're dressed for a ski trip on the river. There's Matt Rice. Familiar with Matt Rice? Oh, beautiful scenery. This was Kelly's idea, and I'm so glad you took this picture. So Jason and I here are standing at Echo Park, which is story. Dinosaur National Monument itself was once at risk of being flooded in the 1950s by the proposed Echo Park Dam, which would have been like a 500 some foot dam as part of the Colorado River Storage Project. And this was really a defining moment in American, I guess in the American conservation movement. There was a campaign launched by David Brower and Ansel Adams and some other historical environmental figures that really played a pivotal role in opposing the Bureau's construction of this dam. They organized a national congressional campaign. And of course, we kind of learned it wasn't necessarily a trade, as has been sort of historically taught, but they were able to protect Echo Park here. But Glen Canyon Dam was constructed. Some call it a trade that David Brower made this trade for Dinosaur for Glen Canyon Dam, but it's just a really important site in the, I guess, American environmental history. So that's a picture of me and Jason there. Kelly. I guess just some reflections on that trip. Of us to get stuck behind our computers. But, taking opportunities like this really underscore why our work matters. It's not just managing resources, we're stewarding legacies and building partners and playing a role in history. And that, of course, factors into water plan implementation and our interstate commitments and all the local conservation efforts that are in play. And just how important it is for us to have those experiences. So I wanted to read something to this group that they read to us on the first day of this trip, and I swear I had this memorized in my 20s and had sort of forgotten about it. And then to have this experience with this friend of mine back from when I was 20 in graduate school and sort of launching my career, which just felt very meaningful. So this is from Edward Abbey, and think of him what you will, but he's got some good advice. He says, one final paragraph of advice: do not burn yourselves out. Be, as I am, a reluctant enthusiast, a part-time crusader, a half-hearted fanatic. Save the other half of yourselves and your lives for pleasure and adventure. It's not enough to fight for the land. It's even more important to enjoy it while you can, while it's still here. So get out there and hunt and fish and mess around with your friends, ramble out yonder and explore the forests, climb the mountains, bag the peaks, run the rivers, breathe the deep of that yet sweet and lucid air. Sit quietly for a while and contemplate the precious stillness, the lovely, mysterious, and awesome space. Enjoy yourselves. Keep your brain in your head, and your head firmly connected to your body, the body active and alive. And I promise you this much. I promise you this one sweet victory over our enemies, over those desk-bound men and women with their hearts in a safe deposit box and their eyes hypnotized by desk calculators. I promise you this, you will outlive them. So with that, let's launch into our 2-day board meeting in a windowless conference room. Yeah. And thanks for indulging me in an untraditional director's report, but it seemed appropriate.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Riss? Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to Director Mitchell.
I first want to say congratulations to Chairwoman Cloud. A big step for the state, not only for the Southern Ute Indian tribe and the entirety of the Southwest Basin, but a big movement forward. And I'm extremely proud of our state right now. And also congratulations to you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Both are worthy chair people. So, and also to you, Lauren, my Yampa trip that I happened to attend with Director Wind didn't involve any ski jackets or snow. You probably had a much different trip than I did. There was a lot of outside time, not a lot of tent time. It was quite warm. Unfortunately, though, there were times where, and I don't know if you all experienced this, but the flows were so low that it was questionable of whether we would have to get out and carry our raft or not. And that is a sign of what I reflected on while you were mentioning, while you were poetic in the end of your talk, that so much of our job is to preserve the ability to be a part of what is Colorado and what is the American West. And so that being said, I'll get into the IBCC Director's Report because that's also an important way that we do that because it is an important group. Our next IBCC meeting will be held on June 25th in Grand Junction. No competition, but the last IBCC meeting, there was it was very well attended by board members. I'd love it to be even better attended by board members. I think it stimulated the conversation and enhanced the meeting. And I'll give some little bait to get you guys there if at all possible. And so I'd appreciate it if anyone was able to attend. But in that meeting in February, one of the discussions was had is that they wanted to be more of participants in the agenda creating and setting so that there could be more buy-in. And I think that's a reasonable ask. And so in response to that, they'll be getting the proposed agenda with the ability to make changes a couple weeks prior to the meeting. And I think that's an important piece in getting buy-in by the participants. When you're looking at a large volunteer board, they need to want to be there. And so much of what we do in Colorado Water is volunteer. It's on your own time, and your day jobs are filling in at night when you're sitting in these meetings because nobody's getting paid for that, right? So I think ways that we can create buy-in are incredibly important. And by buy-in, I mean buy-in on the importance of being there. And I think that makes the meetings more meaningful. Our next meeting is going to continue to focus on advancing the IBCC's no and low regrets strategy. Director McLeod might remember this process pretty clearly, the strategy from 2013, and really focusing on matters of interest for the IBCC. But we're also going to be focusing on Colorado River issues, the 2025 legislative session, successful water projects. And I think one of the jobs that we think about when grants go out from this agency or any agency, it's what can be gained from the knowledge of those. That's where the mutual benefit occurs, is what did we learn from that beyond just the project? And I think that's an important piece when public dollars are used, that there's some learning from it. Can it be transferred to other basins? Can other people learn from what you did? Can other people learn from what your successes were, but also from what your failures were? And I think that's where we learn the most, is where we fail, and hopefully we can avoid those failures in the future. So not that we ever fail, but I'm just saying, but sometimes we could have done projects better. And I think people talking about their projects is an important component. There were also other things identified in February to have discussion on. Also, and maybe a little bit of an enticement to get you all there, is that State Senator Dylan Roberts has agreed to join us for the day and share insights on the legislative session as well from his perspective. And I think you often get the legislative session from our perspective. I think it would be good for you all to hear it from a legislator's perspective as well. The other thing with these volunteer groups, and you all know this, sometimes they put more work on themselves, and that's passion, right? That's where the passion interplay comes in, is that the IBCC created a subcommittee to continue this work outside of the IBCC meetings, like on even more so on their own time, even more so volunteering their own time to work on the no and low regrets, the drought resilience action plan, and do that in between meetings, and then give guidance to the broader membership on how to collect feedback from their own roundtables to inform the IBCC's work. And that was a proud moment for me, partly because I didn't have to be signed up to do all of them. They were signing themselves up. And that's what buy-in starts to look like, right? They have met 3 times already since February, the subcommittee group, and they're scheduled for another on May 28th. And they're making progress. They're also making progress with the 2024 C9 Drought Resiliency Action Plan and developing a proposal for how the IBCC might begin to systematically update that strategy for today's challenges. That's going to be shared at the Grand Junction meeting. So I think that's also taking some of the work off of our plate to fill the agenda, but also, getting the IBCC members to fill their own agenda and present on it. The IBCC continues to support the CWCB staff and vice versa with C9 summit planning and various aspects of the water plan. And just so you all are aware of those dates and can get them on your calendar now. That C9 summit will be held in Lakewood on October 28th and 29th. The staff never give me an update that includes a thank you to them. But I think when you talk about these subcommittee meetings and working on the no and low regret strategy analysis and all of that, that's happening with staff. And staff attends all the Basin Roundtable meetings. They're planning these IBCC meetings, the C9 Summit. So the entire staff of the Water Supply Planning section, I am thankful for today, and I believe as the board, I'm hoping you are thankful for them also. They're often on the front lines of folks that have opinions on how things should or should not be done, and are trying to balance and thread the needle. And the entirety of the CWCB staff is doing that all the time. But a special thank you to the Water Supply Planning section today. I know they're in the back, and they make us all look good. So that is the update from me as IBCC director.
The Agriculture Commission update, and Director Greenberg is online.
Hey, good morning, Chairwoman Cloud. First off, I just want to give my heartfelt congratulations to you in the chairperson role. I couldn't think of a better person to be taking the helm, and I'm just honored and delighted to get to keep working with you in this trailblazing role that you are in. Director Combs, thank you as always for your leadership this past year, and again, congratulations to Vice Chair Vasquez as well. A few more shout outs. As always, I want to thank Robert for being there in person representing CDA, and more to come on the work that Robert has been up to over the past few months since you saw him last. I also want to give a shout out to our regional assistant commissioners. These are our working farmers and ranchers around the state. Joe Stanko is our local Routt County RAC. We also have George Witten in Saguache and Riley May in Lamar, as well as Nick Purchase in Pueblo. This team, in addition to our Ag Commission members, are really representing ag and rural communities day in and day out with CDA, with the policies and programs we're building, the way that we respond to local communities' needs, and just so grateful for their leadership on our team. In addition, the update I'm going to give would not be possible without our two incredible deputies at CDA, Jordan Beasley, our Deputy Commissioner of External Affairs, and Hollis Glenn, our Deputy Commissioner of Operations, really make sure that CDA runs and that we're being as visionary as possible. As Director Gibbs mentioned, as well as Director Riss, end of legislative session, breathe a bit of sigh of relief, although we're already planning for next year. A quick overview for where CDA landed at the end of session. Of course, with everyone, we saw some budget cuts, both one-time and ongoing. Nothing existential for us. Of course, some things that we'll have to pull back, but we have not seen any termination of programs. So that's been important for us. On the budget addition side, we worked hard to get two really important additions. The first one is to support animal disease traceability. So we have about $46,000 in general fund and about $60,000 in our ag management fund to support our disease traceability responsibilities. We've been told told from USDA for many months to start depending less on federal support for foreign animal disease. That's alarming, but we took them seriously and put together this budget request to make sure the state has some additional support. In addition, as you all have known throughout the years, our soil health program has really been a flagship program for us. It's been funded from a lot of one-time money that has helped us really grow the program, but we have never had ongoing state level support. So we were able to get about $300,000 from the Ag Management Fund, this year, as well as 2 full-time employees to help grow and run our soil health program. So very, very glad about that. On the legislative side, a few key bills that came from CDA and that impact our programs. The Wild Horse Project bill extends our Wild Horse Advisory Committee. So this is a new area of work that we've been focusing on to help solve for the wild horse problem that we see across the state and in particular regions, and working closely with the BLM and others on that effort. In addition, actually tomorrow the governor will be signing the Animal Protection Fund voluntary contribution. This is HB 1299. This establishes a checkoff on our tax returns here in Colorado that will allow voluntary contribution to an animal protection fund to really assist when there are emergencies, emergency veterinary care, or in the instances of animal mistreatment that we need additional funds to support those critters. So lots of other bills that we were tracking, and in particular the the projects bill. Congratulations, of course, to the CWCB staff. You all have done incredible work, and I'll get to this in a little bit, but I want to say thank you particularly to Lauren and to Anna and your team for working with us on a line item in the projects bill to advance our water and soil work together with CWCB. So thank you for that. On the federal side, just as you all are doing, I'm sure a lot of our energy is going there, whether it's on federal budget, rulemaking, what's happening in Congress, of course, tariffs and how those are impacting the ag economy. That's a huge challenge for us right now, not just in the uncertainty in the business environment, but the cost of doing business was already high. We're seeing that go up. That's very true on equipment, which is already very expensive. And we're seeing some retaliatory tariffs there. Questionable market access for our producers who have really relied on strong trade relationships. That aligned with the lack of a farm bill and likely more delay in a farm bill, funding freezes, termination of grants, loss of critical staff, especially on things like foreign animal disease response, local county offices for FSA and NRCS, where really conservation and ag financing, that's where the work happens, is at that county office level. So we've really been focused, as Director Gibbs mentioned, on advocacy for our producers and our ag economy here, working closely with our federal delegation, building relationships within USDA, and really just trying to open up lines of communication and express the work that we're doing here is because our ag community has been asking us to do this work. That's true with climate, with soil, with water, with market access. So the big hit to CDA on the federal side, as you all know, I think about 2 years ago, we received a $25 million Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities grant. This is to advance our soil health program, engage in farmer-to-farmer learning, conduct research across the Intermountain West on ag resilience in arid landscapes, and then importantly, open up new markets for producers who are implementing climate smart practices. In April, we received official notification of termination from the USDA of that program. And that has an impact on 8 of our federally funded staff, 42 subawardees, and about 300 farmers and ranchers who were enrolled in that program this year. So that has been a big blow. Again, that was all built by farmers and ranchers. It does not mean our soil health program is done. As I mentioned, we've been planning for the off-ramp of our one-time grants. We thought we'd have a couple more years, but the fact that we were able to get ongoing state level funding hopefully shows our commitment to continuing our soil health work, but this has been a big bump in the road. Now we are starting to see some other programs move and come back online. A main one for us is the Resilient Food Systems Infrastructure Grant, which is going directly to ag infrastructure in our local and regional food systems. Another big heartburn for me is that for all these programs, we have a lot of private money invested. Farmers and ranchers, ag businesses have put a lot of their own dollars in, when the expectation that the federal match would be there on the other side. So that's another message we are really trying to emphasize, that this is not a handout, this is a co-investment in our food system and the resilience of our ag economy. That said, looking at CDA, we are moving a lot of grants that are supported by the state. And again, I really appreciate our legislative partners for having the foresight to build a lot of this work with us. So in addition to the continuation now of our soil health program at the state level, we recently closed a pilot program for climate smart marketing expansion grants. We're really interested in, again, this market development. How can we put seed money in, help expand market access that connects back to our stewardship work in ag, and then we get out of the way as the state government and the market does the work. In addition, we have another pilot. It's for the producer side, climate resilience grants, which is really for producers who have faced challenges and disasters related to climate change, or who might be wanting to build resilience for future events. We have, in addition, our agrivoltaic research grants and ag efficiency and renewable energy programs. So really, if you're a producer and you want to save on your utility bill, if you want to integrate a new revenue stream with renewable production, or if you're looking to stack, let's say a photovoltaic system with your ag operation, we have some dollars to help support that work. In addition, we have on the stewardship side, one of two new tax credits at the department. The one for on the stewardship is called the Ag Stewardship Tax Credit. This will come online next year. We're finishing rulemaking now, but this will help incentivize producers or really reward producers who are implementing certain eligible stewardship practices in the tax year they're applying for to access a refundable tax credit. Again, another tool in the stewardship toolbox. And then I mentioned the project bill money with CWCB. Again, very much looking forward to building out that project with you all and reporting back to the board on how that work is going. In addition, our very own Robert Cicada is doing, as you all know, amazing work representing CDA, the ag community, and of course his work at the helm of our Rural Mental Health Initiative. You've probably seen Robert out and about beyond CWCB, and I could not be more grateful for his presence and his leadership, and CDA's now ability to help CWCB really implement the water plan. So thank you all for your staff in particular at CWCB for working alongside us, as we really have, in my mind, done just a fantastic job. Our teams have in integrating our work and reducing silos so that we can just really help each other achieve our shared goals. And then on the mental health side, again, Robert is hosting monthly meetings with our Rural Mental Health Behavioral Health Advisory Committee. That remains a priority for us, and grateful for all who are giving their input on how we destigmatize the conversation and get resources where they're needed. On the markets front, I want to say thank you to our marketing division director, Amanda Laban. She's just done incredible work on both our international market expansion as well as our community and local food system expansion. Our second tax credit, I mentioned we have two, is our community food access tax credit. So this is for small retailers and small farmers who are investing in equipment to expand their ability to get fresh local food to communities that need it the most. So really excited that we're able to be in that realm of work. As always, we're looking at how we continue to support next generations in agriculture. Your own Routt County local, Michelle Meyer, is a leader on our markets team, overseeing all of our next gen work. So we're currently accepting interns for this year for our paid internship program. We're also developing a new pilot program that will help connect ag workers to resources that will allow them to become ag business owners if that's the path they want to be on. So shout out to Michelle and just more amazing Routt County leadership at CDA. Now, switching gears a little bit as I start to wrap up, foreign animal disease, I normally have a high path avian influenza update, knock on wood. As of right now, I have none for you. We're in a pretty steady state. We are, however, tracking the latest sort of pest outbreak south of the border, which is the New World screwworm. Not a fun pest for cattle and for other mammals. We have, as a country, been restricting through various efforts the movement of the New World screwworm to Central America and really trying to hold a northern boundary. That boundary was breached last year, and screwworm has been detected in Mexico. Last winter, just a few months ago, the USDA halted imports of live cattle from Mexico because of that. They then lifted restrictions, but just about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, USDA placed those restrictions back on live cattle imports from Mexico. So we are monitoring that closely and working closely with Dr. Baldwin, our state veterinarian, and her team on the impacts there. For those of you in the cattle business, I just want to give a heads up that our brand board is needing to raise fees. So we are working on that effort over on the brand board side. We haven't raised fees in a decade, and just like everyone, cost of doing business is going up. But we're also doing our own efficiency review about how we do better and more efficient business and save money internally. In addition, this doesn't hit CWCB so much as CPW. We have a really great partnership with Dan's team over at Parks and Wildlife on wolf reintroduction. We've been able to build together a non-lethal conflict reduction program. And for us, that really means outreach, education, and range riding. So last year I got to write job descriptions that included, can you back up a trailer? Can you ride a horse? Can you handle firearms if necessary? And can you spend many days on the range in inclement weather helping manage livestock? So pretty neat job, in my opinion. And we've just got a fantastic team of folks who are out there doing the work alongside our livestock community. So Wayne East at the helm of this, Dustin Shiflett, who's out in Colburn, and then our two range riders, Jesse Lassiter and Shelby Nyberger up in the Northwest, alongside our CPW friends, led by Jeff Davis over there. Just a really great partnership, and appreciate all their work. Lastly, and I do have just a few photos too, I'll pull up here in a second. Want to mention a few upcoming events. We've also been hosting the last couple of years an annual river trip with our insectary and the National Park Service in Gates of Lador. This year, because of everything happening federally, we weren't able to do the big trip, but we are doing a smaller trip, float from Hayden to Craig later this summer, and camping at a state park. So again, a lot of intersection with DNR. A number of trade missions coming up to sell Colorado food and ag products. And of course, the state fair is really not far away. We'll be getting invites out to the board and staff at CWCB about state fair at the end of August. And then unfortunately, our Ag Commission meetings are overlapping quite a lot with CWCB. So I'll be up in Rifle during the next CWCB for our Ag Commission, but always, again, appreciate Robert's presence. Now I'm gonna try and share my screen real quick, just to go through a few photos from recent times. Oh, I think I am sharing the wrong screen. Try one more time. So this is some of where I've been when I haven't been with you all at CWCB. This is back in March. We were down. This is Chairman Hart at Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, as well as a lot of his staff and our Ag Commission team. Simon Martinez is our Ag Commission chair, and he hosted us down in Toyac, as well as Dolores Water Conservation District hosted us in Cortez, and we held a public event in Lewis at Fozzie's Farm and Swing by Pueblo Seed and Food Company in downtown Cortez. Just a lot of incredible work going on, of course, in Montezuma County. In addition, we got to visit the old fort, part of Fort Lewis's campus, led by Beth Lachelle out in Hesperus. Just incredible work that Beth has been doing for many, many years, incubating the next generation of farmers and ranchers. And Beth, of course, is also in part of our FFA Agriculture Hall of Fame. This is one of our early bill signings with Governor Polis, myself, and Dr. Baldwin. So another bill that we led this year. It's not agriculture per se, but our statutes have always had gendered language. So the commissioner and the state veterinarian have always been a he or a him, he shall or he may. So we simply thought it was time to change the language to not worry about gender and just focus on title. So we modernized that, and that was an exciting day. In addition, we saw some of our pre-existing Ag Commission members get reappointed, as well as our newest Ag Commission member, Amanda Weaver, who's an urban farmer in Wheat Ridge. And we celebrated our team with Public Service Recognition Week, which is, as Director Gibbs mentioned, a really fun time. Back down in the Southwest, we hosted Congressman Hurd for a community event and roundtable dinner at James Ranch, and just appreciate everyone, including CWCB's Laura Spann, who you see in the second picture, for being there and representing our Southwest community so well. Lastly, I've been working on my own range riding skills, so I've been out working on horseback and in cattle, learning a lot of what our team is doing out in the field. And then I mentioned lastly that Robert has been out and about. Now, I don't have a video of him. Unfortunately, I was trying to get this to play, but you can see there this little dot in the distance. Robert not only drives across the state, he also scooters across the state to get from place to place. You may have seen him. This, of course, is a suburban meeting somewhere, I think, along the Front Range, but this just goes to show Robert's dedication to showing up and making sure that Ag and CDA are represented all across the state by whatever means it takes. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions, and again, appreciate everyone and all your work today. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Commissioner Greenberg? Tara does scooter everywhere.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate Commissioner Greenberg's leadership at the Department of Ag. She's really doing an amazing job leading us, and not only that, but just really encouraging us to really feel like a team that we're working together. So thank you so much for all your hard work.
Move on to our state engineer, Jason Ullman.
Thank you, Chairman Cloud. I want to first say congratulations. Oh, and put the microphone in front of my mouth. Say congratulations. I guess as I was reflecting on our trip and that Lauren and Kelly and I were on for the last 5 days, we saw a lot of pictographs and petroglyphs and rock art of cultures that have lived here much longer than we have all been around. And it seems like, I guess it's about time that we have an Indigenous chairperson on CWCB. So congratulations, and congratulations to Vice Chair Vasquez as well. And thank you, Director Camblin, for inviting us and having us in your basin. I've been here for over a week now, or close to a week now. I can confirm Lauren's video of the drive over. I was driving at like 11 o'clock at night over Rabbit Ears Pass and thinking, I can't believe I'm going to be on the river tomorrow, because it was the worst driving conditions I've driven in all year. And I was glad to make it to Steamboat so that I could get on the rafting trip. But that trip, I want to thank the Friends of the Yampa for inviting me on the trip. I actually almost backed out because I have a lot of things to do, but I'm really glad I did not. While I love these windowless meeting rooms, talking about water on the river was a little more fun, we'll say. And there were a lot of great conversations with a lot of people from a variety of different entities that all care as much about water in the river as we all do. And so I just think it was a great place to share our experiences and hopefully get each other to understand where we all come from and the different perspectives we bring to this this business that we're all in. So I'm going to cover a number of things. There's quite a bit going on in Division of Water Resources right now. First, I would like to talk about just briefly, I know the basin directors will probably talk about conditions in your own basin, but overall, our commissioners right now have started to administer water for the irrigation season. It is a widely varying conditions around the state right now. snowpack melted off very quickly. These last week or so of cooler weather has been helpful, but snowpack in the South Platte is 82%, snowpack in the Rio Grande is 12%. And so there is a widely varying experience that people are going to have with water use this year because of those conditions. We have been going around the state. 2 weeks ago, I was in Montrose and Norwood for measurement rules stakeholder meetings in Division 4. The week before that, we were in Gunnison and Delta doing measurement rules stakeholder meetings. I've talked about measurement rules at one of our past board meetings and went over kind of what they are. But this was an opportunity to share with stakeholders in the Gunnison Basin what that will mean for them. We had good attendance. We had over 200 people attend those meetings. And so it's a great opportunity to educate them on what the measurement rules mean, but even more to educate them on how water is managed and administered in the state of Colorado. Division 7's measurement rules were actually signed by the judge on April 24th. They go into effect on June 1st. So on June 1st, our staff's already working on inventorying structures and basically trying to determine which ones are adequate, which ones may not be. But that process for implementation of the measurement rules in Division 7 is up to a 4-year timeline, depending on where you're at and what size of structure you have. The measurement rules here in Division 6 are already obviously in process. They were signed January of 2024, and our staff are, busily doing the inventory and working on getting through that process. I want to mention that something that is positive about these measurement rules is that in October of 24, the UCRC approved $7 million of bipartisan infrastructure law funding for diversion measurement structured projects in Colorado on the Western Slope, which will help some of these folks that are going to get notices that they have an unacceptable measuring device to pay for that, that device. It's going to be limited to West Slope, like I mentioned, primarily funding flumes and weirs and things like that. And it will come, while we're implementing these rules. The Colorado plans to run the program by retaining an engineering consultant to assist with the implementation of the program, and it will be administered by the CWCB's IFWE staff. So I want to just thank Anna Reichen for helping so much in getting this RFP out. The RFP actually was posted on May 8th. And so there's been a lot of work going into designing this program so that it is as easy as possible for people that want to get the money for these structures, because some of them are going to be smaller structures. It's not large projects. So encumbering them with a huge grant application process is not the intent. The intent is to make it an easier process for people to obtain the funds. So that's going on. Rio Grande, we have Rio Grande Decision Support System, which is the complicated mod flow groundwater model that we use to determine depletions to the stream that wells must replace to prevent injury to senior water right holders. I think I talked about that in more detail at a previous meeting as well. We have finalized phase 7 of the model because we're required to update that model at least at a minimum of every 5 years. And we are looking to post notice of the response functions, which are basically you take the model and you create easier to use equations that will translate well pumping to depletions for replacement in these annual replacement plans. We are intending to notice those later this week or early next week. Here's the response functions that we intend to use for next year's plans, which would start in 2026. Another rulemaking that's going on, if you're interested, is well construction rules. So we have our hydrogeo staff and the Board of Examiners are working through. They've gone through about a 2-year stakeholder process, and they have a hearing on the proposed rules next week, May 27th through the 29th. It will be available virtually, or it's happening in Denver. So essentially what this does is modernizes some of our well construction rules. and changes some of the requirements for drilling wells through multiple layers of geology. So it's so exciting to talk about rules, but we have a lot of these going on right now. Something that some of the people in the room may be interested in is in 2024, Senate Bill 197 expanded the use of the ag water protection water right from just divisions 1 and 2 to be able to be used throughout the state. And so you can file application with the water court to change your water right to an ag water protection use that allows you to lease or loan it for some other use, be it municipal or in-stream flow or whatnot. And our substitute water supply plan rules that we promulgated after that first bill in 2016 only applied to divisions 1 and 2. And so we are going to be doing stakeholder meetings in July 23rd, 24th, 28th, August 4th, and August 5th throughout the Western Slope, Durango, Alamosa, Steamboat, and Glenwood Springs. So one in each division. They will also be available virtually. So we can then file to finalize those with the water court. And so that's coming up here this summer and is an important item. So if you're interested in attending those meetings, check back on our website. I don't think those dates are posted yet because we haven't confirmed all of the locations, but that is coming up here shortly.
For Director Ullman? Nope. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to Division of Parks and Wildlife Director, Matt Nichols. No, you're not the director. But
Yes, thanks. For the record, Matt Nickel. I'm the Assistant Director for Aquatic Wildlife. Start off by, Madam Chair, congratulations. As Jason said, much congratulations and overdue, certainly. So, Madam Vice Chair Vasquez, congratulations to you as well. Director Davis sends his regrets. Few updates from CPW. Some of these will probably be a little bit redundant from some of Director Gibbs, but I'll try to provide a little bit different context from CPW's perspective. The Partners in the Outdoor Conference was definitely a highlight for us. This year we had over 530 attendees representing more than 250 organizations. The conference activities included 40 breakout sessions, 5 off-site field trips, several meetups, including morning runs, birding, and yoga, and 2 amazing keynote speakers. And it also involved, as Director Gibbs mentioned, the launch of Colorado Outdoor Strategy. One keynote event was the panel that launched the Colorado Outdoor Strategy, which represents the culmination of years of work with a lot of partners. It builds directly on the success of Colorado Outdoor Partnerships established in 2017 and is reinforced by Governor Polis's executive order in 2020 that called for a statewide, regionally informed vision that balances outdoor recreation, wildlife conservation, ensures equitable and safe access to quality outdoor recreation experiences, and integrates local, regional, and state level priorities. There's a substantial resource hub for the Colorado Outdoor Strategy on CPW's website, providing access to tools that local areas can utilize to plan for that balance between outdoor recreation and wildlife conservation. And we hope that you all take some time to go and check that out, that resource and some of the specifics there about the Colorado Outdoor Strategy. There's a QR code there on that screen that gives you access to that. Another really big ticket item for CPW is we're at the Partners Conference. We kicked off the external engagement piece of our new strategic plan. CPW is soliciting public partner comments through June 6th. Goals of the outreach is to learn from our partners what are their needs and expectations, what is CPW doing well, and what do we need to do better. And what do we need to incorporate into our strategic plan moving forward? It's important that we hear back from as many members of the public as we can, what they want, what they need, and what our goals and objectives be, so that we can have the public trust and be the managers that they want us to be. This morning, or later this afternoon, of course, you're going to hear about the Shoshone water rights in-stream flow acquisition. I just wanted to take this chance, though, to recognize CPW staff who have spent an enormous amount of time over the last couple years really working hard on their contributions to the project. Prior to these efforts, there was limited biological data between the Shoshone Dam and the power plant outfall. CPW staff conducted fishery and macroinvertebrate studies in the canyon during some very cold days this past winter. We also want to thank CWCB and Colorado River District staff for their work and coordination. Hydraulic habitat modeling efforts on this reach were a difficult undertaking, and lots of hard work went into building robust habitat models to evaluate the appropriateness of the in-stream flow acquisition. We'll hear much more about this later this afternoon, but I wanted to use the opportunity to thank staff from the Northwest Fisheries Management team and from the water team for the huge amount of work that has gone into the presentation that you'll see this afternoon. Thank the Colorado Water Trust and CWCB staff for their work in setting up the Yampa River in-stream flow lease using water purchased from the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District in Stagecoach Reservoir. Like much of the state, flow forecasts in the Upper Yampa River look problematic, and CPW appreciates having this lease in place to mitigate harmful flow and temperature conditions in the Yampa River. The lease is especially needed as CPW implemented a mandatory fishing closure below Stagecoach on Monday. The Yampa tailwaters, as well as the river through town, are important recreational assets to the community. Give you all a little update from our ANS program. We're happy to announce that we began the refilling of Highline Lake, west of Grand Junction. At the end of March, CPW staff, in collaboration with Grand Valley Water Users Association, opened the head gate, allowing water to flow into Highline Lake. Highline has been gradually filling using water from the government Highline Canal, and the lake opened for boating on May 17th. CPW will continue our efforts to fight the zebra mussel infestation at Highline. We are hopeful that draining the lake has eradicated zebra mussels. However, Highline Lake will be considered infested until we have 5 consecutive years of negative results. During this time, boats leaving Highline will be required full decontamination as part of our ongoing efforts to stop zebra mussels from spreading further within the state. We also are going to resume our sampling on the Colorado River. The sampling efforts for 2025 will be shoreline and water sampling will be conducted weekly along sections of the Colorado River between Glenwood Springs and the Utah border as part of increased sampling efforts after the discovery of zebra mussel villagers in the river in July of 2024. CPW ANS technicians will utilize different techniques to survey for invasive mussels, each targeting a different life stage of the species. In addition to increased sampling, CPW ANS technicians, wildlife officers, and state park staff will continue increased education efforts through the summer months at boat launches between Palisade and Loma. CPW staff will continue working closely with our partners at the Bureau of Reclamation, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, in the Grand Valley Water Users Association on sampling efforts in the river and the Highline Canal as we learn more about the extent of the zebra mussel invasions in these locations and educate the public on prevention. Expansion of the border station program, also new in the ANS world. We also expanded our border station program. And I see I'm a little bit behind on our slides here. There's a little picture of sampling. We also are expanding our border station program in the ANS world. We added 2 additional locations at the Lyman Port of Entry and the Fort Morgan Port of Entry this year. And so far, we've intercepted 33 infested mussel boats this year. Dan mentioned several of the legislative updates, but I thought I'd hit on a few of them that in particular were important to CPW. Senate Bill 25-168, the Wildlife Trafficking Bill. This bill allows CPW to increase inventory and research on the ecological impacts of wildlife trafficking, more effectively deter wildlife trafficking through new penalties specific to this serious crime, and increase enforcement and utilize more adequate investigative and management tools to interrupt this growing black market. House Bill 1163, the free access to state parks for Colorado's Ute Tribe, Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, and the Southern Ute Indian Tribe. This bill provides free state access to enrolled members of the Southern Ute and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. And as Dan mentioned, this is something that the 2 tribes have been interested in for some time. And the legislation was informed by formal consultation between the 2 tribes and DNR and CPW. During the legislative session, we also created an Engage CPW page to learn more from a broader American Indian and Indigenous community about state park matters. The bill was amended to memorialize the commitment made by CPW to continue outreach to and engagement with tribal governments, American Indian communities, and Indigenous communities on these matters. In addition, House Bill 1318, Species Conservation Trust Fund, both Lauren and Dan mentioned that, but we're again excited to have those Species Conservation Trust Funds for both aquatic and terrestrial native species recovery projects. I wanted to give you all a couple of staff updates. It's always fun to get to brag on staff when they're recognized with great awards. This year, every year, the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program presents its Researcher of the Year Award to honor significant contributions to researching and understanding endangered fish species and their habitats within the Upper Colorado River Basin. This year's winner was Jen Logan, CPW's Aquatic Native Species Team Manager. This is a very prestigious award, and I believe maybe the first time CPW employee has won it. Jen's 25-year career and passion has played a pivotal role in conserving and recovering native aquatic species for current and future generations. And we're really proud of her for winning that. Last but certainly not least, I'm very excited to introduce to you CPW's new water resources team manager, Maura McGovern, who's sitting right there in the front row. As you recall, Maura's position, formerly occupied by Rob Harris, who spent a lot of time with you all. He left for the Attorney General's office back in November, and we were able to hire Maura back in April. She came to us from DIA where she was the water programs environmental manager. But previous to that, she had 16 years of experience with CDPHE in their water quality control division, most recently as the clean water compliance manager, where she managed a team of 10. Maura's first day at CPW was April 14th, as I mentioned, and she's been exceeding my expectations every day since. So if you get a chance, introduce yourself to Maura and welcome her to our team and to this team. With that, I will conclude my remarks, Madam Chair.
Components of the Colorado River Fish Recovery Program and the disturbing stances of the federal government currently on ESA, I'm wondering what impacts you're expecting to see on that program, if any?
So far, we're continuing to work with the Fish and Wildlife Service. We have responded, I think, Director Gibbs talked about that we provided our comments on the harm definition. But in terms of the recovery program itself, we continue to work with the recovery program and their staff, as well as the Fish and Wildlife Service and Ecological Services. And so far, we haven't seen significant impacts to the actual recovery program itself, but time will tell.
You mean in terms of headcount and dollars, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to our Water Resource and Power Development Authority. Jim Griffins, he's virtual.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations. Good morning. I'm filling in for Keith McLaughlin. Keith is in Washington, D.C., testifying on the President's proposed 2026 budget and its impacts on the state revolving funds on behalf of the Council of Infrastructure Financing Authorities around the country. The written report is in your packet. I won't cover anything on that. I just wanted to note that we received full funding for 2025 in our base state revolving fund programs, both drinking water and water pollution control. We do have money available, and we've got about 25 or 30 projects in some form of construction currently. With that, I'll stop and take any of your questions if you have any.
Or is there any questions? No questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you to all of our directors as well too. We're going to go ahead and move into number 5. I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but we'll be okay. The Attorney General's report, legal briefing, and executive session.
Thank you. I believe Scott Steinbrecher is online and will be providing the AG's report.
Yes, thank you, Jen, and thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations both to you and to Vice Chair Vasquez. This truly is a momentous day. I'm sorry that I can't be there to celebrate with you all. I am homesick, so I'm going to stay off camera. You do have the AG's report in your briefing materials. I wanted to give one very exciting update that happened after we prepared and submitted that report, and that is that we have signed an agreement in principle on the Rio Grande Compact matter. There are still many details left to be worked out there, especially between New Mexico, the United States, and the water districts in Texas and New Mexico. But most important high-level highlights to that agreement in principle is that the United States has agreed to dismiss its claims, and the states will then enter a consent decree. So we updated the special master on this progress. I think it was just last week, whereby he then vacated the June 9th trial and set deadlines at the end of August for the US and New Mexico to file that motion to dismiss the US's claims, and then for the states to file a motion to enter their consent decree, and then has scheduled a hearing, or I guess it hasn't been scheduled yet, but we're proposing a hearing sometime after September 18th on those motions. I want to thank Chad Wallace and Andrea Wong from my office for their tireless and strategic work in helping the states and the United States and the districts get to this settlement while also protecting what Colorado cares about most in this case. So great news to report. Like I said, still a lot of work to be done and a lot of details to be worked out, but wanted to be sure that this board was aware of the great progress that our team has made. So that's all I'll share for now. Happy to take any questions if folks there have them.
Comments or questions so far? Hearing none. Do we
Thank you
want to?
all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think our, after the break, we have on the agenda executive session. So I can give the report and then we can take a vote if that makes the most sense.
Yes, let's go and do that.
Okay. After the break, we will be in executive session. During executive session, we will consider agenda items 6A, B, and C. As identified on the board's agenda, this session is authorized pursuant to the provisions of section 24-64023A of the Colorado Revised Statutes. I believe we are now ready for a motion.
Okay, do I hear a motion to go into executive session? Thank you, Director Johnson. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Director Nguyen. Is there any discussion? Okay, all for going into executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. We are now in executive session, and we're going to go ahead and take our morning break as well too. And we're going to limit that to for about 5 minutes. After about 5 minutes, if our board members can come back into the room. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
But as soon as we have our board directors back.
Thank you. This is Jen Mealy with agenda item 7, the report from executive session. The board went into executive session to consider agenda items 6A through C. Discussion during executive session was limited to those items and no formal action was taken during executive session. We are out of the executive session and on to item 8 on the agenda. Thank you.
Next, we have the WECO annual allocation. All right, good afternoon, Elizabeth Scoder, CWCB staff for the record. I'm here to present agenda item 8, Water Education Colorado's annual allocation and scope of work review. This is an action item for the board. The staff recommendation is to approve the proposed fiscal year 2026 scope of work for Water Education Colorado. This is an annual item. As many of you know, we've worked for many years with WECO since it was founded in 2002. We partner with them in a number of ways and have typically supported them with an annual appropriation of $150,000 from the construction fund through the projects bill. Jayla Poppleton stepped down from the executive director role in October of last year. And here today, I'd like to introduce WECO's new executive director, Juan Perez Saez, who started in September of last year. And he will speak to the details of the scope that support a number of WECO initiatives through various educational programs, outreach efforts, and operational support. So I'll turn it over to Juan.
I'm the Executive Director of Water Education Colorado. Thank you for the chair and the members of the board for allowing us to share some of the updates for water education. I'm assuming this works, so I'm going to go ahead. Wonderful. So my presentation is split into 2 parts. One part will be just providing some updates from the current scope of work, which include some of the progress achieved so far, which are close to completion for the current fiscal year. Will be a breaking out of the budget for what we're proposing. You have received the scope of work and the breakdown of the budget on your packages. And I'm passing around our annual report from the last fiscal year, 2024. in Colorado current strategic plan expires this year. So starting last fall, our board of directors have approved the new timeline, and 2 months ago, we kicked off our new strategic plan creation, which is undergoing. And we hope that part of the new scope of work will include support for partial funding of our new strategic planning process, which will be completed at the end of the year 2025. The deliverable included in our current scope of work, which we handed around. That includes significant impact that we have achieved on water education through all of our programs. Some of the highlights of the report include a summary of our news and publications, including Headwater magazines, freshwater news, all of online content, as well as the 21 Ways to Care for Colorado Water campaign. In addition to that, we have our leadership programs, our other educational programs. There's a double word there, sorry about that. And including our volunteer lists, our audited financials, and all of the list of contributors that we have had. Work supported by the Colorado Water Board. It's the legislative education. We concluded our 201 water workshops at the state capitol in partnership with CWCB and Colorado Water Congress. The topics that we covered this year include funding water projects, Proposition JJ, and water bills, infrastructure fees and rates for Colorado water utilities, and turf replacement and Colorado scaping. The County Commissioner Workshop has been scheduled for June 2nd, and it will be at the County Commissioner in Conference. The slides that all of the scope of work that we're providing, I have reported on. It's historically have been supported by the Colorado Water Conservation Board. Public outreach is another big piece. Since I have come on board as the new executive director, we have done the best that we can to be all over the state. This includes a list of all the events that we have been taking part of, either speaking at, tabling, or providing free of cost material from all of our publications and programs. Events, we are part of several collaborative groups, including the CSU Spurs Water in the West, Colorado Water Congress, Water Center, Workforce Summit, PEPO and BRTs, Colorado Water Congress, EDI Committee, Waterlands Youth Alliance, and we co-host, as many of you know, the Sustaining Colorado Watershed Conference. The last year. A water fluency program last year graduated 30 more participants. The class explored Winter Park and the water administration uses of the Upper Colorado River. The 2024 program concluded last August. The 2025 has started just this month, focusing on the Yampa, White, and Green Basin. And last year we celebrated 10th year anniversary since we have been doing the water fluency program, which I know many of you either have taken or are aware of. This is definitely one of the programs that get a lot of attention, and we have had much interest, continuous interest through the years. Another important program to update is the Water Leaders Program. We have had now a total of 262 graduates. This year we continue a class of 20 participants, which I know it was an increase in the last couple of years. We kicked off just on April 24th with the new members of this program, which was very competitive. In fact, we actually had the largest number of applicants ever received for this year, which is also a good sign. Elizabeth Scooter from CWCB graduated as part of the class last year. The basin tour for this year will be at the Southwest River Basin in Durango, June 3rd and 4th. We focus on tribal water rights, environmental cleanup, and the multi-stakeholder projects that have defined the Southwest River Basin. We have already done the scope, and right now we're currently taking applicants for that. So I encourage you to participate if you can join us, and if you know someone who can be part of it, send them our way. There is one free seat for CWCB at this tour. And the 2026 Prospect Basin is the Upper South Platte. we have the Headwater magazines and complementary content, which is also part of the scope of work for the last year and is also included next year. The Headwater magazines edition for the fall was on Water 101. The spring edition was on liquid assets, and the summer, which is right now being reviewed for before going to print, will be on groundwater. Some of the seminars, webinars that we have done, we did one on turning waste into resource, was fresh in water news, and we have one coming up on water markets. We have gotten really good feedback on the liquid asset edition of the magazine. I know this is an issue it's hard to talk about, and I just want to mention that it was very it was a collective effort to be able to create this magazine and put in all this perspective and make sure that we inform everyone on an issue that could be a little controversial. So I was very thankful with the final result. Increased distribution of the 10 guides library, including Spanish guides. We also have been co-creating some fact sheets that have been distributed among educators, including PEPO members. The community guides for fiscal year 2025, we currently translating the conservation guide. That cover actually is kind of like fresh. No one has seen it. We haven't printed yet, but that will be the new cover of the conservation guide, which is currently has been updated and it will be translated. Conference. I met many of you at this event. Is definitely one collaboration is extremely important. We have the dates October 7 and October 9. This year we celebrate 20 years of this conference. The theme is community, 20 years of community and hope, and we're currently taking papers, and I hope also if many of you might join us at this event, which is also in partnership with two of our closest allies. That you had in your package. The first task is operational support. This task is very much similar to what was proposed last year and includes the only very little variable is instead of implementing a strategic plan, includes the co-creation of the new strategic plan, which we hope to be adopted before the end of this year. Obviously, financial reporting and audits is a good practice for organization that we continue to do, and maintaining all of our platform because as an educational organization, all of our contents must be accessible to everyone, and that's how we make sure that people can download it and get in touch with us. And leadership programs. These include our signature programs, Water Fluency, Water Leaders, and the Basin Tours. You can see again in all of the slides how much is the budget and how much is the contribution of CWCB, which is, we are matching a significant portion of all of the support that we get from you all. And this one is 37,000. The same for the summer of next year, and all the complementary webinars and the community guide, the continued translation of the remaining of the community guides, as well as the fact sheets that go with all of them. This one totals 60, which combined is 150,000, as we have requested in previous years.
Comments or questions?
Just a quick comment. Thank you for the work you all are doing. I think water education is a constant battle in a state where it's a complex system. And so just wanted to thank you. I was actually on the original board, so it's great to see the organization still thriving. So, and welcome as a new director.
Thank you so much.
Are there any more comments?
Chair, thanks, Juan, for coming here. And I would echo what Director Haas had to say. Just impressed with your work. I got to do the water fluency program last year. I don't know why you didn't accept me to water leaders this year, but I'll catch up with you later. No, but water fluency, I think I learned so much. And then I think what was even more educational for me was how much the lack of knowledge other people had about water. I mean, sometimes in water, we kind of assume people know about it and they don't. So I think your efforts are really, really valuable. I'd still encourage for the Water Leaders Program to make that connection with our Ag Leaders Program, even if there's an opportunity for you to just have a reception with them, with both groups together. If that's of interest to you, reach out to me and I'll try to find some sponsors for that to see, because I think it'd be great to get those two groups together just to make the connections and make those efforts together. And then the other thing, just an idea for you for next year's Headwaters is I think we'll be celebrating the 150-250 celebration for the state. And so maybe you could think about that as a topic and where we've come with water along those lines. So, and then it would be interesting at some point too to get some analytics on your website, because I know wherever I go, I send people there. So I want to take ownership of some of those clicks.
Appreciate your leadership in your new role as well too, because we had several different interactions with each other, and I really appreciate the efforts in education, because like it was said, many people we thought had understood where water is and even where the water comes from, and they don't. So your education really provides some valuable knowledge to a lot of people. So thank you. Motion to approve the fiscal year 2026 scope of work for the Water Education Colorado.
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Director Haas. Do I hear a second? Johnson. Okay, Director Gibbs. Okay, is there any discussion? Second, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have lunch. Just kidding. We have info stream appropriations.
Thank you, Chair Claude. Good afternoon. For the record, I am Laura Corona, CWCB staff with the Stream and Lake Protection section. This is agenda item 9A, final action on uncontested 2025 in-stream flow water rates in water divisions 4, 5, and 6. This is an action item requiring a vote from the board. 2025, CWCB formed its intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on 13 stream reaches in water divisions 4, 5, and 6. Pursuant to the in-stream flow and natural lake level rules, notice of this action was sent to the in-stream flow subscription mailing list on February 3rd, 2025. With the deadline to file a notice to contest, which was due to the CWCB no later than April 30th, 2025. Period. One notice to contest was filed on the Coon Creek appropriation, which was subsequently withdrawn. No other notices to contest were filed on any other streams. Requesting that the board make the determination that the 3 findings required for appropriation are met for all of the stream reaches. 1, that the natural environment exists. 2, that the natural environment will be preserved by water available for appropriation. And 3, that there will be no material injury to other water rights. Findings can be found on our website at the link displayed on the slide. Staff executive summaries, supporting data, which contain the recommendation letters and documentation submitted by the Bureau of Land Management, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, or CPW, and High Country Conservation Advocates, HCCA. On the map in red. These and all ISF recommended reaches can also be viewed on our website via Map Viewer or Google Earth. LM recommended Goat Creek. CPW recommended Beaver Dams Creek, East Fork Dry Creek, unnamed tributary to East Fork Dry Creek, and CPW also recommended Main Hubbard Creek, Middle Hubbard Creek, and West Hubbard Creek. Recommended Cabin Creek and Canyon Creek, and in collaboration with the National Park Service, the HCCA recommended Red Creek. 5, the BLM recommended Coon Creek. Please note that in this appropriation and further water court application, filing, and decree, staff recommends approval of terms and conditions agreed upon between the CWCB, Ute Water Conservancy District, and Coon Creek Reservoir and Ditch Company. If approval is not granted on these terms and conditions, staff will withdraw this recommendation for final action today and allow for these entities to file a notice to contest. And 5, the BLM also recommended Derby Creek. And finally, in Division 6, the BLM recommended Clear Creek. 1, Part 1, displaying 7 of the 13 stream segments for which staff is requesting final action, splitting up the segments so that hopefully everyone can read them. The information in this table is identical to what is provided in staff's memo and will be referenced in staff's recommendation. One, Part 2, with the remaining 6 of the 13 stream segments for which staff is requesting final action. Again, this information in the table is identical to what is provided in staff's memo and will be referenced in staff's recommendation. Or provide recommendation as shown here, which is identical to the board's memo.
Comments?
Vote on final action.
The final action for the staff recommendation for the uncontested in-stream flow recommendations. Is there a motion for approval? Do I hear a second? Discussion. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Cloud, we appreciate your support for the program. I am also going to be staying up for agenda item 9B. And for the record, again, I am Laura Corona, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 9B, public comment on 2025 in-stream flow appropriations in water divisions 4, 6, and 7. This is an informational item and no action is required at this time by the board. 25, the board formed its intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on 5 stream segments in water divisions 4, 6, and 7. In-stream flow reaches can be viewed on Map Viewer and Google Earth, both of which are linked on our website. In Water Division 5, the BLM recommended East Muddy Creek and West Muddy Creek. Please note that terms and conditions have been agreed upon between the CWCB and Ragged Mountain Water Users Association. The terms and conditions can be found in Attachment A of the board memo. The BLM recommended 2 segments of Vermilion Creek, and the BLM, in conjunction with CPW, recommended Milk Creek. Please note that staff is currently working with Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association on terms and conditions. The BLM recommended Burrows Creek. In-stream flow and natural lake level program, notice of board action was sent to the in-stream flow subscription mailing list on March 25th, 2025. This notice provided all parties with the details and deadlines to contest due to the CWCB no later than June 2nd. To contest. This agenda item provides further opportunity for public comment if any wish to do so. I am now available for questions, or we can open the floor to public comments. All right, I believe that one person has signed up for public comment on East and West Muddy Creek, Mr. Astor.
Oster. I have a ranch on Lee Creek, which is on the McClure Pass Road 133. And we are in an extreme low flow situation this year, which is an excellent time to explore an alternative to proceeding with the in-stream flow on Muddy Creek. My ranch is on Lee Creek, which drains into Muddy Creek, and we are at levels of flow that we would normally have late June or July. And normally I shut off my irrigation or reduce it to protect. I have 1.5 miles of cutthroat trout and beaver habitat on my ranch. And to protect the wildlife habitat, I will cut back or stop irrigating. Usually it could be sometime in August. And the levels that we're seeing now, this could happen in weeks, or, or less than a month. We're getting to that level. What I'm proposing is an alternative to proceeding with the in-stream flow filing for this year to give us an opportunity to experiment with a way to of a complete dry up of Muddy Creek, which could kill off the bluehead suckerfish, which the in-stream flow is designed to increase their habitat. But the possibility of a dry up is very likely this year. It hasn't happened in many years on East Muddy Creek. It happens on West Muddy Creek quite often. And what I'm proposing is that the members of Ragged Mountain Water User Association voluntarily reduce our amount of diversions if we get to that low flow situation where it looks like the existence of the fish is threatened. We would do this in exchange if you postpone the filing of the in-stream flow to get better in-stream flow data. Flow data is very incomplete on East Muddy Creek. The last gauge was in 1953, and the current numbers are only extrapolated from subtracting the Muddy Creek, the West Muddy Creek flow from the Division Water Resource Gauge above Paonia Reservoir. And that's only been for 4 years with a temporary gauge. But the extreme low flow that we're seeing now is an in-your-face sign of what we're facing with much lower flows and increased chance of dry up of the stream, which cannot be prevented by the in-stream flow because of our senior water rights. So I'm proposing a cooperation between our 24 ranches and Ragged Mountain Association and the CWCB to postpone the application, get better flow data, including this year and whatever years it takes, to try out this idea that we will decrease our use of water enough to keep a minimal amount in the stream to prevent the kill off of the fish, which the in-stream flow application cannot do. We're facing obviously increased low flow situations. Many streams will be dried up that were never dried up before. You're going to lose fish populations. So this is an idea that might work on other areas, not just in our Muddy Creek. There's other, if you proceed with the in-stream flow, we have other issues in our area. We have Paonia Reservoir is filling up with sediment. I've been working on ideas to try to reduce the source of the sediment with aerial reseeding, and we're looking at ways of discharging sediment. Another way to work with us landowners in that area is for this CWCB to also get more involved in protecting Paonia Reservoir and discharging the sediment or working on ways to reduce the source of sediment. So there's many negative aspects of the in-stream flow that will affect the landowner's long-term water and land use. And we feel that the negative aspects exceed the possible benefits to the fish unless there's some way to work with our senior water rights to prevent the fish dry up, which I'm proposing you consider. And we will certainly consider if you postpone the application. Any questions, please?
And I am wondering whether you have agreement on the part of all the water users in your district?
No, we haven't even had a discussion of this idea. It's been my proposal, and so you guys have the ball right now. If there's a postponement of the application, which all of our members would appreciate greatly because of the rather incomplete flow data, which we believe, I'm not representing the organization. I'm a member of the organization and a member of the board, but the board voted to accept certain conditions. I mean, the membership voted last week at our annual meeting to accept the conditions that were negotiated with Rob. There are a minority of the members that are willing to proceed with their opposition on an individual basis, and I'm one of them. Came here today to try to avoid having to do that and to look at alternatives to the in-stream flow, or at least a postponement of it to collect better flow data that more appropriately recognizes what our future stream flows will be, so that the in-stream flow is not excessive and does not subject us to a year-round call, which we currently only get in late summer. To delay this application, and we can try this experiment. If it doesn't work, if there's no participation, fine, I'll withdraw any opposition I have, and I assume the others will as well. And you can proceed with the in-stream flow application anytime if this idea does not work and does not get participation. But right now I feel that you have to make the first step of postponing the application in order to get that participation.
Thank you for your comments and just for coming all the way over here to talk to the board. I don't see these as necessarily mutually exclusive. I really appreciate that you're thinking about the well-being of the fish, also trying to figure out how to make it work for the water users. Is it, as I understand it, we're not going to be filing till the end of the year? Is there kind of room between now and then to have these conversations to determine whether it needs to be withdrawn? I'm just trying to figure out if we can kind of move in parallel tracks.
I agree with, obviously, the issue, if it does dry up, it's going to happen before you file. So I will suggest that we try this And it won't take very many of us. It's only a small percentage of our total decreed amount, about 100 CFS between us. Just a small percentage of that will keep enough water, minimal amount for the fish not to be killed off. So yeah, I will suggest that we proceed with that experiment and see if anyone's willing to do it. I mean, I do that personally to protect. I have cutthroat trout and beaver habitat, and that's more important to me than growing grass for my grazing leases. Sheep, like this year, this is how wild it is. We had no snow in early February, no snow in Christmas, bare ground, and the sheep, which just left last night, normally are there for 2 or 3 weeks on their first round of grazing, and they were gone after 4 or 5 days. So even though I'm irrigating normal amount, and so to look at I'm asking you to look at the future, not the past, to see where we're going with potential for dry ups all over at least western Colorado, because of the senior rights, and the in-stream flow has no way to protect these streams from the senior water rights. So I'm asking to think about this experiment before you file, and I will try to get our members to, if we get that low, to try to cut back on our irrigation to see if it works.
Taylor's or Director Haas's comments. Can somebody from staff just remind me of what the next steps are, so that I can understand how what he's saying might fit in with what she's saying?
CB staff. So the next official action of this process is the notice of contest deadline is June 2nd. So that deadline is what, week and a half away. Then after that, if there is a notice to contest, it would start the hearing process in front of the board with an expected hearing if it did occur in November of this year.
Outcome of that, kind of always yes or no, or is it of the hearing, or can it be, hey, we're going to explore additional negotiations as has been suggested?
I think typically it's a yes or no with the recommendation. But as Director Haas says, I don't see that these necessarily have to be competing ideas either. As a junior water right, he's very correct that we wouldn't be able to call out any of the senior water rights, but I think working in a voluntary program, maybe some incentives, that might be something that we'd be able to work on as well in a parallel process with this.
Opposition before June 2nd, and I assume several others of us would as well, just to keep that option open.
Okay, Director Combs.
Thank you for being here. I guess my question is, if you're interested in doing voluntary cutbacks and stuff, what's been the discussion of making donations to the in-stream flow? Is it just the principle of the in-stream flow? Is it just the quantification? If you're already willing, and like Rob said, the in-stream flow cannot call you out of priority. Is there a place where a donation to keep those flows could be worked out? I mean, I'm missing
Well, we're talking about only in the situation, not a permanent donation or lease of in-stream flow. We all use every rancher wants to use every inch of water, and as long as they can. This would only happen when the stream gets to that level. It hasn't happened since 1990, but it looks like it will happen this year. So it's a perfect time to try this out. But no one's looking for leasing in-stream, an actual formal lease, but it's just trying the voluntary idea before, in terms of selling water or, short-term purchases of water might be other options. The other thing that we're trying to avoid, this blue head sucker is potentially on the endangered species list. Trying to avoid that where they could call out our senior water rights. That's another incentive for us to participate. And basically, I'm proposing this idea, something that might work in other areas, to get a public-private kind of cooperation instead of it being an adversarial situation of the ranchers just saying, I've got my water right, you're not going to get an inch of it. And the stream dries up because of it. It's a short-term idea, only in the extreme situation, not a permanent kind of lease of our senior water rights.
Thank you for taking the time to come over here and talk to us about your idea, but I guess I'm confused about how the two ideas are in competition. In other words, if you and your neighbors organize this voluntary reduction in your diversions, what does that have to do with our filing of the in-stream flow application? I mean, if you're going to do that for the benefit of the stream, are you saying you won't do it if we go ahead and file the application? I'm confused about what it is you're asking
We
us.
need the incentive of at least postponing the application, give more time to file on undecreed uses and whatever. I think I'm proposing this as an alternative to the in-stream flow, that it may protect the fish better than what the in-stream flow will do, which cannot prevent a dry up, but this could prevent the dry up and protect the fish better than the in-stream flow.
Well, I think that's certainly true. If you're going to reduce senior water right diversions to protect the stream, that's better protection than the in-stream flow, but I still don't understand why you would do it only if the board elected to postpone its application for the in-stream flow. Aren't you going to do it for the benefit of the stream regardless?
We're also doing it as an alternative to the in-stream flow. Every single member is completely opposed to the in-stream flow. We see very little benefit to it. We see long-term impacts. We're going to be administered on a much different level by the water commissioner, where potentially we could be on call, much more than we are now, much more inspection of our existing measurement of all our uses. And there's many long-term negatives of the in-stream flow. For one, we're losing our Paonia Reservoir 2,000 acre feet that Ragged Mountain has a contract for. We could start actually losing every year 100 acre feet if something's not done to prevent the sedimentation. And we will need additional storage rights upstream to replace the Paonia Reservoir water. We are going to lose that. Nothing has been done to stop that sedimentation. And Ragged Mountain's 2,000 acre feet is the most junior right in the reservoir. So in 7, 8, 9 years, we're going to start losing that water. We're going to need long-term storage decrees to replace that, which would become junior to the in-stream flow and probably prevented and opposed by the water board. So, there's accommodations that we could work out where storage rights are protected from this in-stream flow call. And in fact, the storage rights would benefit the stream because those waters would be released late in the season and increase in-stream flow, not take away from it. So it's ideas like that that perhaps can be negotiated. And also to get more government support to stop the sedimentation of the reservoir. A lot of people are talking about it, but nobody's come up with an answer. I've proposed aerial reseeding, which is something maybe the Forest Service wouldn't object to, and we're cutting drainage channels, other ideas. But it's the most serious issue that the Ragged Mountain organization is facing. And perhaps the negotiations about the in-stream flow would help mitigate some of those problems. So we're not, essentially, the idea of the voluntary reductions is a first step, get better negotiated terms of the in-stream flow, or to replace it if it is in fact better for the fish, if that's what our members agree to. They need that incentive of not just to help the fish. Right now, all the ranchers, I'm the only one probably that cuts down my irrigation. I've got a nice cutthroat trout habitat. But everyone else on Muddy Creek doesn't have that. It's a muddy mess. So they're not interested in the fish habitat as much as I am. But they would be they would do it if the in-stream flow is at least postponed. So we need that as a negotiating incentive to get anyone involved in voluntary reductions.
Well, I think your Paonia exchange is protected by the conditions that Rob has agreed to impose on this water right.
Yeah, our existing uses are protected.
I just would like to say for the record that I've had a lot of input from the folks in the North Fork on this particular application, and I think Rob has gone to extraordinary lengths to respond to all of the concerns that they have raised. And I did ask him to consider one more condition that he said he would take a look at that has to do with that exchange. But I think, all respect to this gentleman, I think that Rob has really done an excellent job of protecting those folks in terms of appropriating this in-stream flow. If you read the conditions, they're very extensive. Every one of them is in response to a concern raised in correspondence from the folks up there. So I'm sorry, I'm not convinced.
I'm on the board, but I was the only one on the board that did not accept the negotiated conditions with Rob. But there was one request that the board made that was not met in those revised conditions, and that was postponing the application for better flow data. So that's all I'm proposing now. If that condition is added, then we will try to protect the stream. I think we'll get enough volunteers to protect the stream, because that was the one condition that was not met in our board's request. The others, and the membership did vote to accept those conditions, but at the same time, our membership was all completely still 100%. Everyone, Tom Alvey, everyone said this in-stream flow is useless to us and probably useless to the fish.
Comments, Mr. Astor. And if there is no more discussion, we need to move on to our in-stream flow acquisition section.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
staff. We've been bringing a lot of acquisitions to you all, and we're going to be bringing more. So I'm going to give you a little context on the types of acquisitions. So what we just heard about was an appropriation. So that's a new junior water rate of natural flow coming down the stream between an upper and a lower terminus. An acquisition is when we acquire a water rate that already exists to put it back in the stream. There's two basic types in my mind of acquisitions. And these two statutes kind of control the two different types. The first one is under Article 92, so title in our statute book. Title 37 is all about water. 3792 is the 69 Act, the Water Rates and Determination Act. So in 3792, and we're in section 102, acquisitions require some sort of water court approval to use the water for in-stream flow. Well, 83, these are Division of Water Resources administrative approval for a temporary situation. If the temporary situation goes too long, then it's got to go to water court for a more permanent situation. Going to see. So the first one under 3792, these are actually can be long-term or permanent. And there's one example where you can have a short-term. So we're going to have item 10A, 10B, and then 10D all fit in that category. So item 10A, the next presentation, is a route I lease for use in the 15-mile reach. And for those, the in-stream use is already approved by those contracts. We don't have to go to water court again for that. 10B, the Mineral Point Ditch, that is a new acquisition from the Bureau of Land Management. And the water court, a change case is required on that one. And same with 10D, the Shoshone acquisition of that water right, water court change will be required. So those two are going to go to water court for a change case. Talk about today, Lisa's going to present is 10C, which is actually, this is an implementation of an approval that's already happened. Division of Water Resources already approved this lease, and this is an implementation year. So we need your approval to fund the implementation year. And that's 10C. We're also going to do a rulemaking hearing for another temporary loan addition. And that's where we can use the storage releases to be used in streams where we don't already have an existing in-stream flow. So we need to promulgate new rules to be able to implement that statute. So anyway, this is one way to keep them separate. On one path, you go to water court for approval. The other path, you go to Division of Water Resources for approval. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa. I think she's 10 A, B, and C, and then I'll come back for D. Thanks.
And good afternoon to everyone. For the record, I'm Lisa Bright-Unger, and I'm with the CWCB Stream and Lake Protection Section. This afternoon, I will be giving 3 presentations on 3 different types of acquisitions. The first type of acquisition is considered the short-term lease for a storage water right released from a reservoir to an existing in-stream flow reach. The first presentation is for agenda item 10A. The proposed water use agreement with Garfield County to lease Root Eye Reservoir water for in-stream flow use on the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River in Water Division 5. Board's action to approve another 2-year water use agreement with Garfield County and to implement and fund the cost for the first annual lease for 2025. Following board procedures for a short-term lease acquisition, details on the proposed water use agreement were presented at the March 2025 board meeting, and no request for a hearing was received following the initial presentation. Therefore, formal action is required for this item at this meeting. Last board meeting, Garfield County has storage water rights in Root Eye Reservoir. The water gets released from Root Eye Reservoir and is shepherded down by the Division of Water Resources to the 15-mile reach. These short-term leases are existing in-stream flow rights are supplemented in the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River. They preserve and improve the natural environment and help meet flow targets identified by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which support the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program. implemented short-term leases of Root Eye Water with Garfield since 2020. The proposed agreement with Garfield County allows for the implementation of up to 2 separate short-term annual leases. This year, Garfield is offering up to 350 acre-feet at $84.95 per acre-foot. I've provided the CWCB with an evaluation and recommendation regarding the proposed water use agreement. Colorado Parks and Wildlife has a long history of supporting the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program and supports the efforts of the CWCB to use their acquisition tools to help meet critical habitat needs for the endangered fish species in the 15-mile reach. These temporary annual leases also directly benefit several other native warm water fish species. CWCB staff will continue to coordinate reservoir releases with Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the other agencies to minimize recreational impacts in the Frying Pan River and will adhere to ramping rates and other considerations from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Staff also received a letter of support for Garfield County's water use agreement from Western Resources Advocates. This first annual lease for the 2-year agreement is $29,732.50, and staff recommends using funds from the Species Conservation Trust Fund. Staff recommends that the board approves Garfield County's 2-year water use agreement for 2025 and 2026. We also recommend implementing and authorizing the $29,732.50 to fund the first year lease.
Curious as to the basis of the rate, the volumetric rate, if that's a cost of service or where that might come from.
You mean the $84? That's what Garfield County determined that they were going to charge for it.
Is there any unleased water remaining from the pool that Garfield has control of?
Before you from staff, is there a motion?
Agenda item 10A.
Thank you, Director Combs.
I'll second.
Thank you, Director Haas. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
I'm Lisa Bright-Unger with CWCB staff. This presentation is about a permanent acquisition as a perpetual lease for an in-stream flow as a beneficial use. It is agenda item 10B for the proposed permanent acquisition for an interest in Mineral Point Ditch water right on Burrows Creek for in-stream flow use as a perpetual lease with the U.S. Bureau Land of Management in Water Division 7. Is required for this item at this meeting. The board will use a 2-meeting process to consider the proposed lease. Today's meeting is the first of the 2 meetings. This meeting initiates the 120-day review process and begins a 20-day period at which any person may request the board to hold a hearing on the proposal. This first presentation of this proposal provides an opportunity for the board and the public to identify questions or concerns that staff will address now or at the next meeting. If no hearing is requested, then the board could take action on the proposal at the July meeting. BLM, in partnership with the Colorado Water Conservation Board, has proposed a perpetual lease acquisition for an interest in the Mineral Point Ditch water right on Burroughs Creek in San Juan County for in-stream flow purposes to preserve the environment to a reasonable degree. Mineral Point Ditch historically was a trans-basin diversion that exported water from the Animas Basin Water Division 7 into the Uncompahgre River Basin Water Division 4. With this proposed acquisition, it would benefit the Animas River system and restore flows to Burroughs Creek. Because this is a permanent acquisition, if approved, it will then require a water court change case. River, which flows into the Animas River, which flows into the San Juan River in New Mexico. Burroughs Creek is approximately 13 miles north of Silverton. The creek is 1.3 miles long and located at a very high altitude with elevations ranging from above tree line from 12,400 feet at the headwaters to 11,600 feet at the confluence with North Fork Animas River. The reach of the stream proposed for use of the acquired Mineral Point Ditch water right extends from the historic location of the Mineral Point Ditch diversion down almost a mile to the confluence of Burroughs Creek with the North Fork Animas River. Within the Bonita Peak Mining District Superfund site, specifically the Boston Mine site, which received its designation due to heavy metal discharge from historic mining operations in a watershed that was already characterized by high levels of naturally occurring heavy metals. The BLM purchased the Mineral Point Ditch water right to restore flows to Burroughs Creek and to better manage acid mine drainage from the Superfund site. Point Ditch had sufficient capacity to divert the entire base flow out of Burroughs Creek. In depleting the flows, it also depleted streamside wetlands and drastically reduced the amount of stream habitat available to the aquatic macroinvertebrate community. Granting the CWCB the right to use the full amount of the Mineral Point Ditch water right, which is decreed for 11 cubic feet per second for the perpetual lease. The stream flow in Burroughs Creek is highly variable seasonally and from year to year due to variations in snowpack and timing of snowmelt. The CWCB and the BLM coordinated extensively with the Southwestern Water Conservation District to analyze the sporadic historical water use with their limited records. They concluded that the proposal would recommend average monthly flow rates for seasonal use from June through September for a potential water court change case. Most of the potential in-stream flow acquisition benefits restores flows to Burroughs Creek from June through September, manages acid mine drainage from the Superfund site, improves streamside wetlands, increases stream habitat available to aquatic macroinvertebrate community. But what I haven't mentioned yet is that the BLM also recommended a new in-stream flow appropriation on Burroughs Creek designed to work together with this proposed acquisition to provide year-round flow protection. The appropriation is separate from the acquisition and is going through its own entirely different approval process that Laura Corona spoke about before me. Water right was originally used as a trans-basin diversion, so historically has been considered fully consumed, which also means that there are no historical return flows to be analyzed, therefore no potential return flow obligations in a change case. Even though there were sporadic records, the CWCB believes the information available provides a sufficient picture of how this water right was historically used to execute a water court change case without injury. have authorization to permanently transfer ownership of federal property to other parties, but it does have the authority to lease property to other parties if the lease will assist with accomplishing BLM's land management objectives. So the CWCB would manage the perpetual lease with no charge from the BLM for the use of their water rights as an in-stream flow. Board application for a change case would be submitted to add in-stream flow as a beneficial use. You invite Roy Smith from the BLM to provide comments of support, and afterwards then we can take some questions.
Water rights and in-stream flow protection coordinator for the Bureau of Land Management in Colorado. I'm going to keep you have a long agenda today, so I'm going to keep my comments very brief. I just wanted to talk about why we think that this particular lease will have so many benefits. Is what's driving BLM's acquisition of this particular water right is that BLM receives tens of millions of dollars from the US Congress every year for what's called our abandoned mined land program. And the money is used to remediate and restore historic mine sites across the West. And that program for BLM is particularly active in Colorado because we have so many historic mining districts. BLM actually manages most of the public land in and around the historic mining districts around Leadville, north of Silverton, and in the Bonanza area and the north end of the San Luis Valley. And the real driver of this acquisition is that we've been planning a long time to remediate a large mine site called the Boston Mine in the headwaters of the Animas River. And that remediation project is actually, the construction is actually underway as we speak. We got started on it last fall, and then as soon as the snow clears up at 12,000 feet, we'll be back at work up there again this year. And the Mineral Point ditch runs right through the Boston mine site. You can see there's a photo of the ditch here, and to completely remediate the site without having to work in and around an active ditch, BLM decided it would just be much better if we could acquire the ditch and close it because it would have benefits for remediation and benefits for Burroughs Creek. And you can see from this photo here that the ditch embankments are actually constructed with mine tailings. So every time the irrigator turned on the ditch, water would leach through those tailings and deliver more contaminated water to the upper part of the Animas watershed. So the ditch itself is a water quality problem. And so that was one of the reasons that BLM wanted to acquire it. The other reason is the ditch is about 1,000 feet long. We'd be able to fill in and revegetate the ditch through the site. And then there was a substantial push-up dam / diversion structure in Burroughs Creek that impeded the functioning of the creek, and we'd be able to address that and put the creek back into its natural state. The Boston mine itself, there's larger things going on in the watershed, like Lisa mentioned. The hydrology of Burroughs Creek was drastically affected by this ditch. When it was open and operating, especially during base flow periods, it was capable of diverting the entire flow of Burroughs Creek. And what that did is it really impaired the ability of Burroughs Creek to flush and remove heavy metals that were accumulating in the creek, both naturally from the watershed and from historic mining. Also, next to Burroughs Creek, there's a large wetland community that has some special wetland types in it called fens. And these wetland types are particularly important for filtering out and keeping in place heavy metals and keeping them from going into stream systems. And the ditch was desiccating and dewatering those wetlands and impairing their function. So not only will it help the stream, but it will help the wetlands next to the stream. And then finally, we wanted to contribute to restoring some of the natural hydrology in the Animas River watershed, and terminating a Trans Mountain diversion helps with restoring that natural hydrology. Is that this turned out to be an amazing partnership project. It started with the U.S. Congress. The U.S. Congress gave us money through the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund and through BLM's appropriations through the Abandoned Mine Land Program to purchase this water right for about $300,000. But the water right also had some significant tidal problems, and BLM cannot pay to fix title problems for sellers of property to the federal government. So we brought in Trout Unlimited, and Trout Unlimited worked with the seller and paid for attorney time to get those title problems resolved, which resulted in a quiet title decree from the court in Uray County that enabled BLM to purchase the water right. Finally, we worked a lot with the CWCB staff. The CWC staff was instrumental in helping us research and document the historical diversions, and were instrumental in helping us develop terms and conditions for the upcoming water court change case that were necessary from the perspective of some of the stakeholders in the watershed. And then finally, I've put the logo of the Southwest Water Conservation District in here, and I like to think of them as a partner, because we told them even before we bought the water right that we were planning on doing so. They were very supportive, because the district, of course, would like to see more water stay within its jurisdiction. But the district was at the table the whole time, helping us figure out the legal issues that would have to be resolved in order to acquire this water right and go through the change case. So the whole thing is a project that built partnerships, and I think wherever we can in the state, we need to focus on building these kind of partnerships that solve problems. So with that, BLM just ask, when you make your final decision at the board meeting where you'll do so, that you support this particular perpetual lease.
With CWCB staff. This presentation is about implementing an acquisition that is a renewable temporary lease for a storage water right released from a reservoir to an existing in-stream flow reach. It is agenda item 10C to implement an approved lease of Stagecoach Reservoir water for in-stream flow use on the Upper Yampa River in Water Division 6. Water Trust to lease water stored by the Upper Yampa in Stagecoach Reservoir. Then in turn, the Colorado Water Trust entered into a 10-year water delivery agreement with the CWCB that permits the Colorado Water Trust to sublease their leased Stagecoach water to the CWCB for in-stream flow use. During the first time the 10-year contract was executed, the temporary in-stream flow subleases were implemented in 2012, 2013, and 2017. Now, under this second 10-year contract, the temporary in-stream flow sublease was implemented for the first year in 2024. Today, we are recommending the board to implement the temporary in-stream flow lease and approve funding for 2025. Yampa for hydropower generation. 2, supplement minimum flow amounts in the Yampa River in-stream flow reach, potentially provide flows to improve the natural environment by enhancing habitat, conditions for sport and native fish, and possibly made available for additional downstream beneficial uses. In previous years, Colorado Water Trust utilized the leased stagecoach water to increase flows through the city of Steamboat Springs, improving conditions for aquatic habitat and recreation on the Yampa River. This transaction, Upper Yampa determined the price per acre foot of the leased stagecoach water is $55.01 per acre foot in 2025. Staff suggests approving $250,000 up to 4,544 acre feet of leased water from the CWCB Construction Fund. Pursuant to the CWCB Policy 19, which establishes priorities and procedures for the expenditure of the CWCB construction funds, all Policy 19 requirements have been fulfilled. The CWCB partners with the Colorado Water Trust for this temporary lease. The Colorado Water Trust had a very successful fundraising campaign and might be able to contribute more to the cost of this transaction. Therefore, all of the $250,000 being requested today might not all need to be spent. And then it is recommended that the board, 1, direct staff to implement the 2025 temporary in-stream flow lease with the Colorado Water Trust, and 2, authorize an expenditure of $250,000 from the construction fund for up to 4,544 acre feet of stagecoach water. And I'm not sure if there was going to be somebody here from Upper Yampa to speak. I don't think so. So, any questions?
Do you have any questions? Director Wind?
Forgive me for sounding like a broken record. What's the basis of the annual rate from Upper Yampa?
I'm not sure.
Rob Veal, CWCB staff. Once again, Director Wind, it's based on their the release prices for other uses as well.
So there's other similar uses being released from the reservoir at the same price? And to what volumes?
That would be a good question that I don't have the answer to right now.
Perhaps what I'm getting at is it just seems like kind of an evaluation of the cost of service of storing that water and releasing it should be some metric in terms of what the appropriate rate should be for releasing water for this purpose.
Noted.
Okay.
And Director Combs?
Yeah, I see, Lisa, that you you have listed that this $250,000 cap shouldn't prohibit future acquisitions for 2025. How far will that go into the future, saying that if you have these other funds that will help us maybe not spend that 250,000? However, what's the security of these alternative funds so that in the future we don't get into that if this is going to be the lease at those rates?
I think you're asking if we will every time ask for the full amount when we won't actually be using it. Is that what you're asking?
Well, what I'm saying is it says here that that's going to be 25% of the total acquisition funds available. And so what's the limiting factor that becomes on one acquisition versus what we can do the rest of the state if we can't get those alternative funds to help subsidize this 250?
Okay, there's $1 million that is appropriated every year in that construction fund. So it is 25% of that.
And so then you think that the memo says that it should, it is not anticipated that an expenditure of this amount will limit funding for additional in-stream flow acquisitions in 2025. That's
So
just because of that additional funding, correct?
So we have enough money to cover the other projects that are coming in.
Okay. And you think that that's the future as well?
I don't know about the future, but
No, but for this, Rob Veal, CWC staff, for this year, that is our analysis, that we will have additional funds available for other projects if needed. Okay. And that, as Lisa said, that fund is replenished yearly at the beginning of the fiscal year.
I'm just saying
Up to the amount that hasn't been used. So it replenished up to the $1 million. Doesn't go above it ever, but it just replenishes what has been spent out of there.
Okay.
And we won't spend, I mean, we're only gonna pay for the amount that's being released, so whatever. If Colorado Water Trust provides more money than that 250, if it's not spent, it'll go back into the bucket.
Okay. I'm not wanting to jeopardize how much we have in the future moving forward because of this being a lease. The repetitive nature of it, I guess, is what I'm asking about. Its impact on the repetitive nature of our future budgets towards this. That's it.
Yeah, and this will have no obligation moving forward that we'd have to expenditure more money again in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any more questions? Okay. Hearing none. Do I hear a motion to approve staff's recommendation for to direct staff to implement the temporary info stream lease with CWT for 2025 and authorize expenditures up to $250,000 from the construction fund up to 4,544 acre feet of stagecoach water.
I move to approve 10C.
Okay, thank you. Motion made. Do I hear a second? Dr. Gibbs. Motion made in second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, motion made. It's second and congratulations passed. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
And Director Nguyen, before we bring these again, I think in future memos, we'll provide that evaluation of the costs relative that you were requesting as well. Okay, good afternoon. I'm sorry to sound like a broken record too. Rob Veal, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 10D, the proposed acquisition of an interest in the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow use on the Colorado River. This acquisition presents a significant opportunity for a public-private partnership concerning a major water right vital both to the east and west slopes of Colorado, which I think you can see by the interest in the audience today. I guess you can't say we don't fill the house. So this possibility has emerged after decades of discussion about maintaining the historical flow regime in the event that the Shoshone hydropower generation and associated water rights usage ceases. This initial presentation of this proposal provides an opportunity for the board and the public to identify questions or concerns that staff and project partners can address at this or subsequent meetings. So there's going to be a lot. I'm going to warn you. And so, Chair Cloud, if we need to take a break sometime during this presentation too, please let us know. We can just stop and reconvene as well, because I know it's rather lengthy. So
thank you.
So as detailed in staff's memo.
Wait, yeah, sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry, Rob. Sorry. I did just want to call Jackie Caliclio, maybe give her an opportunity for a brief introduction. You might have noticed that she and Jen sort of swapped places very quickly and quietly. But Jackie Caliclio is from the Attorney General's office, and she's going to be representing the board as conflicts counsel on the Shoshone issue, and also will make a reprise appearance next meeting in July for our in-stream flow hearing. But Jackie, if there's anything you want to say kind of at the outset, since the board is just meeting you now. Yeah,
No,
thank you.
Pleasure to meet you all. It's been wonderful to watch how you operate and working with some of the staff thus far. I'm here to be a resource for you all during this very important issue, and we get a practice run on administrative procedure hearing with 6K next meeting. So pleasure to be with you all. I'm here for any questions when it comes to Shoshone. Thank you so much.
On here. Jen is still here. She's in the audience, Counselor Mealy, but she'll be providing legal advice to the staff in this conversation. Is that right? Okay.
That's correct.
More or less. Yeah. Thank you.
So this is part of the program where I apologize to Director Riss for trying to steal the board's attorney. So
I know you're just really anxious to move along here, so it's okay.
Okay. So today's presentation will hopefully be a comprehensive overview that will highlight the most important aspects of this acquisition. So Kaylee White and I will review the ISF process, previous board action, and the board's role in the acquisition process, along with the factors that shall be considered as part of any board final action. Andy Mueller and Amy Moyer from the River District will provide a summary of the background of the project, information on the project partners and funding, along with an overview of the purchase and sales agreement. And I believe Brad McLeod from Public Service Company of Colorado will provide the current water rights owner perspective and goals of the project. We'll also have James Heath, the Division 5 engineer, give a brief overview of the current administration of the Colorado River. And Katie Birch and Kendall Backich from Colorado Parks and Wildlife will provide information on CPW's biological evaluation of this project. So to ensure that we use our allocated time as efficiently as possible, and because later information may address some questions that the board may have, we appreciate if we could hold our questions until the end of the presentation if possible to see if we answer them along the way. Okay, so the good news, the required action for today, there is none. There's no required action, so we can get that out of the way. However, today does mark the beginning of the 120-day review period during which the board will evaluate this proposed in-stream flow acquisition. Ultimately, the board will be required to evaluate the appropriateness of the acquisition and, if accepted, to determine how to best utilize the acquired water to preserve and improve the natural environment, which will be subject to any terms and conditions imposed by the final change of water right decree. As outlined in the previous agenda items, the board considers various types of in-stream flow acquisition. This proposal is for a permanent acquisition governed by statute 3792-102-3. And because it's a permanent acquisition, as I mentioned, if approved, a change of water right application will be necessary in water court. The co-applicants in this case would be the Colorado Water Conservation Board, the River District, and the Public Service Company of Colorado. This timeline outlines the key steps in this acquisition process. As you can see, it began with the submission of the official offer letter by the Colorado River District and Public Service Company of Colorado on May 6th. And public notice the first meeting occurred on May 13th. We're currently at the second dot in this process, which is the first meeting of the CWCB to consider the acquisition. 20 days after today is the deadline for any party to file a written notice to contest this acquisition. And if a hearing is requested, the board has two options. One, it can convey a special meeting of the board or wait until the next regularly scheduled meeting in July to consider any such request and may, in its sole discretion, grant or deny such a request. If the board does grant the request of a hearing for the board, will appoint a hearing officer to establish the procedure for which the evidence is offered. If needed, at least 30 days prior to the hearing date, notice will be provided again to the persons proposing the acquisition, all interested parties known to the board, and all persons on the ISF subscription mailing list. So the next step would be a second board meeting, which could be an uncontested ISF acquisition, which could happen in July, or a hearing on this matter. In either case, this is where the board would need to take final action on any staff recommendation. And the final action must occur within 120 days of today, which will be conveniently be September 18th, which is the scheduled second day of the board meeting, or the third day of the board meeting in September. The next step, if the board approves this acquisition, would be for the ISF agreement to be executed and the water court application for a change of water right to be filed. And as I said, as part of this change water court process, terms and conditions will be included to make sure that injury does not occur to water rights upstream or downstream of the Shoshone water rights. So transparency and public input are crucial to this process. As required by the in-stream flow rules, several public notices and requests for recommendations have already been sent. As mentioned earlier in this process, a public notice was sent to the in-stream flow subscription mailing list and the substitute water supply plan list in Water Division 5, which are roughly together about 1,000 individuals. And subsequently, letters of recommendations were sent to the U.S. Forest Service, which is housed in the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The Bureau of Land Management was housed in the Department of Interior, and to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. In most acquisitions, the biological analysis from Colorado Parks and Wildlife isn't typically provided until the second meeting of this process. But due to the importance and complexity of this acquisition, CPW has already completed its evaluation, which has been submitted to the board in its materials. To provide some context regarding the board's previous involvement with this acquisition or proposed acquisition, we can review some of the key actions to date. In September of 2023, the River District applied for a non-reimbursable project towards purchasing the Shoshone water rights. CWCB staff held a workshop in January 2024 to provide an overview of the project and the funding request. And at the January 2024 meeting, the CWCB approved the $20 million funding request. In May of 2024, the CWCB project bill was approved through House Bill 1435 and appropriated $20 million for this project from the construction fund and set a deadline of June 30th, 2031 for these funds to be spent. So with that background and procedural overview established, we can turn attention to the specifics of the proposed acquisition itself. So the proposed acquisition is as follows. The River District will purchase the Shoshone water rights from Public Service Company of Colorado and maintain ownership. Public Service Company of Colorado will lease back these rights for hydropower use until the plant is no longer in operation. And the CWCB will hold a perpetual lease for the exclusive right to use the water rights for in-stream flow use in the Shoshone Reach when water is not being fully used or is only being partially used for hydropower. The proposed ownership structure is fairly common for ISF acquisitions and has been done multiple times in the past. So the Shoshone water rights have two decree water rights. The first, the CNO right, is for 1,250 cubic feet per second with an appropriation date of January 7th, 1902. The second, a junior right, appropriated in 1929, is for 158 CFS. Combined, these total 1,408 CFS and are what we refer to as the Shoshone water rights. The current proposals for CWCB to utilize these rights, respecting their individual priorities, up to the full combined amount of the 1,408 CFS, as recommended by Colorado Parks and Wildlife to preserve and improve the natural environment. And once again, this is subject to terms and conditions and any limitations imposed as part of the water court case. The Shoshone water rights apply to a specific 2.4 mile reach of the Colorado River. The water is diverted at the Shoshone Diversion Dam and Tunnel, the upper terminus, and then returns to the river downstream at the Shoshone Power Plant discharge, the lower terminus. The picture on the left is looking upstream at the Shoshone Dam, with the diversion occurring out of view to the left. The picture on the right is looking straight at the penstocks leading down to the turbines in the powerhouse. And you can see the outflow from the power generation coming straight at us. Water from the Colorado River is moving from the right of that picture to the left. And one thing that you can notice that these structures have been there for a long period of time, as these pictures show a lack of I-70 in the pictures. So. So this map provides the geographical context for the Shoshone Reach. Located within Glenwood Canyon, it starts approximately 7 miles downstream from the Dotsero Gauge and ends about 5 miles up from the city of Glenwood Springs. This is the reach. The reach from the upper and lower terminus is about 2.4 miles long. And it's worth noting on this map that there's other in-stream flow protections already in place in some of the few small tributaries that enter the Colorado River within this canyon. So with that brief introduction, I'd like to bring up Andy Mueller and Amy Moyer from the River District to provide their perspectives.
Well, thank you, Rob, and thank you, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Andy Mueller. I'm the General Manager at the Colorado River District. I'm going to be very brief and let Amy Moyer take the lead on this, but I wanted to just convey the excitement that the River District and our 30 partners in this event opportunity have here on the West Slope to really do something that is available once in a generation, preserving an in-stream flow and a water right that impacts every single water user and the environment from the headwaters of the Colorado River all the way to our state line. And we really appreciate your diligence. We understand the packet was very thick. That is largely our fault. So we apologize that you had to read through so much. But importantly, we want to thank the staff that you have in the in-stream flow section, your Attorney General who staffs that section, and the CPW staff. They did a tremendous amount of work on this effort to help us verify the benefits of this offer. It is really an exciting one. At the end, during public comment, you'll hear from a representative sample of our coalition. We've tried to keep that down. We have a lot of people on the Western Slope who are excited about this, but we also know that you would be here till tomorrow morning if you had to listen to every person who wanted to comment about it. So we have tried to be conscientious on that time. I want to hand this off real quickly to our partner, Xcel Energy. They have been, we spent 20 years talking to them about this right. And since we entered into the agreement back in December of 2023, they have been a fantastic partner in trying to figure out how to do this the right way for the entire state. So with that, I want to turn it over to Brad McLeod, who is the area manager for communications for Western Colorado. Mr. McLeod.
Thank you very much. As Andy stated, Mr. Mueller stated, I am Brad McLeod. I am the area manager in Western Colorado for Xcel Energy, Public Service Company of Colorado. One would like to thank the Colorado Water Conservation Board for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of PSCO and Xcel Energy. PSCO is the owner and operator of the Shoshone Hydroelectric Generating Station located on the Colorado River just east of Glenwood Springs, Colorado. The plant operations have exercised the Shoshone water rights and harnessed the power of the Colorado River to generate electricity for over 100 years. Due to the age and location of the power plant, PSCO owns some of the oldest, largest, and most senior water rights on the Colorado River, something I'm certain that most of you are aware of. The exercise of these non-consumptive water rights for hydroelectric generation provides a balance to the system of administration of the water rights on the Colorado River, something that water users on both sides of the Continental Divide have come to depend on and take the benefit from. After several years of discussion, as Mr. Mueller stated, in late 2023, PSCO and the River District entered into what many would say is a historic and significant public-private partnership with the goal of protecting the historic flow of the water on the Colorado River, resulting from the call of the Shoshone water rights through the addition of an in-stream flow use. The addition of the in-stream flow use for the existence of the Shoshone water rights and keeping the water in the Colorado River will preserve, improve the natural environment, and ultimately benefit the water users of and the state of Colorado overall across the state. I am happy and honored and pleased to be standing here before you and ask the Colorado Water Conservation Board join PSCO, the River District, and their many stakeholders in the next phase of the partnership and accept a perpetual interest in the Shoshone water rights for the in-stream flow use. Thank you very much for your time. I will defer back to Andy and his staff.
Hey, thank you, Brad. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Amy Moyer with the Colorado River District. As you have heard from both Andy and Brad, we are here today to formally offer to the Colorado Water Conservation Board an interest in the exclusive right to use the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow purposes. And in addition to Andy and representatives from Public Service Company of Colorado, I am joined here today by Peter Fleming, our General Counsel, Brendan Langenheisen, our Director of Technical Advocacy, who can also support in the discussion and questions at the appropriate time. Like Andy mentioned, I also want to recognize multiple representatives of our broader West Slope Coalition. This is a complex project. It takes a strong team at the Colorado River District with my additional colleagues behind me, and it takes the broad-based coalition to move this project forward. I'm going to also cover a lot of information. So to give you an overview, I'm going to cover the history and intent of this project, an overview of the purchase and sale agreement and the contingencies that are within that, give you a status update on funding and the broad base of support for this project, talk about the River District's data collection and habitat study efforts that have supported this in-stream flow offering, I'm going to talk about the role of historical use in this process, and then wrap up with why does this matter? Why is this so important? And why do these water rights represent shared values across the state? But before I do that, I have a few key takeaways to think about during my presentation and what you're going to hear through the remaining speakers and those in public comment. And that's that the Shoshone water rights have a strong public value and benefit to the state of Colorado. And second, the data collection and habitat study efforts, along with the expertise of CWCB staff and the professional opinions of Colorado Parks and Wildlife staff, demonstrate that these water rights will preserve and improve the natural environment. And third, these water rights are critically important to a broad-based growing coalition, and this has long been the Western Slope's top water priority. And finally, today is truly an historic day. This is a momentous step forward for this project. This continues the historic effort for the in-stream flow program to help secure these water rights for the benefit of future generations. But to discuss this offer, I want to set the stage, and Brad and Andy and Rob have already done that a bit, to talk about the history behind these water rights. I also, like Roy, got a little too excited. And recognize that these water rights have been exercised for over a century. Since beginning operations in 1909, the Shoshone Hydroelectric Power Plant has used Colorado River water to create hydroelectric energy by means of two large and very senior non-consumptive water rights. Rob did a nice job of talking about the senior water right with a 1902 appropriation date and a junior water right with a 1929 appropriation date. And collectively, these water rights carry a total right of 1408 cubic feet per second. And to operate the power plant, water is diverted from the Colorado River near the Hanging Lake Tunnel in Glenwood Canyon. It then travels about 2.5 miles through a tunnel before taking a steep drop to create clean energy by spinning the turbines below, and the water returns to the Colorado River. But the importance of these water rights is far beyond their ability to create clean energy. The long-standing exercise of these water rights has commanded flows along the Colorado River that is essential to the health of the Colorado River. It provides valuable ecosystem benefits, habitat benefits, and provides benefits to a multitude of water users as that water continues downstream, to our agricultural producers, to our recreationalists, to those that rely on this water for drinking water purposes, and all of the communities that rely on the value of this river to their economies and to their communities. And at the outset, I also want to be clear about what this project is and is not. The Shoshone Water Rights Preservation Project is aimed at protecting the flow regime created by the historical exercise of the Shoshone water rights as they have existed for over a century. This goal is intended to be accomplished by assigning to CWCB in perpetuity and irrevocably the right to use the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow purposes when they are not being used for hydropower production. This project does not seek to enlarge the water right. This will be enforced and protected through the standards in water court that I will touch on a little bit more in a bit. Securing the permanent protection of these water rights has again long been the Western Slope's top priority. I think many can argue that this has been the River District's top priority since our inception in 1937. And like Rob mentioned, this project has accelerated over the last few decades. It has certainly accelerated when the Colorado River District entered into a purchase and sale agreement with Public Service Company of Colorado in December of 2023 to acquire and permanently protect these water rights for a purchase price of $99 million. The purchase and sale agreement has 4 contingencies and closing conditions. These are also acknowledged as conditions of the state of Colorado's funding appropriation. The first condition, the reason we are here today, is to execute an in-stream flow agreement with the Colorado Water Conservation Board to use the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow purposes, again, when the rights are not being used for hydropower generation. It also requires approval in water court. So Rob mentioned that the intent is that the River District, Public Service Company of Colorado, and CWCB will jointly file an application in Water Court to add the additional beneficial use of in-stream flow. We also need to secure the funding commitments for the $99 million purchase price, and this sale requires final approval by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, and we expect an anticipated closing date of December 31st, 2027. I want to start by talking about the funding progress to date. This is a bright spot in this project. It's an area where I personally have been spending a tremendous amount of my time, and it's emblematic of the tremendous regional support for this project. This slide is becoming harder and harder to read because of the financial contributions and the expanse of that. So to walk you through where we are to date, the River District, at the same time we signed the purchase and sale agreement in December of 2023, committed $20 million of our funds towards this effort. We then went to all of our local partners, and to date, 32 local and regional entities across Colorado's western slope have collectively committed just over 17 million. And as we've been talking to all of the town councils, boards, commissions of these 32 municipalities and regional partners, every decision to commit funds has been a unanimous vote by these governing boards and bodies. And we still have more communities that are reaching out and ready to give. Most recently, Pitkin County joined our financial contributors with a $1 million contribution. I was just in front of the town of Basalt last week, 2 entities that are off of the main stem, and we have more communities that are looking to consider funding contributions. The state of Colorado, like Rob had mentioned, through a unanimous vote by this board and with strong support from the Colorado General Assembly from both sides of the divide, appropriated $20 million last legislative session through the 2024 Water Projects Bill. And the final piece of the puzzle is our federal funding announcement. In January 2025, the Bureau of Reclamation announced a $40 million contribution for this effort, bringing the total funds committed to date just over $97 million, again, out of a $99 million purchase price in less than 2 years since we signed the purchase and sale agreement. And while the federal funding commitment is being reviewed, as are many funding commitments by the current administration, we are actively working and engaging with the Bureau of Reclamation. We are optimistic that the broad support and clear public benefits of this project will ensure that that federal announcement and investment continues. And in terms of timing with the purchase and sale agreement, these funding efforts are well ahead of schedule. The purchase and sale agreement requires us to have these funding commitments at the conclusion of the water court process. And so again, we are confident that we can continue to fulfill this obligation and can continue to mobilize the broad base of support and funding, which is a great segue into and acknowledging that this is a broad base of coalition beyond the financial contributors. I want to recognize that you do have a large packet, and linked in your packet of materials are over 50 letters of support that are in companion with our federal funding request. We worked with staff to not make your packet any longer by including those letters in your packet. So I want to make sure you don't miss that link. It's on page 17 of the River District's technical memo. It's also on page 107 of your board materials. But it includes letters from over 58 entities that represent collectively over 100 different voices, from our elected officials, from economic partnerships, from water providers on both the irrigation and drinking water side. It includes environmental and recreation organizations that are all standing together to protect these water rights. Considerable amount of time and effort at the River District to help with data collection and habitat study efforts. We believe the core determination for the board is whether the in-stream flow use of the Shoshone water rights will preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. And so in that lens, we have been supporting the CWCB and CPW's efforts to lead several data collection and habitat study efforts that demonstrate that these water rights do in fact improve the natural environment through protected flows and an increased wetted area that is suitable for fish habitat. You're going to hear more about these studies in Colorado Parks and Wildlife's analyses. And again, these studies are based on the Shoshone Reach that Rob walked you through. It's approximately 2.4 mile stretch of the Colorado River in Glenwood Canyon. It starts at the Shoshone Power Plant Diversion Dam, again near Hanging Lake Tunnel, and ends at the Shoshone Power Plant's discharge outlets, mimicking the way that these water rights are used for hydropower purposes. The Shoshone Water Reach is where the CWCB will use the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow purposes. And as you can see in a bird's eye picture of the Shoshone Reach, the aquatic habitat, the existing aquatic habitat includes riffles, pools, runs, and rapids. It supports multiple fish species of trout, native suckers, mountain whitefish, and sculpins, as well as an algae and macroinvertebrate population. The typical hydrology of this reach is a high flow runoff period with a mean peak flow of about 10,000 CFS in the late spring and early summer, followed by low flow conditions that at times can be considered dewatered when the plant is fully operating during the late summer and winter. The Colorado River District engaged with two consultant teams, Dr. Bill Miller of Freshwater Consulting and Ecosystem Sciences, to evaluate the habitat suitability within the Shoshone Reach at varying flows. These reports are included in your packet. It's enclosure F, attachments 5 and 6. And at a high level, at the staff level, we've referred to the benefits as flows, fish, and fish food, so the 3 Fs. The flows, the exercise of the Shoshone water rights provides reliable base flows in all year types, but especially during the late irrigation season of dry years, which is a critical flow period for aquatic species. Again, these water rights operate on a year-round basis, which is unusual for some of our keystone water rights that are largely attached to the irrigation season. To also determine the flow benefits, the River District engaged with Hydros Consulting to also utilize the updated daily state mod model, referred to as the Upper Colorado River model, that was led by CWCB staff to update that model last fall, in part to help review the impacts of this project. But those materials are also included in your packet, enclosure F, as attachments 11 and 12. The benefits for fish, these flows provide increased and higher quality suitable habitat for species studied by CPW, including brown trout, rainbow trout, cutthroat trout, flannel mouth sucker, and mountain whitefish, as well as other native species that exist in this reach. These flows also provide improved flow conditions that support a healthy algae and macroinvertebrate community, providing important and high quality food sources and a key part of the food web. And in addition to the Dr. Miller and Ecosystem Sciences report, the Colorado River District also led an effort working closely with CWCB staff to look at the benefits of the Shoshone water rights to numerous existing in-stream flow reaches. This is included in your packet, again, enclosure F, attachment 13. And this report recognizes that the state of Colorado already looks to the headwaters as providing important ecological values. The state of Colorado currently holds over 350 decreed in-stream flow water rights on the Colorado River and its tributaries upstream of the Shoshone Power Plant. It also holds over 120 in-stream flow water rights, again, located on the main stem and tributaries below the Shoshone Power Plant. And so the seniority of the Shoshone water rights also protects base flows for these decreed in-stream flow reaches from the headwaters down to the Shoshone Power Plant by virtue of the way that the Shoshone Power Plant and the Shoshone water rights can command flows from the headwaters down to the plant. The protection of these water rights is critical for these in-stream flow reaches to also address high temperature issues and other stressors that occur, especially in the late summer and early fall. Several of these reaches are also within a stretch of river, within the Upper Colorado River wild and scenic eligible reaches. That is from Gore Canyon down to Glenwood Canyon, that contain what are called outstandingly remarkable values. That's a federal term and federal designation related to benefits to fish, recreation, scenery, and wildlife. These benefits are further contained in a report, also in your packet, completed by the U.S. Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management. It's Enclosure F, Attachment 7. The U.S. Forest Service and BLM report also acknowledges that the Shoshone water rights have been included as long-term protection measures to protect those flow-related outstandingly remarkable values. Sometimes you hear them referred to by their acronym ORVs. Roy Smith, who you've already heard from the BLM, is also here to talk in public comment about this report and about the valuable partnership that federal land management agencies are increasingly making with the water world and understanding how important those dynamics are. So in summary, based on our own analyses, we are in strong agreement with the expertise of CWCB staff and the professional opinion of Colorado Parks and Wildlife staff that the proposal for in-stream flow use for the Shoshone water rights has a strong public value and will preserve and improve the natural environment within the Shoshone Reach. And I want to just quickly see if I can go back a slide or two. This was in Rob's presentation, but Matt Nichols mentioned the data collection efforts that occurred in some really cold conditions and some strong partnership there. This is a great photo, but it's also in the winter. And so I want to thank just all of the work that went in to support these habitat suitability studies. To the benefits more broadly, I do want to discuss the importance of historical use and the importance of this determination and quantification of these water rights. I mentioned at the outset that the goal of this project is to preserve the historical flow regime of the Shoshone water rights. And we recognize that there have been comments and questions received related to the historical use analysis and the preliminary methodologies. And ever the optimist from me, there is some good news, and there's a common thread between all letters in support or those that have been critical, that there is strong statewide agreement that these water rights are worthy of protecting, and they're worthy of protecting and preserving as in-stream flows in partnership with the state of Colorado. But at the same time, we want to recognize that these historical use analyses, they are complex. There is no one set methodology to determine them, especially with a water right that's been in existence for over a century. And that is why the historical use analysis and determination by the Water Court is going to be a key part of this process. This is true again for both the methodology, it's true for the resulting volume and flow rates of the historical use. And I think the importance of this analysis for this body is the no injury standard that requires findings from Water Court that no other water rights, both upstream and downstream, are adversely impacted by the requested change of water rights. This also means that the change of the Shoshone water rights to allow the in-stream flow uses will not expand the historical use of these water rights, and it will not increase or reduce the return flows that were maintained by these historical diversions for both upstream water users and downstream water users. These existing water rights also do not create a new demand on the river or any new constraint on the state's ability to develop its compact entitlements under the Colorado River Compact. And while the process of approving a specific historical use analysis occurs within the boundaries and protections of the Water Court process, the River District did choose to submit and make available our preliminary historical use findings much earlier than is typical in these types of processes. So we made those available. They're included in your packet, Enclosure F, Attachment 8. These have also been available to the public since November and included as part of our federal funding application. And this release of our preliminary historical use analysis in part is to demonstrate to the CWCB board that these water rights have not been abandoned. They have material value to both the people and the environment of the state of Colorado. But it is preliminary, and I want to stress that. Our preliminary historical use is exactly that. It is subject to revision and refinement as additional factors are developed and as we continue discussions with interested parties. We're not asking this board to approve those methodologies or values. We're not asking the board to approve that preliminary analysis because that is the sole role of Water Court. That being said, we are always open to dialogue. We are always open to data-driven conversations, but we are in strong alignment with both the in-stream flow statutes, the in-stream flow rules that clearly provide that the quantification of historical use and the methodologies relied upon to do so is the exclusive jurisdiction of Water Court. And I think that's important for another reason, because it's designed to provide notice to all water users. So Rob mentioned the importance of providing notice for this action to the full 5,000 people on the substitute water supply plan list. We want to make sure that all interested parties, not just those here today, can be a part of that process and provides an even playing field to ensure that there aren't any claims of injury that go left unaddressed. Again, why does this matter? Why is this so important to the state of Colorado? What are the broad system-wide benefits that these Shoshone water rights provide? These water rights in this proposal align strongly with the values of the water plan. It helps support vibrant communities, thriving watersheds, robust agriculture, and resilient planning, all of the 4 core values of the water plan. And like Andy mentioned, we have representatives from our West Slope Coalition. We're going to talk about what this project means to them, their communities, and constituents. But broadly, these water rights sustain river health from the headwaters down to the state line. That's a reach of 250 miles. And these keystone water rights are critical to supporting the health of the Colorado River. It supports those that rely on this water right for drinking water by diluting flows and diluting the salinity and sediment that makes the communities that rely on these water rights for drinking water harder to treat. It supports our salt-sensitive crops like our orchards and iconic Palisade peaches in the Grand Valley. It supports critical irrigation flows for our agricultural industry. That's a $47 billion economic impact. And as many of you know, our agricultural producers are primarily family-owned farms and ranches. And finally, it strengthens our communities and economies by protecting our recreational economies and supporting countless small businesses that rely on the certainty of these flows. And so as I conclude, I want to remind the board of these key takeaways. 1, the Shoshone water rights have a strong public value and strong benefit to the state of Colorado. The data collection and habitat studies, along with the expertise and professional opinion of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, determine that these water rights will preserve and improve the natural environment. Third, these water rights are critically important to a broad-based and growing coalition on the Western Slope and remains the Western Slope's top water priority. And finally, again, this is a truly historic day. I am honored to be in front of you. I am honored to speak on behalf of our West Slope Coalition to move this project forward for future generations. We look forward to engaging with you, with state staff, with all interested parties over the next 120 days. And thank you. I will turn it back to Rob and the CWCB team.
Have us pivot a little bit and have the Water Division 5 engineer, James Heath, give a little bit of an overview of the Colorado River Administration.
Good afternoon. My name is James Heath. I'm the division engineer in Division 5. I've been asked by staff to come and present on a high-level, quick overview of water administration. My deputy, Caleb Foy, gave a more in-depth presentation at the November 2023 board meeting. So if you have want additional information, go back to that meeting presentation. About 2 primary things: the key drivers of main stem administration, as well as shepherding water around a call. Primary key drivers within the Division 5 Colorado River Basin. Large trans mountain diversions are one of them. So on the diagram, those are represented by the red lines crossing the Continental Divide. Large reservoirs, which are primarily in our headwaters, as well as large calling water rights, the Shoshone water right within Glenwood Canyon, as well as the irrigation water rights down in the Grand Valley. And then the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program also drives a lot of the operations within our basin. Trans Mountain diversions. So that first map was showing all Trans Mountain diversions across the state. Within Division 5, the Colorado River Basin, we've got 17 of those Trans Mountain diversions, which represent a vast majority of the water moving from one basin to another. There's nearly 500,000 acre feet per year that moves from the west slope to the east slope, 361,000 moving to the South Platte, and 137,000 acre feet moving to the Arkansas River Basin. Those are annual averages over the last 30 years or so. And it looks like the map disappeared on this presentation. Sorry about that. Large reservoirs are typically related to the Trans Mountain diversion projects as well. Some of them act as storage that can be delivered directly through a tunnel to the east slope, such as Granby Reservoir that can get pumped up and sent through the Adams Tunnel, Homestake Reservoir, Dillon Reservoir. Others act as augmentation supplies for some of those Trans Mountain diversions. So Williams Fork Reservoir is one of those examples. Green Mountain Reservoir is also another. Compensatory storage for some of the projects to benefit the west slope also occurred. Green Mountain Reservoir and Root Eye Reservoir are two compensatory storage buckets that the west slope benefits from. Falls on the main stem. One that we measure at the Colorado River near Dotsero gauge, the USGS gauge, which is the Shoshone Power Plant call. And then the Grand Valley Irrigators call, which we call the Cameo call. There's two gauges down in the Cameo region, one on the Colorado River and one on Plateau Creek. Which people have talked about previously. There's a 1,250 CFS senior right that's administered under a 1905 priority, and then 158 CFS junior priority, which is administered under a 1940 priority, for a total of 1,408 CFS. Both of those water rights are senior to a vast majority of the Trans Mountain diversions. The CBT project falls in between, and the Grand River Ditch is the only one up in Rocky Mountain National Park that is senior to the senior Shoshone priority. The power plant does operate year round, and during the winter time, it is driving the entire river at that point. There's 5 primary entities down there: Grand Valley Water Users Association, Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, Mesa County Irrigation District, Palisade Irrigation District, and the Grand Valley Irrigation Company. Representatives are behind me from several of those entities. Corner is what's termed the roller dam. It's in the bottom end of Tibet Canyon. That's where the first 4 entities divert their water. The lower picture is the headworks for the Grand Valley Canal, which is where GVIC diverts their water. The upper right-hand corner, there are some non-consumptive uses associated with the diversions at the roller dam. The Vinelands Power Plant is one of those that can return water to the headwaters of the 15-mile reach. They also use water to pump smaller amounts of water up to the top of Orchard Mesa to do the irrigation of their peaches and vines. That water has 2 ways it can get back to the river. They can either check it back to GVIC and help satisfy that senior priority, allowing them to divert more water at the roller dam, or that water can be released to the 15-mile reach to help habitat. Are listed here per the settlement of the check stipulation. there's 1,950 CFS that we administer for their priorities. Of the calls at both Shoshone and Cameo over the last, looks like about 30 years. The Shoshone Power Plant calls for half the year, most years. And in drier years, it's going to call for almost nearly the entire year. It's just that peak runoff, which we're just starting right now in May and June, where that call will not be on in a dry year. The irrigation water rights down at Cameo, they typically call late summer. So we're talking July, August, September, October. And this year it's looking like we'll get a call in July down there. Here is the Endangered Recovery Program. They're trying to recover 4 fish species: the bony tail, the Colorado pike minnow, the humpback chub, and the razorback sucker. On the Colorado River main stem, the focus is the 15 miles above the Gunnison River, and the upper part of that reach is that tail race from Orchard Mesa's operations. To shepherding water around a call, and it ties in all of those aspects. And I'll walk through an example to help show why we need to shepherd water. So in this example, we've just got a straight line diagram of the basin in general. We've got 1,000 CFS above Shoshone, 2,000 CFS above Cameo, and 600 CFS in the 15-mile reach. Those, we would have a call at Shoshone, and we would not have a call at Cameo. We would be under the senior call for Shoshone. Later part of the season, that's when we typically would see these flows. There's been declared HUP surplus, so there's water available to be released to the 15-mile reach out of Green Mountain Reservoir. They're looking to create 1,100 CFS in the 15-mile reach, going from 600 to 1,100 by releasing the 500 out of Green Mountain Reservoir. 1,500 at Shoshone. So if we did not shepherd that water around that call, 108 CFS now. 4 is 92 CFS of diversions upstream, whether that be in basin or trans mountain diversions. The flows at Shoshone down to 1,408. And the call would come back on and nobody else would be able to divert more above that location. But that doesn't get the intended use of that water down to the bottom of the system. We only get 2,408 down to Cameo. They don't divert anymore. They've got 1,950. And 8 down to the 15-mile reach. They were targeting 1,100 with their 500 CFS release. Release didn't make it to its intended target by allowing it to meet that the water rights there measured at .0. That 500 CFS. How do we get it down to the 15-mile reach where it's intended to be? To meet the 1,408, we shepherded around that calling location. So we deliver 1,000 CFS of native flow, 500 CFS of reservoir water. Nothing up above changes, the call doesn't change. We get 2,500 to Cameo, and we get 1,100 to the 15-mile reach as it's intended. Assuming no transit loss, so just simplified. But by doing that, we get that reservoir water to where it's intended, and it ends up benefiting the intended purpose that that water was released for. It doesn't allow for upstream juniors to continue to divert. by keeping that senior call on. You want to hold questions?
We could, or we could have James, since James is a little separated from the rest of the project, so that he can be released from some discussion.
I'll take questions then.
Do we have any questions? Questions? Oh,
I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you to my great division engineer, James, for coming and doing the presentation. So good job.
It's a very simple process. Thank you, James. On now, and we're gonna have Kayla White come up here and talk about the appropriateness of an acquisition and some of the factors as well.
Kaylee White, CWCB staff. So the appropriateness of an acquisition, this is guided by our rules, what the board shall consider and may consider. So the rules say the board shall evaluate the appropriateness of the acquisition, water rights or interest in water to preserve or improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. So the evaluation shall include certain factors, and I will walk through those factors today. And all of these are outlined and discussed in the memo itself. So factors 1, 2, and 5 seem to kind of fit together to me. It's about what is this reach, what is the flow regime, and what is the natural environment in the reach, in the Shoshone Reach. So in the 2.4 miles of the Shoshone Reach, there's no existing water rights that divert. The central part of Glenwood Canyon, but the canyon itself is nearly 15 miles long, 2,500 foot high cliff walls, sedimentary rock. As you know, the river, the flow regime starts basically in Rocky Mountain National Park, up at the Continental Divide. We're up at 14,000 feet above that. We flow 166 miles down to the Shoshone Reach. About just under a 4,500 square foot basin. So naturally, it's a snowmelt runoff regime, but of course there's significant alterations due to the different diversions. The fishery in this reach, and this acquisition will restore the habitat in the reach to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. Now, one of these factors here is more discussion of the natural environment. I'm going to turn that part over to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. They're going to discuss the natural environment and their recommendation to the board. And then I'll come back and we'll finish with the rest of the factors that we have to consider. So I think Kendall Backich is going to come up first, and then Katie Birch.
Chair and board members, it's an honor to be here today. My name is Kendall Backich. I'm the local aquatic biologist for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and it's been my privilege to manage the fishery in the Colorado River through Glenwood Canyon for the last 18 years. Let's see. Katie will follow me. She's our in-stream float coordinator. Colorado Parks and Wildlife has been given the authority to implement the policy of the state of Colorado to protect wildlife and the environment, preserve it, enhance it, and manage it for the use, benefit, and enjoyment of the people of the state and its visitors. We are guided by Colorado Parks and Wildlife's mission to perpetuate wildlife resources of the state, provide a quality park system, and enjoyable and sustainable outdoor recreation opportunities to educate and inspire current and future generations to serve as active stewards of Colorado's natural resources. Flows from high elevation mountain habitat through semi-arid and arid environments down to the ocean, and is characterized by a number of different canyons throughout that area, It's often very dry, so there are limited resources around the river, and people and ecosystems have found vital resources within the river that are important. These river ecosystems evolved to adapt to the spatially variable resources that are different through up and down the river reaches, as well as the variability through time. There's different resources are available at different times of the year. Wood Canyon, there are specific characteristics that are unique. Those include constrained, narrow channels that work their way through those high bedrock walls. There are high gradient changes through a canyon that create rapids, that create desirable recreational opportunities for whitewater recreationalists. There are deep pools and runs that organisms like fish exploit to find refuge and resources. There's also complex rock formations by those big boulders and large substrates that move down through those high velocity waters and high gradient waters that all of this creates very diverse aquatic habitats. Aquatic management in the Colorado River includes Colorado River sport fishes. You know, the very well-known brown trout and rainbow trout, as well as mountain whitefish. We also manage a variety of native species, including large-bodied river fishes known as the 3 species, which I'll tell you a little bit about in a minute, as well as small minnow species like sculpin and dace. We have 4 aquatic priorities identified in our directive. Our first priority for aquatic resources is to assure long-term health of aquatic systems, including both habitat and fisheries. We also want to provide recreational opportunities to contribute, fishing opportunities to contribute to Colorado's economy. We want to also conserve and recover our native fishes and maintain the environmental integrity and support naturally reproducing fish populations. So let me just orient you to the reach around Glenwood Springs. So from the left side of the screen, you'll see the Eagle River coming in. That's where I-70 runs along the Eagle to Dotsero, and it meets the Colorado River. That water is flowing out of high elevation, colder climates down into Glenwood Canyon that starts just below Dotsero. This area is kind of a transitional environment in the river between those high elevation cold waters as it transitions down through Glenwood Canyon and comes out near Glenwood Springs. And then it moves downstream into warmer habitats where we have critical habitat for the endangered fishes that start at Rifle, about 25 miles downstream of Glenwood, and then moves into those really dry, arid desert habitats. CPW has 6 reaches that we've monitored or surveyed for fisheries in this area around Glenwood Canyon. Starting downstream, we've got long-term monitoring sites at Newcastle and South Canyon just below Glenwood Springs, where we've been monitoring for 15 years. We have a new location that we've started monitoring in the last 5 years at No Name, which is in the lower part of Glenwood Canyon that remains watered throughout the year. It's below the outflow from Shoshone. We have the Shoshone Reach, which we just conducted our first surveys in 23 and 2024. We also have a long-term monitoring reach above Dotsero, and that information is used to inform the wild and scenic efforts. The wild and scenic portion of the Colorado River managed by the Alternative Management Stakeholder Group begins above Shoshone Dam. And we also have a long-term monitoring station in the lower Eagle River, a significant tributary just above Glenwood Canyon. So let's talk about the resident fishes to these reaches. So in all of these different locations, we have abundant trout, we have abundant whitefish. We have also documented those large-bodied river fishes, the 3 species. There's 3 of them, and 3 of them have been documented at all of our long-term monitoring sites that we return to regularly. They're fairly rare in the system, so we don't always detect them, especially if we've only been to a location a few times. So in No Name, we have documented both of the native suckers, 2 of them. At Shoshone, in our one detailed survey, we documented 1 of our native suckers. We also have the native suckers in the Eagle River, and then we've documented all 3 up at that long-term site above Dot Cerro on the Colorado River. These fishes are connected by this river. They move through the river system, and they can move downstream most of the time. And then upstream, they are impeded by the Shoshone Dam, so there's some disconnection there. But they do exist throughout the system and utilize that whole river. We also have cutthroat trout that we've detected in a couple of our reaches. They're more small stream fishes. They like colder water, higher gradient habitat, smaller stream habitat, but we do detect them near streams that they reside in and are sustained in. So that's Canyon Creek in South Canyon near Canyon Creek, and then upstream above Dot Cerro, there's a number of small tributaries that harbor native cutthroat. And they will use river resources when they're available and when they need them. And then we also have our native minnows that have been detected at all locations, the dace and sculpin. So let's talk a little bit about the 3 species. These are native Colorado fish, the bluehead sucker, the flannelmouth sucker, and the round-tailed chub. They've evolved in this large Colorado River system, and they're uniquely adapted to our western rivers. You know, these resources vary so much over time and space. They've got these really amazing life histories where they will make large movements in the river to exploit optimal reproductive habitat that might be 80 miles away from good forage resources. We've got a flannelmouth sucker that has moved from the Glenwood Canyon, above Glenwood Canyon through Shoshone Reach down to Debec that's been documented. We've got bluehead suckers that have been documented moving between large rivers like the Green and the Colorado and the Dolores. So they make huge movements. They also can be fairly long-lived. Bluehead suckers and flannelmouth suckers can live up to 30 years. So they are well adapted to our river systems that are very different and vary throughout time. They are guided by, we conserve these species through some different plans and agreements, but all of these species have declined significantly across their range. They're in about 50% of their historic range, so we're really interested in protecting them where they are and recovering them where we can. Within Colorado, our conservation actions are guided by our SWAP, the State Wildlife Action Plan. There's a 2015 version out there that identifies these as a Tier 1 species or a species of greatest conservation need. We have a new revision occurring this year that'll be out, and they're just as important of a priority in the most recent plan as they have been. There's also a 3 species conservation strategy and agreement that includes our agreement with 5 of our neighboring states, as well as the Ute and Apache tribes to conserve and protect these species. With these conservation plans, the following conservation actions are a priority. The major threats to these species are the alteration of the natural flow regime. This has caused significant habitat degradation, including fragmentation and habitat loss, as well as the introduction of non-native fish. And these altered flow regimes can benefit those non-native fish that then hybridize, predate, and compete with our native fishes. Priority efforts for conservation include restoring habitat and natural flow processes. That includes the securing of in-stream flow rights. We also want to restore and maintain river connectivity, and especially long-distance connectivity in the river is incredibly important to these native fishes. That'll also help control non-native fish by making the habitat less less inhabitable by those species, but we do also do mechanical efforts to remove them. And all of these benefits to our 3 species and any improvements we can make for them will also benefit the downstream endangered fishes, because the distribution of our native 3 species, while it starts higher up in our watersheds, they're a cooler adapted species. They can tolerate and overlap in habitat with the endangered fishes, and they do. And so any benefits upstream are going to be translated downstream to those endangered fish. We also manage the Colorado River, and especially upstream of Rifle, where critical habitat has been designated, which also designates that transition from cold water to warm water habitat. We focus a lot on sport fish in the Colorado. The Colorado River is well known for its quality trout. Quality trout are trout over 14 inches. And we have designated the Colorado River through Glenwood Canyon and upstream a quality trout water because of the high potential to catch large trout. We focus our management, Glenwood's Canyon upstream, on wild trout production too. It's a wild trout water. It's sustained by wild produced fish. And part of that is due to our management of stocking whirling disease resistant rainbow trout that has impacted the presence of rainbow trout in the river. And downstream is where we focus a lot of those efforts, but the production that those fish are having are translating upstream. As well, we have a high priority for managing recreational fishing. It is a significant contributor to local communities, and we want that fishing opportunity to be sustained by wild trout. Furthermore, we advocate for efforts to protect our cold water fishes, and that includes asking for supporting efforts to improve flows in the river, be it with the in-stream flow, help working with providers to work in low water periods when we have high temperatures. That can happen in the summer. We do a lot to promote these fishes. Also, connecting habitat is important. We've worked with a number of places where we've had impediments in the stream and provided fish passage, looking for flows that can connect habitats, those kind of things. So with Shoshone, we've got the hydropower operations. The dam character is the driver in the reach that affects flow throughout the year. And as you can see in the background picture on this slide, we have the Shoshone Dam, and there's no water coming through it. There's a little trickle. There's a pool that's developed down there from some water that kind of infiltrates through and around the dam, and then starts to develop this tiny thread of a channel that's in the downstream left picture that moves through the reach. So you can see it's like a tiny little stream when all of the river is being diverted through the hydropower plant. And this often happens in October and goes through the winter till snow melt. Flows start to recharge the river enough that all of the flow doesn't get diverted through the hydro plant. And you can see on the bottom right-hand picture, that's about the flow of the river if it's running at about 1408. So the whole flow, when it's not being diverted, that's what it would look like if it was in the stream and that was the only flow in the river. So you can see quite a bit more wet habitat. The Shoshone Reach itself, you can see, is that confined canyon with the high walls, those high bedrock walls. And you can see in the middle, kind of bottom left of the picture, is my electrofishing crew during our fishery survey. So look at how big that river really is when you're down there, and those tiny people, they're actually very tall. They're a lot taller than me, but they look very tiny in that picture. But also, if you're flying by on I-70, you'll think that river is like totally dewatered and there's like a tiny thread of a channel. It's kind of a big channel down there. And that's all just water at this time of year that comes from spring flows and just water infiltrating through the dam. So there is fish habitat that's maintained in the dewatered reach. Also, some tributary flows contribute there a little bit to sustain a pretty good fishery. So in 2023, we were able to go through and stick that guy in the ice with the backpack fisher that we saw in the Colorado River District's presentation in to see if we could see any fish in the river at that time. We couldn't walk in the river. There was too much water. High velocity is kind of dangerous, but we could stick our backpack shocker in, and we did roll. We had brown trout and rainbow trout and sculpin that rolled at that time. So there were fish in there. Good demonstration. That was the first demonstration of fish present in there by us officially. Lots of anglers know there's fish in there. In 2024, when the hydro plant was back on operating and the flows were being diverted through it, that's when we could really safely access the river and survey it diligently for a population estimate. And we also spot shocked it. So a population estimate takes a long time, so we can't do all 2.4 miles. So we did some spot shocking to confirm fish throughout the reach, and then we did our estimate of what fish abundance looks like. And we were able to do a macroinvertebrate survey as well. So the details of the survey, the population survey I'm giving to you now, this is the pie chart that shows kind of relative abundance. So the bigger the pieces of the pie, that's how many fish there were relative to each other. And you can see more than half of the fishery is characterized by trout. So it's a really, it sustains a healthy population of trout. It's got some mountain whitefish in there. We also see a large abundance of dace, which was a little bit unexpected. We thought we'd see more sculpin, but we have a large abundance of dace, which is good. They're a small-bodied native fish, some sculpin in there. They all provide food for trout and big brown trout. We also caught bluehead suckers in that reach. Like I said, they're kind of rare, so it was really cool that we were able in one time to get in there and document their presence in that reach. Long-nosed sucker, one of those non-native invasive fish we control for, were removed from the reach. Specific numbers and estimates, we had over 300 fish per acre in that reach of river. So that's a large number of fish. Now think about it, that's a big river if it were all wet. And at this time of year is in October, so it had just been reduced to its dewatered state. So all those fish had to be condensed into that habitat. So you would expect a high abundance at that time. You would also expect a high abundance of all these other fish and be able to detect all those other fish. But a couple of other points I want to point out is, one, some of our biggest fish, our biggest brown trout was almost 22 inches. There's also 16-inch rainbows in there, and not just one, there are quite a few. In fact, you can tell because there's 150 pounds of fish per acre in that stretch that we surveyed. Anglers do know that this is a really good time to go fishing. You can catch those fish. You can access the river pretty good. I bet you that the otters and the mink and the eagles also know it's a really good time to go fishing because there's shallow water. Those fish have a hard time hiding. So I imagine as we're in that confined reach over the year, they're not going to have any cover to protect them to hide under. So what more flow does is provide more opportunities to avoid those dangers in the river. Another thing I want to point out are those bluehead suckers. These were subadults. They were 8-inch blueheads. Bluehead adults in the main stem river are going to get to be 12 inches. These are the subadults that are moving and looking for resources. So this is a point where these fish really know that they can take advantage of intermittent habitat and go up and check it out. And so they're spending time up in that reach. The macroinvertebrate survey just happened right after our fish survey, a little bit upstream. It found an abundant and diverse macroinvertebrate community based on aquatic life use standards from our Colorado water quality standards. We had an MMI score of 64, which made it a high scoring water. This is a score that's used to look at the diversity of macroinvertebrates expected in this kind of stream. So this is like a biotype 1 or transition stream that should have a wide variety of macroinvertebrates. And so we had a high scoring water here. When you look at the TIV score, the formal names aren't important. What's important is this is where we're looking at the abundance of sediment tolerant taxa. So do we have a sediment deposition issue, a fine sediment deposition issue? We don't. It meets the threshold there of 5.6. However, that's not super great. And in a canyon with high gradient and high velocity waters, you'd expect to see very few fine sediment tolerant taxa. So what this indicates is below the dam, there's a little bit of sedimentation going on, especially in a dewatered condition, you'd expect that. But still a fairly good community that's not dominated by fine sediment tolerant taxa of macroinvertebrates that aren't high quality food items for fish. Also shows there is transport there when the flows are available. Also, EPT is another measure of mayflies, stoneflies, and caddisflies, and those are all taxa that indicate good water quality, good flow through rivers, and we saw a good abundance of those. However, with the caveat that betids were in there, and betids are pretty highly tolerant of certain degraded conditions, so it does indicate a little stress in that reach. So it's a pretty good reach. It's got a great diversity of organisms. When it's wet, it's got that great foundation. Some of the taxa that had been documented upstream for the wild and scenic group just above Dotsero were missing in that reach. That was another concern. So we know there's impacts there, but generally a good macroinvertebrate community for when water is there and habitat is available to reinvade. I went backwards. Let's see. So what benefits did flow provide to the river? On the left, this is the same reach. I've in blue circled a rock that looks familiar in both because this is the same spot with flow or without flow bypassing the dam and with essentially 1400 CFS bypassing the dam. So this is that Shoshone water, right? Total flow. And you can see without flow, you can see all that habitat that could be available if it's wet. Like look at all those interstitial spaces where sculpin could live. They don't mind high flow and velocity environments if they have refuges that they can seek out and find macroinvertebrates living in. There's connected pathways between and around rocks when there's water. So flow provides connections. You can see all that in that dried reach that's now wet on the right-hand side with that Shoshone volume of flow. Oh goodness, I keep going backwards. So habitat connections are provided by flow. This helps these species seek out those optimal conditions within a reach across time. It allows for different organisms to avoid stressors like temperature or predators or things like that. It gives them cover when you've got this wetted environment. It connects all those things. Fish cannot just move downstream in a tiny thread of water. They can move upstream. They don't have to make big jumps over boulders with trickles coming over them. Native fish make big movements, so they're going to be able to move with flow, and that flow coming down through Shoshone to Shoshone is also going to provide better connections. Thermal refugia, more flow provides refuge from hot water. And from cold conditions in the winter when flows are low and it's very cold, ice forms. And with low flows, that ice cannot just form on the top of the water. It can stretch right down and anchor into habitat that would otherwise be inhabited by macroinvertebrates and fish. So if we have more flows, that ice isn't able to form and that habitat is not lost to ice. Also, those ice can break and cause scouring events that can kill organisms, so it reduces those scouring events. In the winter, in 2010, ice actually blocked not just the dam from being able to open and close and release flows, it blocked all the water from going into the hydropower plant, and the reservoir was drawn down pretty low because it was a low flow time of year. And so the river stopped. It was not coming out of the hydro plant. It was stopped at the dam for 2 days until it was able to overtop the dam. So that river was dewatered from the dam down to the Roaring Fork River. That was a significant loss of water. The tributaries were running very low at that time of year. And we saw fish kills to hot water because we have hot springs in the canyon. So in the dead of winter, when it's icy, we were witnessing fish kills from hot temperatures. That's also true in the summertime. That low flow period can start early sometimes in the dewatered reach of Shoshone and through Glenwood Canyon, and we can have hot temperatures extend later into the fall now. And with more flow, we can alleviate those naturally hot temperatures because of hot fall summer periods, but also those inputs of hot water that also heat the canyon up. And during these times of year, we have had to close the river to fishing due to fish stress and mortality that we've observed. So there's been fishing closures in the past in this reach of river due to these stressful summer conditions. That's also times that we've worked with to see if we can get more water to be released downstream. Of course, more water means more wet habitat, which means more aquatic habitat, which means more space for organisms. It allows them to move to different places within the stream, but it also reduces that stress of being confined, because when they're constrained into smaller habitats, they stress out. They like to defend territories, and when they're rubbing elbows with all of their neighbors, they get stressed. That's also a great time for diseases to spread, and we have seen fish kills locally that have occurred due to concentrated flows. And lastly, increased flows, increased sediment transport that creates and maintains habitat. It creates great habitat for sculpin and macroinvertebrates that live in between rocks and down into the stream bed. And it also disadvantages native fish. And I'll hand it over. Oh, and all of this, it improves population resiliency. It improves it for our large sport fishes like the brown trout in the upper right-hand picture. It improves it for our native fishes like the bluehead sucker caught in the Shoshone Reach this past year. So with that, I'll pass it over to Katie Birch.
Can I ask you some questions before you leave the podium? Dr. Vasquez?
I'm curious, for obvious reasons, you spend a lot of time talking about connectivity. Do you know what the plans are for the physical barrier created by the dam in this work?
It will remain there as long as it's being used. I don't
No, but
know
once it's,
past that.
yeah, past that, that's what I'm
I don't think
asking.
there's any plans to not generate hydropower at this point, so. But if there's in-stream flow uses for that water afterwards, it might create some opportunities to reconnect the river in a big way.
Director Gibbs?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I also had a follow-up on habitat connectivity, and my question is really, do you recognize or are there benefits when you look at main stem versus tributaries as well? Is it all part of the system? And tell me.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I had a picture in there of flow, and I failed to show what flow does to connect tributaries. But yeah, in the main stem Colorado River, tributaries are incredibly important, especially in Glenwood Canyon and downstream. There's so much sediment that comes through in rain events that impacts habitat, and as valleys open downstream, our sport fish like clean cobbles. And so they'll find those in tributary streams. Our native fish don't always find optimal conditions in the main stems, so they'll use tributary streams to spawn. Around Glenwood Canyon, they're a little cold for our native fish, so that's why they move downstream. But our sport fish really thrive, and our wild sport fishery thrives on the connection of tributary streams. No Name and Grizzly are both creeks that are huge resources for spawning, and we actually had fishing closures during critical spawning periods because those big river fishes come into those small streams, and anglers are really good at finding those spots where the big fish congregate. So we've been able to protect their first half mile of those streams to allow them to go up and not find a bunch of anglers trying to pull them out while they're doing their thing. But yeah, so it's that's important. And then upstream of the dam, we do have tributaries too that we've documented the use of spawning fish from the river as well. So there's connections there.
Are there particular fish too that really benefit from the deep pools where in-stream flow could really help perpetuate that longer?
Yeah, so deep pools are a unique feature in those canyons as they move out onto the bigger, wider valley types. That those river pools aren't always quite as deep, but those concentrated flows make really cold, deep pool habitat where they, especially in summer periods when the environment's really warm and everything is warmer in the river, our cold water fishes especially can find cold water refuges there. Mountain whitefish, which is a native fish to the Yampa and White rivers, but were introduced into the Roaring Fork River and the Colorado for fishing opportunity. They really utilize pools the best, like the whole pool the best out of all of the fishes. And then trout will sit in pools, not usually in the deeper part of the pools unless they're finding cold water refuge. They'll sit in those pools and eat their food as it comes in on the conveyor belts. But the whitefish will congregate in those pools and utilize all of it.
Any more questions? Go ahead, Director Felton.
Well, yeah, you mentioned there isn't a plan for the power plant to shut down that you know of. And so I guess,
And I'm not the expert.
yeah, but, and I am not either, but I've been under the impression that it'll probably operate for a while. And so I'm wondering about just the current operations and environment that creates. You know, what I'm understanding is there is periods of the year. I mean, your photos tell the story, right? There's periods of the year where you have a big flow, probably a short period, and there's probably some periods where you have a medium flow, and then there's a fair bit of time. I'm talking in that the reach in question, where there's very little, and it's really almost like groundwater, maybe coming back into the stream, that sort of stuff.
It looks bigger when you put people in it and you're closer to it. There's actually quite a bit of flow there, but yes.
So I'm just wondering, say during this period, while there is diversions, you've demonstrated what lives there. But it does seem like a lot of that riverbed is not that productive under these conditions, right? I mean, it's difficult for the aquatic macro and invertebrates to really make use of part-time habitat, I guess.
Okay, I kind of see where you're going with this.
Just trying to understand the current.
I would say it is productive, or I think our macroinvertebrates surveys show that they're there and they're there in abundance, even in that reduced channel. But all these organisms are adapted to this very dynamic river environment that we have in the Colorado River. So they are pretty good at moving to find their resources, even if it's kind of uncharacteristically small in that stream. But they will move and follow flow. Macros will stay in that wetted bed that you don't see on the top of the substrate, but still exists. And then fish will move as well to find those resources. And when it's that low, they may not be able to move upstream. So like in the dewatered reach throughout the winter, you probably see a reduction of that fish community across time because they're leaving the reach. They might be predated upon and removed from the reach. Because they're not going to be, and they're going to become less dense as you move farther and farther upstream and as you get closer and closer downstream to flows. But with flow, even if it's different, even if it's for short periods of time, because I imagine there might be times that in-stream flow could be operated in the winter for various reasons. All those species are going to use it to move, and they'll exploit the resources while they're there, and then they'll leave when those resources change. So all that base community is there. And then you can imagine the benefits if that flow stays there for longer periods of time.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Kind of.
Okay.
Okay, any more questions? Oh, go ahead, Director Vasquez.
I know you're not the person to answer my question. So I'm wondering at the end of the presentations, if we can call Excel back up to ask that question about plans for hydropower generation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Katie Birch. I'm the In-Stream Flow Program Coordinator for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm going to talk about how to quantify the benefit of flows to habitat. The CWCB can acquire an interest in the offered water in such amounts as the board determines is appropriate to preserve and/or improve the natural environment. CPW, in our professional capacity by rule and by statute, offers our expertise to support the board in making that determination. Leading up to 2023, there just was not a lot of biological data within the Shoshone Reach. We recommended fish and macroinvertebrate samplings, and then we also recommended data collection that would support the in-stream flow incremental methodology. IFIM is a hydraulic habitat model that has been used in the state. It basically quantifies suitable fish habitat over a representative reach, like the reach shown on the right. And basically what this does is it models hydraulic habitat that's relevant to fish, depth and velocity, and how those variables vary with flow. The benefit of IFIM is that it can be species and life stage specific, and so flow management can be directly linked to fish species of interest. IFIM has historical precedent. It's been used on the state's most complex in-stream flow appropriations, namely the Dolores and San Miguel in-stream flow appropriations, the Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic in-stream flow appropriations, and 2 acquisitions on the Poudre Flows Augmentation Plan, as well as the NISP integrated, the Northern Integrated Supply Project protected mitigation releases. And I'll note in both of those examples, and there's many more, IFIM has been conducted by staff, and we've also used IFIM that's been conducted by consultants. The River District hired freshwater consulting, Dr. Bill Miller, to conduct IFIM in the Shoshone Reach. At this time, the plant was offline, and so the river was experiencing its natural flow conditions around 1,000 CFS. That limited the survey efforts due to the surrounding rapids. The reach that was selected for survey was a pool riffle pool sequence, and that is shown on this map here. This study site was modeled using SRH-2D for a hydraulic model, and then an Excel-based habitat model to model habitat suitability for the focal fish species. And CPW provided our professional expertise about what focal fish species should be modeled. And those species were mountain whitefish, brown trout, and rainbow trout, which are the 3 salmonid species that CPW actively manages for, as well as flannel mouse sucker, which is a representative for the native 3 species that just has the most data available for those habitat suitability indexes. From Dr. Bill Miller, aka Freshwater Consulting. On the y-axis is suitable fish habitat, and then on the x-axis is flow. And as you can see, suitable habitat increases rapidly between 50 and about 700 CFS. And what this tells me is that incremental increases in flow are going to provide significant increases to fish habitat. So habitat is increasing at a rapid pace as you add additional flows. Between 700 and 1400 CFS, that relationship plateaus, although it does continue to increase. And that's also where you see maximum suitable habitat depending on the fish species. And then between 1400 and 3000 CFS, suitable habitat declines slightly. And I'll note that no explicit flows were addressed between 1400 and 3000 CFS, so it's difficult to predict that exact relationship. As CPW staff reviewed this work, we noticed that velocity was a big driver. This reach is extremely high gradient with extremely high variability in its substrate, and velocity suitability was a big driver driving habitat suitability. The hydraulic model also relies on a depth average approximation of velocity, which meant that there was lower velocities along the stream bed that just weren't captured by the modeling results. And again, CPW noted that this was a limitation with the Shoshone Reach in general, this super high gradient canyon, and the velocities present. In 2024, the River District hired Ecosystem Sciences for a second round of IFIM modeling. At this time, Shoshone had come back online, so diversions were much less, which opened up the possibilities for an additional survey reach. So the consultants modeled Study Site 2, which was a second representative reach immediately downstream of Study Site 1, and this increased the total spatial representation of the hydraulic habitat model to 30% of the total 2.4-mile Shoshone Reach. This well represents fish habitat over the Shoshone Reach and is honestly a really great metric to hit for an IFIM study. Study Site 2 included more complex hydraulic habitat features. There were depositional features that included an island, side channel, as well as just greater variability in the bed material and those habitat features. And Study Site 2 was also less constrained with a wider bankful top width and larger connection to the floodplain area, which just meant those velocities were going to be less of a limitation than Study Site 1, which was extremely constrained. And lastly, those model computations were modified to address depth average velocity being a big driver. They also converted the model to a GIS-based habitat model, so there was spatial representation of where suitable fish habitat exists, and incremental flows were addressed between 1,400 and 3,000 CFS. The results from Ecosystem Sciences IFIM study. Study Site 1 is shown on the left and Study Site 2 is on the right. And you can see at Site 1, there's a similar relationship to freshwater consulting, where usable area increases for all species steeply and then begins to plateau and then slightly decline as you approach 3,000 CFS. The relationship at Study Site 2 is different. And what you see is gradual and consistent increases in fish habitat as you add additional flows up to 3,000 CFS. So unlike Study Site 1, there's no evidence of a distinct plateau or a decline in suitable fish habitat. And this is a function of that hydraulic complexity of Study Site 2. Depiction of where that suitable habitat exists for flannel mouse sucker, our native species. So Site 1 has 2 deep pools, and those provide somewhat homogeneous, moderately suitable habitat for flannel mouse sucker. They provide great habitat, as you asked Director Gibbs, for quality trout. But Study Site 2 is really where you see great habitat for our native species, the flannel mouse sucker. You see these hotspots of highly suitable habitat and these small pockets that provide just a diversity of habitat features. And this is kind of that high quality, unique habitat you'd expect that's unique to these canyon reaches. And of note, Study Site 2 is also where we observed reds, which is evidence of spawning and recruitment of trout. So that photo on the right is within Study Site 2, and those are brown trout reds observed by river restoration. And CPW also observed brown trout reds upstream, and this is great because it tells us that there's self-sustaining trout in this reach. Conclusion. The Shoshone Reach clearly has highly variable bed material, which is shown in this LiDAR image of the reach. Canyon reaches in general provide highly variable substrate depth and velocity conditions that create dynamic fish habitat. This diversity fills seasonally variable habitat needs for native and sport fish. And that variability is also not well represented by IFIM. Many important microhabitat features that serve as velocity refuges just aren't captured by the model, so we believe suitable fish habitat is likely underrepresented by the IFIM model. And then connectivity, as Kendall mentioned, is critically important for the species, both trout and native warm water species, because they're going to exploit Shoshone seasonally. And any additional water will result in additional habitat availability for fish and macroinvertebrates, and this is especially important during the baseflow period when there's just less water in the channel in general. It also provides refreshing flows that will refresh some of those holding habitats. So bringing it all together, CPW believes that the offered water rights from the Shoshone Power Plant will preserve and improve the natural environment. We have multiple lines of evidence from the 2 habitat studies demonstrating that the offered water right will benefit fish habitat since suitable habitat increases between 50 CFS and 1400 CFS for all 4 focal fish species. We also see that the habitat model shows an increased fish habitat benefit in the Shoshone Reach up to 3000 CFS. And furthermore, CPW notes it's our professional opinion that flows in excess of 3000 CFS are going to provide a host of benefits. You're going to have geomorphic benefits of flushing of fines, habitat maintenance, input from terrestrial inputs into the river, all creating a strong aquatic food base. You're going to have additional connectivity and fish passage pathways in this high gradient reach. And you're going to have additional thermal refuge, both on the high and low end, and then increased wetted area for fish and macroinvertebrates. So since this acquisition is going to rewater a historically dewatered reach, especially during that baseflow period, CPW believes that the offered water will both preserve and improve the natural environment. And it's our professional opinion that it is appropriate for the board to accept the offered water. And that's all I had, so thank you very much.
Is there any questions? No question.
So Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask if you guys were ready for a break.
Yes, we are ready for a break. So we'll come back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and wait for the rest of our board directors to come in.
I do too.
It's like, why did the board game go? It's weird. Jen, do you like your seats down there better?
Yes, I do. I made brownies and they're cooking.
Oh, it's so. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and.
Recording in progress.
We have a few more presentations from CWCB staff.
Thanks once again, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. So Kelly White from ISF team is going to run through some of the factors real quick. And then I'll have some concluding comments and then we'll be able to be ready for some questions.
Can I interject real quick? But Kaylee, before you start, can I maybe just ask that if you are intending to provide public comment to the board and have not connected with Viola Bralish there in the back, can you please do so? We have a list. And I think we've captured everybody, but just make sure that you're on Viola's dance card if you would like to provide comment to the board later. Thank you, and sorry to interrupt.
Okay, I'm gonna try to time myself. This is 10 minutes, I hope. Kaylee White, CWCB staff. But we do need to go through the rest of the factors that the board shall consider to accept an acquisition. So factors 3, 4, and 6 seem to all fit together. The location of other water rights, non-injury to those other water rights, the historical use, and maintaining historical return flows. So as I said before, there are no other diverting water rights within the Shoshone Reach, but there are augmentation plans, there's exchanges, there's deliveries that extend through this reach. Upstream and downstream, there are many decreed junior and senior water rights, including those diversions, for in-basin uses and those trans-mountain diversions, and a lot of in-stream flows. I'll show you a couple maps. So the water court will provide the restrictions for the historical use, historical return flows, so that those will be maintained. The method and the quantification will be determined during the water court process, not by the water court, but during the water court process to prevent injury to other water users. So we created this map. This is kind of the key features in the Colorado River Basin. That James kind of went over some of these, the main reservoirs and the main transbasin diversions. So the tunnels we listed as A through F, and the reservoirs 1 through 13. So tunnel A starting up in the upper right, the Adams Tunnel, and you see the Moffett Tunnel. Go down to C, the Roberts Tunnel. D and E look like they're close together, but two different basins diverting the Homestake and the Boost Head. And then F is the Twin Lake Tunnel. So it just shows you that the 2.5 mile, just under 2.5 mile reach in the middle of this map looks small, right? It's a big water right, and it's a controlling water right. So it affects not only everything upstream, everything downstream in the Colorado River Basin and in the other basins that use the water. Then there's all the in-stream flows. So that little 2.5 mile reach in the middle of the Colorado River Basin, we have hundreds of upstream and stream flows as shown in this map. We left the trans-basin tunnels on this map, the main ones. And then downstream in the lighter brown are all the in-stream flows, kind of what we consider downstream. They're on tributaries to the Colorado River. So on to factors 7, 8, and 9. Those are maximum utilization of water, the interstate compacts, and the downstream uses. So the goal is to not expand the historical use. We're going to continue utilizing the water right so that this acquisition will promote maximum utilization of waters in the state. We're going to use it for beneficial use for in-stream flow. And my acronym is to P&I the nerd, to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree, the nerd. The subsequent use downstream that will be released at the lower end of the reach for use by other water users in the Grand Valley, beyond there, and by the CWCB has an in-stream flow on the main stem down in the 15-mile reach. So by not expanding the historical use, CWCB will ensure that this acquisition will not have an impact, a negative impact on interstate compact. This in-stream flow, like hydropower, is a non-consumptive use. The return flows become part of the natural stream flow downstream of the reach, available for other water users. Factor 10 is the cost. So the total cost of purchase, the people have gone over, is 99 million. This just shows kind of where the pockets are coming from. The CWCB's non-reimbursable project for 20 million. River District has committed 20 million itself. The West Slope supporters, this table that you can't read because there's a lot of them. I think it's around 17 million at this point. And then the federal reclamation funds would be another 40 million. So other costs would just be CWCB staff, the AGO, resources for prosecuting the case in water court. If we go to trial, there'll be some trial expenses, maybe some site visits, that kind of thing, but no other direct cost. So finally, factor 11 is administrability. And James Heath went over, the division engineer went over how he administers the river. So the coordination with Division of Water Resources is an ongoing that will continue through the process. We'll coordinate with them to what they need. There'll be terms and conditions in the decree to prevent injury. There'll be measurement, recording, reporting requirements, structure modifications if those are needed, and communication protocols. Those will be established during the water court multi-year process, which I'll talk about in a second. So the in-stream flow agreement, we'll need to finalize this agreement before the water court application is filed. So we're not asking for anything today. When we come back, we have a draft version before you of that agreement, and we'll finalize it at a couple board meetings down the road. So the agreement itself will be effective on the signature date, but the rights and obligations will only be active once the purchase and sale agreement is completed, and that's after water court. So we got a few years down the road before we actually get there. So under the agreement, just CWCB agrees to use the Shoshone water rates for in-stream flow purposes, subject to decreed terms and conditions. So the water court application, you've got a draft in your packet. It's pretty short, actually. There's 3 co-applicants, CWCB, the River District, and Public Service. It's a request to change the entire Shoshone water rights to add in-stream flow use. You've got to bring your entire water right into court, and the limitations come about during the process. So the application itself just has a description of the water rights to be changed. The change of use requested is what's the place of use, what's the type of use. The amount of use requested is any amount up to the full decreed amount. That's just the application. So when we get to the engineering for the historical use analysis, and those discussions and negotiations will be done during the water court process itself. So in water court, these are just my steps of what happens in water court after doing hundreds of cases, usually not to trial though, usually we settle these outside of trial. So you file an application in water court, statements of opposition, just to become a party in the case, happen within the first 2 months. The division engineer will submit a summary of consultation. They consult with the water court and they'll submit that consultation in approximately 60 days, so long as they're not a party in the case. If they're a party in the case, they won't submit that. But if they're not a party, they're available to everyone to talk to, including the judge and the referee. So the case is automatically referred to the referee, and there'll be status conference hearings that will be set up, or all parties will join those hearings, basically Zoom meetings these days. And in those meetings, they set comment deadlines, the next status conference. Then the applicants will submit engineering reports after all that initial stuff. And now the engineering reports come in and a draft decree. And that's when, in the supporting documents, and those are provided to all parties. Then you start making appointments with the different parties, multiple parties, to begin discussions and negotiations about the details in the engineering, the historical use, proposed limitations on use. You may come up with some stipulations at that point after a few rounds of back and forth. Then everyone has, pretty much everyone will have expert engineers, and their role is not to advocate for a position, but just to express their expert opinion, like on the historical use. At a certain point, the case will be re-referred back to the judge. So at this point, it's still before the referee. It can be, whoops, there's my 10 minutes. I'm going to wrap up. This is my last slide. A few more words. So the case is re-referred back to the judge, and that's when you set the litigation deadlines for anybody still left in the case or if the case is still going. Then you'll have the first and second meeting of the experts, and in those meetings, it's experts only, not the parties, not the attorneys, and not the owners of the water rights. So this gives a room for the engineers just to discuss, their opinions about historical use or appropriate limitations. Then the court will come out with a case management order, which will show you the litigation deadlines, the deadlines for motions and responses to motions. If you get as far as the scheduling a trial, then there's a trial management order. And then that trial management order, you provide your witness and exhibit list and your positions in the case. You provide all your exhibits, and then maybe it goes to trial, which in a case like this, 2 to 3 weeks is not uncommon. That's every day for 2 to 3 weeks. So it's a multi-year process and a long trial. That, I'm going to turn it back to Rob Veal.
Okay, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. We're getting close to the finish line here, so thank you for hanging with us. I just want to summarize a couple things before we end the presentation. At a future meeting, these items listed on the slide are similar to what we expect to request from the board as an action to determine that the CWCB accepts a virtual interest in the water rights. They direct the CWCB director to sign the ISF agreement. They determine the best use of the acquired waters for in-stream flow use to preserve and improve the natural environment, and to direct staff to work with the Attorney General's office and the co-applicants to file a water court application. So those are not required today. Once again, this is informational only, but this is what will be required at a future meeting where some variation of this wording. And so what are the next steps? So action can be taken at the next board meeting in July 2025 if uncontested. However, if a hearing is requested within 20 days, the board at a special meeting or its next regularly scheduled meeting would decide whether or not to grant that request. Any hearing in this matter would take place in conjunction with the September 2025 board meeting. If the board accepts the acquisition, ultimately accepts the acquisition, the water application would likely be filed by the end of this calendar year in 2025. And then as Kelly laid out, then there would probably be a multi-year water court process that may last upwards of 3 to 4 years. And a final decree will trigger the closing and purchase and sale agreement between the parties. And then the CWCB, as part of the allocations in the construction fund, they will vote to confirm that the closing conditions have been met and that funds will be released for the sale. So those are the next steps that the board will have to take. And with that, I think staff's presentation is done mercifully for most people. So.
Thank you, and thank you to your staff for a very informative presentation. So now if the board would like to ask questions of staff. Director Combs?
Okay, so to be clear, we're talking about as we move forward with this, at this point, taking no action, where we're just gathering our information. I guess I'm asking what questions are out of bounds. I'm looking at our lawyer.
I'm ready for it. Okay, so thank you for the question, Director Coombs. At this point in time, these are really meant to be clarifying questions on what was presented for you today. You're not making any comments or making any substantive determinations relating to the factors that were presented today. So that's really, I think, the line.
Okay.
It's solely an information gathering exercise at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. So then if it's all right, Chair Cloud, I have 2 questions. And so the first question is, how many in-stream flows has the CWCB entered into with a senior water of this magnitude?
Of this magnitude, none. And of this magnitude going forward, none. I mean, this is a one-of-one kind of acquisition. There's not really much, much else to compare to it. Now, senior water right permanent acquisitions, I would say in the 20 to 30 range, Kelly, does that sound about right? Somewhere in that area.
Okay, so then if I might, with a follow-up, with this being such a senior water right, when the in-stream flow case is adjudicated, then do they maintain that senior water right status for everything but the in-stream flow? Does the in-stream flow help me understand some of those nuances of, I guess what I'm asking is, in this state, we're none of us are ignorant to the fact of how many people are coming here and what our demographics are going to look like and what development's going to look like. And so I'm wondering some of the long-term implications of taking a senior water right at this point. What does it do to the date of that water right? Is it maintained? Is it senior priority? Does it have some kind of commingled date? How does that work?
So that's a good question. And before any of the lawyers start, yelling at me, I'll try to give my explanation that the in-stream flow use would associate with those senior dates. So the 2 dates that we referenced before, the senior right and the junior right, the in-stream flow use would be associated with both those flow amounts and those dates.
So then, because the in-stream flow only deals with that 2.4 miles, it doesn't absolutely prohibit development somewhere else in our basin, speaking about how we're dealing with wanting to maintain, I guess, our control over Colorado's appropriation in the Colorado Compact.
So yes, it would allow people to develop water rights within the state still.
Below.
But with the idea that if they were above this in-stream flow water right with a water right above it, that they would be, then new water rights would be junior to that senior.
So it would restrict development above this in-stream flow.
It would just make it that they would be junior and maybe required to be part of the call to release water to a call in the future. Saying this all correct?
Yes. Yes, you're saying, I just thought, succinctly that, this will maintain the water rate and the operation as it was before in-stream flow use. When we add in-stream flow use, it's gonna be the same thing. It just won't be diverted.
You done?
Thank you.
Director House?
Yeah, I just have a quick question on the in-stream flow agreement. You mentioned that that has to be agreed upon before we will file. I'm just curious why. Does that have to happen and if so, why?
The courts like to see that you have a right in the water right before you go try to change it in water court, that you have an interest. And that's what gives us the interest.
Okay, any other questions? Director Gibbs?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Before I have my question, I just want to say how amazing it is for me to sit here as the head of the DNR and have three of my divisions collaborate and share information, and how professional you all are. So I'm just so grateful for CWCB, CPW, and DWR folks that are participating. It's just amazing to see. So thank you. Let's see, my question is, Amy Moyer had a reference on these ORBs, these outstanding remarkable values, I think what it is. And I'm curious how ORBs and the Upper Colorado River Wild and Scenic Alternative Management Plan, if this is changed to in-stream flow, does that have any impact on those? Or what's the nexus, I guess?
So that is a great question. And one of the public commenters is going to be Roy Smith from the BLM. And he has some slides to go through kind of what that interaction may be like.
Okay, cool.
So you can see into the future.
Okay. All right.
Any other, Director Phelps?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to ask a couple questions of James Heath, the division engineer. I think I have two questions for you, James, and sorry if they're sort of hard. Maybe they won't be. I'm hoping they aren't for you, because you deal with this really complex environment. But if you were to look at the totality of what you deal with, the water rights upstream, downstream, trans mountain diversions, all these agreements that we read about, cameo call, diversions on the Frying Pan and Roaring Fork, trans mountain diversions. If you take the Shoshone power plant right out of the equation, the plant ceases to operate, and you don't have this in-stream flow. How is your job different, I guess, if there isn't an in-stream flow? What would you expect to see change going forward? And it seems like maybe we've had a few sample years here and there that could help inform that.
Yeah, the last 5 years or so have been pretty good examples of what that looks like. Since 2020 with the Grizzly Creek fire, it's caused havoc for the power plant to operate for numerous issues that have happened. So we've operated under the Shoshone Outage Protocol, or SHOP as we term it, shorthand. And that tries to mimic what the power plant's call when it's operating is like. It's not one for one identical. So it's got differences, and it's got opt-out provisions, and it's 40 years in perpetuity. It doesn't go forever. It would have to be re-upped after 40 years. So we would operate under SHOP as long as that agreement's in place and live by the terms and conditions of that agreement. After that 40 years, if it's not re-upped, the basin sees a huge change in administration. We see a lot more cameo calls. We see more water being pulled down from the Roaring Fork. Upper basin, you probably see lots lower flows. The Trans Mountain diversions divert more because the Shoshone call's not calling them out as often. It's dynamic, and it's going to be hydrology dependent.
Thanks. And then my second question, I guess, is it seems like from all these letters that I read in our packet coming from, big municipal interests on the east side of the divide, a big sticking point seems to be the junior water right. Like, I don't hear many people saying this shouldn't happen, but there seems to be more debate about the junior right. I'm curious, based on your experience, how much that junior right plays into your world. If there is an in-stream flow right, how often will the junior right be a significant factor to the sort of net or the totality of what you're managing there?
So the junior right will place the call initially. We'll usually be running on a priority that's even junior to that right, but we'll be trying to maintain the 1408. And that's on the backside of the hydrograph. And usually we're falling off pretty fast. So it's generally about 1 to 2 weeks before we work through the juniors and then through that junior priority before we get to the senior priority. We're operating generally on like the CBT priority to satisfy the 1250. So it's a 7 to 14 day window generally when I've looked back at the data that it would have a longer call period for that particular water right.
Okay, thank you.
Director Vasquez?
Thank you, Chair Cloud. I'd really like to hear from Excel in terms of plans for the dam post hydropower generation.
My pleasure again for the sake of the board. Brad McLeod, I'm the area manager here in Western Colorado for Piesco and Excel Energy. First, I'd like to thank staff because the coffee is fantastic, and judging by the room, we may need more of it. So thank you. Easy answer to your question. We currently are operating as we have and always have. We are doing continued regular maintenance. We do repairs as necessary, and there is no future plans to decommission the plant at this point. So that's the answer. You got it.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, may I provide an addendum to the answer from Piesco on that?
Yes.
Director Vasquez, I wanted to just make sure that we put this in context. I very much agree that with Mr. McLeod that Piesco intends to continue to run this plant. Reality is it's a 120-year-old plant that doesn't have licensure by FERC, and it suffered some significant outages over the last decade or so. This is our opportunity today to preserve those flows because we have a willing seller of private property and buyers who are willing to buy it. For all the reasons stated by CPW and CWCB staff and our staff, and I think the public comments that will come next, that right is so important to keeping the Colorado River alive because of our prior appropriation system. Director Coombs correctly pointed out that this is a senior right. Well, that's what keeps that river alive and makes sure that we don't pump it dry. And so this is our opportunity. And if Excel is successful and runs it for the next 50 years, that's great. If they don't, or even when they do in 50 years, this is a perpetual right. This is always there. This is a right that will save this river from now into eternity, as long as we have the prior appropriation doctrine in our state. And that's why this is so important. So, thank you.
Thank you. Understood.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, I think we're ready for public. We're going to go ahead and move into public comment. And if anybody has not gotten on the list, please get on the list. But we're also going to see if we can limit everybody's comments to about 5 minutes. This will allow everybody that is on the list to make their comments, but it will also allow time for the directors to ask their questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the time, and I'll try to keep it brief. For the record, my name is Roy Smith. I'm the statewide lead for BLM Colorado for water rights and stream flow protection and for our Wild and Scenic Rivers program. I've been very, very involved in the Upper Colorado River in my career. We've talked a lot about the Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic Stakeholders Group, and Director Hawes and I sat in a room in Kremling in 2008 when that whole idea was hatched, and I've been the BLM liaison to that group since that time. I also directed BLM's Wild and Scenic River studies on these segments through Glenwood Canyon and on the Colorado River above. And so I want to circle back around to what Amy Moyer said earlier. Why is this so important? I want to share with you a little bit of the BLM perspective about why this is so important to BLM, because the lease can continue what we believe is a really important public value and benefit. So let me just give you a little bit of quick background. For BLM Colorado, the Upper Colorado River is a very important management focus. We manage 45 river miles between Kremling and Dotsero in a special, what we call a special recreation management area. That means that BLM contributes more staff, more resources, and more attention to that area because it is so heavily recreated. And our management our objectives there are protecting many things that are flow related, and those include protecting fish, wildlife, and plants along the river. We protect the backcountry setting and the scenic views that the visitors out there tell us is so important to them. We try to generate community stewardship of that river segment. And a big one is we are committed to helping maintain the local tourism revenue and the employment that's generated by that. We estimate that that consists of about 1,100 jobs and about $145 million annually in tourism revenue just based in and around these segments on the Colorado River. BLM supports that recreation use with 9 developed recreation sites, campgrounds, boat ramps, interpretive sites, etc. And the visitation there is very large. In 2022, we estimated we had 238,000 user days on these segments, including about 96,000 commercial and private rafting days. Not as big as the Arkansas River, but nevertheless one of the biggest floating locations and fishing locations in the state. And we issue special recreation permits to 76 different outfitters that help the public enjoy those opportunities. So now, for those of you who are new to the board and may not be familiar with the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act and BLM's determinations on the river or the Wild and Scenic Stakeholder Group, I want to provide you with some background information. And I want to say up front, I'm not speaking for the stakeholder group. They have their own, set of stakeholders and interests, and I'm speaking exclusively from the BLM perspective because we've made a decision to rely upon the stakeholder group to help BLM and Forest Service manage these segments. So in 2014, BLM determined that 84 miles of the Upper Colorado between No Name and Kremling were eligible for designation under the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. And when we find that the river is eligible, that automatically puts management standards in place that must be adhered to by the federal agencies. But an eligible determination does not yet mean that the federal agencies are recommending that Congress go ahead and designate the river into the National Wild and Scenic Rivers System. In 2015, BLM and Forest Service amended our resource management plans based on an alternative river management plan submitted by the stakeholder group, and we call that the SG plan. So this plan is formally ensconced in and recognized and relied upon by the federal agencies to assist us in meeting our Wild and Scenic Rivers Act responsibilities. In that same decision, BLM and Forest Service made a decision that was really important to the stakeholder group, which is that the river would remain in eligible status, not suitable. Suitable means that the federal agencies recommend that the river be designated by Congress into the National Wild and Scenic Rivers System, and the stakeholder group agreed that for their plan and their purposes, it would be best if the river remained in eligible status. So BLM and Forest Service agreed to maintain that status. So after that decision, the stakeholder group plan went into a provisional period where they finalized their procedures and their management rubrics that they were going to use to determine whether the river was healthy. And in 2020, they submitted an updated and final plan to BLM and Forest Service, and we accepted that plan, and we went from the provisional into the operational period. And since that time, every year we do a review of the effectiveness of the stakeholder plan, and every year since 2025, the federal agencies have found that the plan is effective in assisting the federal agencies in meeting our Wild and Scenic River Act responsibilities. So I want to give a little bit of overview of just how important these sections are in terms of the flow dependent values they support. This is a list that I'm not going to go through in detail, but you'll notice that each of those outstandingly remarkable values, for each of these river segments, there are 4 or 5 outstandingly remarkable values, which means these are values that are unique and exemplary in the Southern Colorado, the Southern Rocky Mountain Plateau ecoregion. There's a lot of really important river dependent values out there. And to answer Director Gibbs' question is, when BLM and Forest Service make a determination that there's an outstandingly remarkable value, the assumption is that the historic flow regime that's been out there for decades is what's supporting those values. So if that historic flow regime significantly changes or erodes, we would expect that perhaps these outstandingly remarkable values might start eroding. But what's really important with the stakeholder group is that they've established some rubrics that they call ORV indicators, where they collect monitoring information that give us a read on the status of these ORVs. And in every year since 2020, the ORV indicators established by the stakeholder group have said that these ORVs are in stable condition. And in our view, that is remarkable. This is a river where almost 2/3 of the flow are diverted for other purposes. But yet we have 4 or 5 outstandingly remarkable ORVs in each segment, and our monitoring information tells us that they're stable and thriving. That's remarkable, and we'd like to see that continue. So I just want to give you a little bit of insight on the role of the Shoshone water right in the stakeholder group plan. The stakeholder group plan establishes what they call resource guides, and those include ranges of flows that they think are supportive of the outstandingly remarkable values. The stakeholder group plan explicitly references the Shoshone water rights in their Tier 1 long-term protection measures, and those provide, one of the most basic foundational parts of how the stakeholder group cooperates with the federal agencies to keep the river whole. And the stakeholder group, as I mentioned, monitor these segments and the ORVs. And we have a process in the stakeholder group called cooperative measures. And what that means is that the flows that are occurring naturally and because of the water right administration system, cooperative measures group and the members of the SG can cooperate to supplement and improve those flows through cooperative facility management, like releasing water from storage, refraining from diverting for a while, changing the timing of diversions, those kinds of things. And so the stakeholder group has been implementing those kind of cooperative measures for over a decade. And one of the other cooperative measures that's specifically mentioned in the plan is something that the CWCB is considering, which is the acquisition of water rights by the CWCB, either permanent or an interest in those water rights. That is something that the stakeholder group plan specifically envisioned. It didn't reference the Shoshone water rights specifically, but is it a tool that the stakeholder group specifically envisioned. So now what I want to get to is the key message I'd like you to walk away with, which is the Cooperative Measures Committee of the stakeholder group meets on a regular basis, especially during the summer when you have low flow conditions. And the stakeholder group's cooperative measures have been very successful in meeting small flow needs when we have small problems with not having enough enough flow to provide recreational opportunities, or we don't have enough flow to cool down the river during high temperature periods. But in the years that I've worked with the Cooperative Measures Group, We've explored ways to get more water into the river, purchasing water, contracting for water. And the stakeholder group has, good means to get small chunks of water into the river, 0 to 10,000 acre feet to fill small holes. But we've seen by our research, it's going to be really, really difficult for the stakeholder group to fill holes that are bigger than that. If we start having significant periods where the shown water right is not called for, and those holes are tens of thousands of acre feet, then those are going to be really difficult. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And I'm about ready to wrap up. Yeah. Yeah. And so conclusions. Thank you for prompting me. Yeah. So the BLM conclusions are the CWCB has invested substantial resources in the stakeholder group plan. The CWCB has funded much of the operations of the group. The continued effectiveness of the plan benefits all the stakeholders. The Shoshone water rights provide a critical foundation for the plan. BLM's reviewed the CPW report that was presented earlier today, and we concur that the Shoshone water rights provide important habitat and flow-dependent value benefits both downstream in the canyon and up above. And we believe that a formal lease to in-stream flow use would provide a lot of continued certainty to all the stakeholders. So the BLM believes that the best long-term use of the rights is to continue their use for electricity generation, and when they're not being used for that purpose, to connect them to in-stream flow purposes. And thanks for the time, and thanks for the prompt. And if you have any questions, and I have to mention two critical things. BLM's not taking any position on the quantification of the historic water rights. That's an issue that has to be figured out by the parties in water court. And BLM is not taking any position on the River District's application for funds from the Bureau of Reclamation. That's a different interior agency, and we're not saying to Reclamation by this presentation, yes, go ahead and fund it. That's their decision. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Okay, up next we have Hannah Holmes. And also, could you make sure you introduce yourself for the record? Thank you.
Great, thank you. I guess I'll leave it here. Hi, my name is Hannah Holm, and I am the Director of Strategic Projects and Partnerships for the American Rivers Southwest team. And today I'm also speaking on behalf of Audubon, Western Resource Advocates, Conservation Colorado, the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, and EDF. And I'm very aligned with the comments you'll be hearing from Trout Unlimited in a few minutes. So we are all either statewide or nationwide conservation organizations. And we very strongly support the CWCB's acquisition of an interest in the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow use on the Colorado River. The Shoshone flows, as you have been hearing, are absolutely the backbone of water reliability for both ecosystems and water users on the Colorado River and its tributaries. And they're particularly important in dry years like this one. Shoshone flows really help buffer the impacts of the hotter and drier conditions that we've been seeing recently. And without these water rights, flows through Western Colorado would be lower, and they would be lower quality than without these rights. So the continuation of the Shoshone flows in the Colorado River will support ecosystem health on hundreds of miles of critical river habitat. You heard a lot about this earlier, but I'll just kind of reinforce a few of the highlights. The endangered fish that have made the Colorado River their home for about 3 million years and are found nowhere else on Earth. And the flows that support that critical habitat also, incidentally, make it a lot easier to float down that section of the Colorado River through the Grand Valley where I live without getting hung up on a gravel bar. So that's another nice side benefit. And they also support those important, the 3 species, the bluehead sucker, flannel-mouthed sucker, and round-tailed chub, that the State Wildlife Action Plan identifies as Tier 1 species of greatest conservation need. As well as all the other wildlife that use the river, especially in hotter, drier conditions, these riparian areas are super important habitat for all the species along the river, including bighorn sheep, river otter, beaver, mule deer, elk, peregrine falcons, and those eagles that like to feast on the trapped fish in the Shoshone Reach. And as well as the riparian vegetation we're used to seeing on the rivers, the iconic cottonwood galleries and willows. So as noted earlier, the preservation of these senior Shoshone water rights in Glenwood Canyon will also support meeting those hundreds of upstream in-stream flow rights that are held by the Colorado Water Conservation Board. And in addition, that in-stream flow reach itself in a future time, if can provide habitat for multiple cold water fish and also the macroinvertebrate species that support the food web for the fisheries up and down the river. So yeah, it's a key connecting area. So in conclusion, preserving these flows is really an important opportunity for a durable long-term solution that supports, the river has flowed for the last 100 years, and that supports really critical natural systems and the communities that depend on them, especially as all of these systems get more stressed by hotter and drier conditions. So we urge you to accept the proposed offer of in-stream flow use for the Shoshone Reach because of the broad ecosystems and community values that it will provide. And we do understand that there are a number of implementation details still to be worked out, but we do trust that the in-stream flow process through Water Court will resolve those in a way that will protect the important values that are related. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there any questions?
Okay.
No questions. Thank you. Next we have Merritt Linky.
The short microphone, I'm not sure why that happens. Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Gibbs, for being here and listening to all this today. I know it's a lot to absorb, and I'm going to try to keep it as short as I can. So I am Merritt Linky, as mentioned, and I'm a Grand County Commissioner. Got elected first in 2012, so I've been doing this for a while. But I'm also part of a fifth generation ranch family in Grand County. And my great grandfather came there just 9 years after Colorado became a state and said, "This is the place." So, and I'm still there on that ranch, although I have some operations on other parts of Grand County on some leased land and some other pastures and hayfields that I've leased all around the county for different parts over the years. I'm also the Colorado Basin Roundtable Ag Rep, so I do attend those meetings, which we had the meeting this week. So a little bit about Grand County. As you know, it's a headwaters county of a headwaters state, and we are the furthest east West Slope County. So it's really easy for us to for our ancestors and people that were really smart 100 years ago to poke a hole in the mountain and get water from the Colorado into the Front Range. And you heard about a lot of this in some of the earlier presentations about the Adams Tunnel and about the Moffett Tunnel, even the Grand Ditch, which I've walked the banks of the Grand Ditch and see how it actually dumps over into the head of the Poudre. It's really an interesting project. If you ever have a chance to visit Rocky Mountain National Park, I highly recommend taking that tour. So Grand County is, as I said, is the furthest east West Slope County, but it's also probably the least populated county for sure of all the counties on the mainstream of the Colorado, from Grand County all the way to Mesa, probably the least populated county, and possibly the least populated county in the entire river district. But that being said, and it was mentioned in some of the earlier presentations about how all the entities ponied up money for this project, and Grand County itself ponied up $1 million because we feel how important and how critical this water right acquisition is for the health of our rivers and for all these other benefits that you've heard in some of the earlier presentations. So it's an incredibly critical water right. And the other thing that I wanted to mention on this one is that as we look at on these counties in the mainstream or in the river district that are affected by this, really the entire state's affected by this, but this is a very nonpartisan or bipartisan or whatever you want to call it, broad group of support. It's not red, it's not blue. In fact, just the counties from Grand, Summit, Eagle, Garfield, and Mesa, all the way to the ones that touch the Colorado, very different politically, but 100% united on this project, and all contributed and all have spoken and all have written letters of support and recommendations for this project. So I think that's a really important thing to highlight here. Another thing that I think is really important is the benefits to the big three, and especially important and obvious in Grand County. A lot of people think of Grand County, well, that's where the big ski areas are. It's where Winter Park is, Granby Ranch, and the recreation opportunities of Lake Granby and Shadow Mountain, and the deepest natural lake in Colorado, which is Grand Lake, which is also now part of the CBT system, which water goes through and goes through the Adams Tunnel. So we all think of those recreational opportunities, but we also have a really strong ag community in Grand County. We raise a lot of cattle there, and we put up a lot of hay. And in order for those things to work, all three of those things to work, we've got to have a healthy river. So it's a win, win, win to keep that water in the river for all three of those entities to work together, to collaborate, and to show how these partnerships can benefit everyone. So bear with me for just a little bit here. I don't have a PowerPoint, but I'm going to talk to you a little bit from a boots on the ground perspective about how this works. I'm the guy that runs the shovel trying to get that water to go onto my high spot on my hayfield. I'm the guy that's setting the tarp to try to get the water to come over the bank and down that cut and get this section of the field over here. I'm the guy that personally has had a backhoe or a tractor in the middle of the river, the Colorado, or the Fraser, trying to berm up enough rock so I can fill my ditch. I'm the guy that's done that. So I have this boots on the ground experience on that. So bear with me for a second. I'm going to explain to you how the acquisition of this water right is so important. So that's east and that's west, right? So see this panel strip along the wall here? That was put there so that when your chairs back up, you don't bang up the drywall, right? So just for imagination and illustrative purposes, because I used to be a teacher, let's just say that is the water level of the Colorado. This is the Colorado River flowing through this room, east to west. Bear with me. So that level right there is the level of water in the river by the Shoshone water right, upstream of Grand County's perspective. You guys are all in the water right now, but just bear with me because you're not cold and you're not freezing. Okay, so how it works for ag is that ag water right is going to float on top of that panel strip, on top of that water level. We're going to divert it out that exit right there to irrigate my hayfield. We're going to irrigate out that next head gate to irrigate my neighbor's hayfield. We're going to irrigate out that exit there to irrigate my hayfield. But guess what? This panel strip still has water in the river that makes for a healthy environment for our fish, and also a healthy environment for the recreation, the rafting opportunities, which is big in Grand County. We can still float that raft on that level of water and get our ag water off of the top of that. So if you think about it, the basis is the Shoshone water right and those other water rights, the ag water rights, priority, still following Colorado water law. We can get our water. If that water right, the Shoshone water right was gone, look at that piece of baseboard along the bottom. Now I can still get my ag water. It's going to be harder to do. I'm going to have to get my backhoe out in the river. But I'm not going to have a really good shot at running my raft down that river. And we're also not going to have a very good shot at keeping our fish alive. That's how this is so important to all three of those entities, all three of those industries in Grand County, and for the entire state. So hopefully that all makes sense. So I urge you to support the acquisition of this water right. And thank you for your time. Thank you for listening with me and bearing with my weird, not PowerPoint presentation. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? No questions. Thank you. Next, we have Siri Roman.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Siri Roman. I'm the general manager of two entities, the Eagle River Water and Sanitation District and the Upper Eagle Regional Water Authority. Together, we operate two small reservoirs, one on the top of Fremont Pass, one on the top of Vail Pass. And we are together the water provider and the wastewater utility operator for the communities of Vail, Beaver Creek, Avon, and Edwards. So we operate in the headwaters of the Upper Colorado River, relying on both surface and groundwater from the Eagle River and Gore Creek to supply our communities. Our mission is simple: proactively manage our water supply, provide safe drinking water, and return clean water to the streams. Our vision is clean water, quality life, something that I think we all share in this room. While our main job is municipal supply and wastewater treatment, our work is inseparable from water quality, ecosystem health, aquatic habitat, and recreation and emergency response. All of these are directly tied to the preservation of the Shoshone water rights for an in-stream flow. Our community's connection to the river runs deep. Keeping water flowing in the Colorado River isn't just good stewardship. It helps us operate efficiently and responsibly for our customers. When flows drop, we face real operational challenges. Lower water levels mean the water is more difficult to treat, with changes in organic matter and an increased formation of disinfection byproducts. Downstream of us, Shoshone flows help dilute salinity and sediment, improving water quality for many communities like Rifle, Parachute, Clifton, and others that draw and treat water directly from the Colorado River as their primary domestic water supply. On the wastewater side of things, higher river temperatures, especially during longer, hotter, and drier falls, stress aquatic life and complicate our ability to meet our permit requirements. If flows drop and temperatures rise, we could be forced to spend millions of dollars to cool our effluent. Even though our discharge is a small fraction of the river's flows, and cooler effluent would have no real impact on the river's temperature. We recognize that as an upstream user, the district and authority's water rights portfolio will continue to be impacted by the seniority of the Shoshone water rights. We may have to release water from our reservoirs to meet the call, but that's the design and the intent of the prior appropriation system. Not only that, we believe it's the right thing to do for our community, for our customers, and for the river itself. Securing the Shoshone water rights as an in-stream flow is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It will permanently protect flows that benefit not just our operations, but the health of the entire Colorado River system, supporting fish, recreation, and drinking water for communities across the West Slope, but also for our visitors from across the state. Thank you for your leadership and for considering this generational investment in Colorado's water future.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Okay, no questions. Thank you. So next we have Drew from the Colorado Trout Unlimited, Drew Penrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to say good afternoon to the board members, but it's evening now, so good evening, board members. My name is Drew Peternell. I'm the State Director for Trout Unlimited. Trout Unlimited is a national nonprofit fisheries conservation organization. We have significant operations here in Colorado. And this evening, I'm speaking on behalf of not just TU, but several other conservation organizations, including American Rivers, the Audubon Society, Conservation Colorado, the Environmental Defense Fund, and Western Resource Advocates. I was going to give a really long PowerPoint about the benefits of this acquisition on coldwater fisheries, but instead I'm going to say ditto to what you already heard from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Thanks to Katie and Kendall for their presentations. The other point I wanted to make is about the benefits of this acquisition on the recreational economy of Western Colorado. Water-related recreation in the Colorado River Basin generates $4 billion of economic activity annually, according to a report by the Business for Water Stewardship. Fly shops, guides and outfitters, restaurants, hotels, all these entities, all these businesses benefit from that economic activity. But people don't come to recreate on a dry river. They don't come to fish. They don't come to raft or kayak on a dry river. They come for the water. The Shoshone in-stream flow water right acquisition will ensure that the positive economic activity on the western slope will continue, and it will help ensure that future generations can enjoy the same outdoor opportunities that we do today. So for those reasons, we at TU and our partner organizations urge you to move forward with this acquisition. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Good.
So much for the opportunity to do public comment. My name is Ingrid Wuso. Until a month ago, I was the mayor of Glenwood Springs. So now I'm simply just a community member, but care enough about this. It came up during my tenure. And it's those legacy projects that you can't let go of, which is why I drove up here with my son to take 3 minutes and maybe get some good dinner afterwards and take an opportunity to tell you why this matters. But the irony of it is that all of these brilliant people have already said all of my talking points. I remember last September, I had an opportunity to go and represent Glenwood in DC, which we do once a year. We sit down with our congressional delegates and we tell them what matters to Glenwood. But Shoshone came up with Senator Bennett. And in the talking to senators, I don't know if you all are as comfortable as I am, but I was like, I got to talk to a senator. Let's take a minute. I want to make sure I get my talking points. So I said to him, Senator, I got to cover my talking points. And he said, okay, go ahead. And I said, did you know that the Colorado River is potable water for 40 million people? And and he goes, hold on, Ingrid, that's my talking point. So when I stood back, what I realized is that this is a nonpartisan issue. This is a regional collaborative. This project that has come up, this once in a lifetime opportunity that will be both my legacy and my neighbors and my friends. All of these really smart people have come together to study this subject and said, this is what's right for Western Colorado. And so I did get a list. I'm supposed to tell you, but I think the little Excel spreadsheet that was up there, it was tiny, but what it indicates is that all of these communities have come together. They've come together regardless, to Merritt's points, they've come together regardless of what other positions they hold, conservative, liberal, all of these things, but this consistent value exists. This value that the health of our rivers is the health of our economy, it's the health of our community, it's the health of our neighbors' communities. And so I am here without a title to tell you that, let's see, along with Garfield County, who gave so much to this because that's how much they care, every single town along the corridor within our county has also committed some amount of money. That's Glenwood Springs, who originally came to us and said, how about $1 million? And we said, how about $2 million? That's how much this matters to us. Newcastle, Rifle, Silt, Parachute, and DeBeck. That's how much this matters to us. And so we hope it matters equally to you. We hope that you can hear this and say, not only did the experts who use science to make this discernment and this recommendation, but these are communities who we have designed our economies around the historical water that flows. So my son is the 7th generation of my family to live in this middle Colorado section, the 7th generation. Now, some came as really old men. I think first, second, they came really old, and the rest, we were all born there. But when I was a kid, I would come through. We lived on the Front Range for a hot second. I hope I'm pointing the right directions because I am in Steamboat, and I don't really know which way east is right now. But I will tell you that when I would come through the canyon, I would say to my mom, tell me when we're there, tell me when we're there. And I would turn my head to the right and would watch for this channel of water. that flows through the Shoshone water plant, right? And it's like, I don't even have a idea of how wide it is because I'm, my reference is from a car. But that channel of water has flowed for, what is it, over 100+ years. All we're asking is that for the health of our river, you allow that water to continue to run. And I thank you all, everyone who has shown up here today to help us as representatives making a decision, that you understand the complexities of it and you understand how holistic a decision needs to be, but how much your staff, the experts have all leaned in and said, this is the right thing to do. So thank you, go home, be done with listening. I did want to recognize that you guys had 561 pages to read on this item alone. Thank you for that. I appreciate you all and have a great night.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Okay, no questions. Okay, next we have Bruce Talbot.
Hello, and we appreciate your time. I am Bruce Talbot, a fruit grower in the Mesa County in the Grand Valley, and I'm speaking on behalf, or I'm advocating for water quality and optimization for the Grand Valley water users, specifically Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, that we farm on 5 different canals, but they're all Colorado River originated canals. We are classified by the USDA as prime and unique. There are very few places in the United States similar to what we are. And we are prime and unique because first, we have water. We have very senior water rights, and nobody is going to plant perennial crops. If we're ever going to miss a year, it takes 5 years to regrow an orchard. You can't lose a year. So we have the water. The second thing is we have air drainage. We get about midnight, the wind starts blowing as the air settles through the canyons, through DeBeck Canyon, and we get a 10-mile-an-hour wind that starts at about midnight and it goes till about 10 in the morning. It blows all the coldest air to the other end of the valley. So we will be 10 degrees warmer than Fruita on any given night that is a still, calm night. What we're growing is we're just under 1 million peach trees. This is the industry. We're a little under 500,000 grapevines. We're probably 250,000 other fruit trees, which are going to be predominantly cherry and pear, a little bit of apricot, a little bit of plum. Our marketing areas are Colorado, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, Texas. We go a lot of places. We have the highest average wholesale price in the United States for peaches. And the reason we do that, it's predominantly a pre-sold crop. As soon as we know what we got, we're out getting our commitments, setting up our ad programs, and but the quality of the Colorado peach is that good. And California's 1, South Carolina 2, Georgia 3, New Jersey 4, and then we, Michigan, and Pennsylvania trade for the next 3 spots, depending on who has a good year and who doesn't. We bring in about $40 million at point of first sale into the valley in peaches. Wine grapes is a little harder to tell because it's agritourism and you have so much infrastructure that's built around the wine grapes. We want good water quality. In other words, it's a very high value industry. And I think, bar an anomaly, we're good for the next 100 years. The numbers are working to keep the peach industry going. And so it's something that's definitely worth protecting. If our water quality diminishes, we tend to have less productivity, and we tend to have yellow trees. Zinc, manganese, and iron are the things that trees have trouble pulling out of alkaline ground. And it's true of the other crops in the valley, but I'm speaking specifically of the fruit crops. Our mitigation is, in the times of the year when the water quality is best, we can do leaching. South of the river, we're perched on gravel, and it tends to work pretty well. That's about 60% of our industry. North of the river, we tend to have water table issues, and if you over irrigate, you wick alkali to the surface, and it's a little harder to manage that way. The second thing we do, we burn sulfur, and it brings down our pH, and it helps us, does some great things, but it's expensive infrastructure and material. The third thing we do is over the years, we've selected a lot of rootstocks that are more tolerant of poor quality water and poor quality soils and help us mitigate that. And then the last thing we do is try to do minimal tillage, try not to chew up any root tips, try to use cover crops that help us acidify the soil a little bit. And those are the main things we do. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them, but we have an industry we want to protect. It's, you know, my compatriots in the lower basin tell us we don't know what water quality problems are, quit belly aching, but we still would like to work with the best water we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, no questions. Thank you. Next, we have Kristen Karath.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Directors. My name is Kirsten Karath. I'm an attorney in Grand Junction, and I represent the Grand Valley Water Users and Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, among others in the Grand Valley. But for those two entities, maintaining the historical Shoshone return flows has been an issue since the 1930s and the negotiations around the CBT project. I'm glad Mr. Heath went before me because he did introduce some structures for you that I don't have a PowerPoint for. But I'm here to bring up something that we actually haven't hit upon yet. And I want to explain how critical this proposed in-stream flow is to the continuance of important benefits to the state that resulted from compromises in a 1991 check case involving my clients and others down in Mesa County. The case is really complicated, and most people's eyes roll into the back of their heads when we say the check case, but I'm trying to simplify it for these purposes. In the check case, the Grand Valley Water Users, OMID, and the United States sought to decree a historical exchange whereby a portion or all of the Grand Valley Irrigation Company water right was diverted at the roller dam, which you saw a picture of earlier, and then is used to run OMID's irrigation pumps and to generate electricity at the power plant there. Once this water is used to lift the water and generate power, the water can be returned back to the river above GVIC's diversion through the operation of the check. And the check is just a physical structure that allows OMID to back up water, push it upstream and into the river above GVIC's diversion. There were 39 opposers in that case, including Aurora, the Colorado Division of Wildlife, Colorado Springs, the State and Division Engineers, CWCB, Pueblo Waterworks, the River District, and Public Service. So the entire state was well represented. In the negotiations, we created what's called the HUP pool surplus water. And HUP stands for Historic Users Pool, and that's some of the water that's in the Green Mountain Reservoir, compensatory reservoir. And this water is now used to benefit the 15-mile reach that's down in the Grand Valley. And this assists the endangered fish, and it helps keep the state in ESA compliance. The HUP surplus pool is the most significant source of water currently benefiting the 15-mile reach and keeping the state in ESA compliance. This was done by creating what's called the operating criteria for the 66,000 acre-foot historic users pool in Green Mountain. When there's surplus water above what is needed by the historical users that benefit from Green Mountain, then the managing entities, which are the United States, the three Grand Valley entities I've mentioned, DWR, CWCB, and the Fish and Wildlife Service, can declare a surplus, and the surplus water can be released to benefit the endangered fish. And surplus water is shepherded to the 15-mile reach. It's not available for other water users. The Grand Valley entities and the US were willing to make many concessions in the check case because the operating criteria are dependent upon maintenance of the historical return flows from the use of the Shoshone water right. In fact, it is spelled out in the check case decree that the Shoshone water rights, both senior and junior, if they're not continued to be exercised in a manner substantially consistent with their historical operations for hydropower production at their currently decreed point of diversion, then with a vote of 3 out of the Grand Valley entities in the US, the operating criteria can be declared inoperative, and then no water can be declared surplus for the reach, to release to the 15-mile reach. And that operating criteria requirement was so important for reasons like Commissioner Linke has pointed out to you. Again, that maintains a base flow to the Grand Valley. It makes it much easier to operate the roller dam, and it allows them to leave water in Green Mountain Reservoir rather than calling it down. A goal of this in-stream flow offer is to maintain the historical return flows from the use of the Shoshone water rights into the future. These flows are critical to the HUP surplus pool and critical to the Grand Valley. 39 entities from the West Slope, East Slope, and state, including some that are here now, understood how important these historical return flows are when they agreed to the stipulation and decree in the check case. This proposed in-stream flow is the mechanism to continue those necessary flows critical to the state without injuring the Grand Valley. And so I and the clients that I represent and have worked with the River District urge you to accept this offer. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No questions. Thank you. So next we have Sean Norris.
Good evening. I'm just glad I'm not here late enough to call it good morning. Chair Cloud, directors, my name is Sean Norris. I'm the president of Grand Valley Irrigation. We hold the senior right in the Grand Valley. Mesa County. And so I have been authorized to represent Grand Valley Irrigation, Mesa County Board of County Commissioners. I spoke with the town of Palisade. They want me to represent them in this, and the town of DeBeck, which, by the way, I appreciate Ingrid's desire to have DeBeck in Garfield County, but it truly is the crown jewel of eastern Mesa County. I was asked to hand deliver a letter from the Board of County Commissioners to you. I only have a couple of copies. I gave one to Viola. I'll start one on either end of the table just in case you want to read some more. Day and I'd gone through a whole presentation that I'd vetted with lots of people, including the city of Grand Junction, to try to make sure that I could represent everybody well. And while I don't represent the city of Grand Junction, they are also on board with this acquisition. And I'd already heard tonight. But I do want to talk to water quality, because in terms of water quality, this right brings quality water to Western Colorado. If this right were to go away, that quality water would continue to get siphoned out with what's left in the basin, rather than the high quality water that we do get a chance to get some of out of the top of the watershed. About field to fork when we talk about agriculture. As my job as the planning manager for Mesa County, I oversee land use. I also protect agriculture in our county and am the advocate for the Right to Farm Act, with respect to Mesa County. And on my drive up here today, I traveled through some of the most beautiful agricultural country that Colorado has to offer. And nowhere did I see what you envision as agriculture, maybe not you, but a lot of people, and that is field to fork. The salad you had for lunch represents field to fork. Bruce's peaches, they represent field tree directly to your mouth with a big paper towel to soak up the juice, because those suckers are just amazing. Other than driving past the orchards and the vineyards in Palisade, did I see anything that went directly from the field to your table? What I saw was row crops, corn, and miles and miles and miles of grazing land for livestock, all of which are dependent, both the Yampa and the Colorado, the Roaring Fork, the Eagle, all of these rivers contribute to a huge agricultural component in western Colorado. Bruce alluded to $40 million. I can tell you that I did a master plan last year and we came up with more than $90 million in direct revenue to Mesa County with respect to the agricultural component of our county. Most of it. Yeah, I will. Most of that is irrigated cropland. There's a great deal of high ground that's grazing, et cetera, but most of that revenue comes off of irrigated hay, grazing, and cropland rights and their historical use. We, as a body that I represent today, believe that absolutely necessary for the continued high quality use of the river and the protection of the river with respect to not only what we're doing right here on the main stem and what your job is, but also water right that we've all been I see is a little bit older than this one. Much longer. I know that the next person has got at least a 30-minute PowerPoint. I just want to reiterate accepts the offer of the Colorado River District perpetual use of these water rights for the benefit of the flow of the Colorado River from now and changes things. Because what Kirsten just talked about, I heard earlier your attorney said, you know, if you go through this process, there's a few legal steps that have got to happen. Steps, but they're well outlined. This process, you're condemning the rest of us to significantly more legal steps with respect to future water rights and all of the adjudication that would go on about those. And all of the water rights and all of the various things that are currently dependent on the 15-mile reach, both on the east slope and the west slope. I've testified last year in front of you as well and said that it's my opinion that those water rights and those projects that are dependent on the 15-mile reach, if the 15-mile reach can no longer survive because the Shoshone rights aren't there, it's my opinion that all of those projects should be questioned. And that's my opinion, not necessarily that of any of those other people that I said I represent. So anyway, I thank you very much for your time. I appreciate all of the work that you put in. I've got to go read a couple of 500-page books myself for some other projects that I'm working on. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? April Long.
Someone cue my 30-minute presentation, please. I'm April Long. I'm the chair of the Colorado Basin Roundtable. Thank you so much for the time tonight. As you've heard already, the Shoshone Water Rights exemplify all 4 values of the Colorado Water Plan, including healthy watersheds, vibrant communities, robust agriculture, and it's emblematic of resilient planning and long-term thinking that's so critical to our water future. The permanency of these water rights holds these values not just for 1 or 2 communities in our basin or 1 or 2 stretches, which would be important and valuable, but it does this for the entire Colorado River Basin, all 6 million acres, 300,000 people, and 250 miles of the Colorado River. Our basin recognized the singular importance, impact, and opportunity of this water right decades ago. And we've been working on its security since long before the Basin Roundtables, before the Water Plan, and before the Basin Implementation Plans existed, which is why it was easily chosen as our basin's highest priority project in the 2015 original BIP and in our most recent 2022 update. And I think this project exemplifies the intention and power behind the very idea of the individual basin implementation plans. It provides the backbone and skeleton to the Colorado Water Plan. I think it was really smart of the CWCB to ask the basins to use their own local knowledge and values, encourage them to find consensus-based solutions and priorities, and uniformly present and support those projects at the statewide level, which is what we're doing here today. It's a multiple beneficial project that secures and advances not only each of our communities' water futures and our basin's water future, but also the future of all Coloradans. Shoshone does this. For all the reasons that you just heard from the members and representatives of our basin, it's our top priority, highlighted, supported, celebrated at every opportunity, in every document, at every meeting. It is Tier 1 in both 2015 and 2022 plans. There are 6 other Tier 1 efforts in our Basin Implementation Plan that rely upon the Shoshone Permanency Project. And it is the foundation, or like the thread, to dozens of other projects in our Basin Implementation Plan. I think of particular note, our Water Plan and Basin Implementation Plan is built upon the premise that these senior water rights will remain in place and will not be affected or reduced in any amount by any future decision. The loss of any amount of these historic water rights could significantly increase the gap in water supply and risk to our residents and water users, and therefore would require a complete re-examination of our basin's needs. It would basically completely obliterate our Basin Implementation Plan to lose these water rights. So a complete re-examination of our needs, our proposed projects, and our priorities. Additionally, in addition to just the Shoshone project, we have a theme to protect and restore healthy rivers, lakes, and riparian areas in the watershed, and strategies that include, 1, to ensure that in-stream flows are met and additional in-stream flows are protected, and local river habitat is protected and improved. As Kaylee mentioned, there are hundreds of in-stream flows in the upper Colorado River Basin that will have a better assurance of being met when this right is permanently protected. And 2, to support and provide for high-quality river and stream recreationally appropriate flows, not just in this stretch, but up and down the entire 250 miles of the Colorado River in our basin. We have broad Western Slope support for this. We're not the only basin roundtable to support this project. Standing alongside us are regions that are not on the main stem of the Colorado. The Yampa White Green and the Gunnison Basin Roundtables have also publicly expressed their commitment and support for this project as a durable and permanent solution for the Colorado River. So as I close, the Colorado Water Plan underscores the protection of historic water rights on the Colorado River by emphasizing the importance of preserving senior, non-consumptive rights that support environmental, agricultural, and community needs. By acquiring the Shoshone water rights and protecting the in-stream flow, the CWCB will protect and preserve the natural environment and ensure environmental and community needs are met in the face of our hotter, drier, water-scarce, people-heavy future. It is essential for the board to remain committed to advancing our BIPs, to uphold the strong dedication that this board has fostered toward achieving the Colorado Water Plan. On behalf of the Colorado Basin Roundtable, I request that you accept the offer to permanently preserve the health and vitality of the Colorado River for all water users. We are so excited to see progress on our basin's highest priority and something so significant and historic for the state of Colorado. Thank you for your time tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? So up next, we have Miss Jessica Brody.
To the board. My name is Jessica Brody. I'm the General Counsel of Denver Water, and with me today is my colleague Brick Marsichek, the head of our Water Resource Strategy Group. We thought we'd save a few minutes and stand up here together in case you have any questions of a technical nature or of a legal nature. On behalf of Denver Water, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on this important item. As you all know, Colorado River is a vital resource to water users across the state. It provides roughly 1/2 of our water supply for the 1.5 million people that we serve, which is about 1/4 of the state's population. Because of the seniority and impact of the Shoshone rights, many water systems are in fact designed to account for how the river operates and has operated over time. Any change to the rights will have impacts, both intended and unintended, and it is important for the board to understand those impacts to avoid harm to existing water users. I want to take a moment to commend the River District for bringing this proposal forward, along with their many partners, and for their stated intent to maintain the status quo operation of the water right. If that is the proposal to maintain the status quo, we would gladly support it. The good news is that we do agree with the River District on many aspects of what they've proposed, including the importance of maintaining that status quo of how the river operates. But unfortunately, as proposed, this action would be a change. It would not maintain the status quo as we understand it. I'm going to give just a couple of examples of how it would be a change from how the river operates today. And I will also refer you to the letter that we submitted dated May 14th, which provides more detail. And we're also happy to answer any questions either today or recognizing the late hour at a future meeting. One example of how the proposal would change the Shoshone water rights is the conflict between what is proposed in the application packet before you and existing provisions in the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement, a landmark agreement among the River District, Denver Water, and many other parties. That agreement commits the River District and Denver Water to operate under the Shoshone Outage Protocol, or SHOP, on a permanent basis, even if the Shoshone power plant ceases operations altogether. And this was a question that came up earlier. What happens if the in-stream flow does not move forward as proposed? As far as Denver Water is concerned, we would continue to honor SHOP on a permanent basis as we've committed to in the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement. Under SHOP, Denver Water has agreed to act as if the senior, just the senior Shoshone right, is in priority even if the power plant is not operating, except under very dry conditions, when Denver Water may divert water to ensure our ability to meet critical needs for public health and welfare during drought. The current proposal would disrupt that careful balance of restricting our diversions as we voluntarily agreed to do on a permanent basis under most river conditions to benefit the river while still allowing some diversions to our customers in those very dry years when it's critical for us to meet basic and essential indoor uses of water. If this proposal were to go forward as presented in the application, it could harm our ability to provide water for essential use during severe or prolonged drought. And I think it's important for the board to understand that. As another example, the current proposal's historic use analysis intentionally ignores the most recent 20 years of how the water rights have been exercised. In other words, the proposal intentionally disregards the status quo of how the river operates today. And again, additional information is available in our letter. For these reasons, Denver Water will be requesting a contested hearing. You heard Kaylee talk about how the process plays out from the time that the board declares its intent to the many years of potential water court processes and litigation and potentially even a trial. Even though I'm a lawyer, I think that there's a better way, which is a collaborative, cooperative path forward, which I think you'll hear more about in a few minutes from some of the other public speakers tonight. I do want to make clear that we support the overall goal of maintaining and preserving the status quo for the health of the river and the many water users on both sides of the divide who rely on this essential resource. We encourage the CWCB to facilitate a cooperative process over the next few months to see if we can narrow or maybe even bridge the very different perspectives that you're going to hear tonight. And it's my hope that we can come back to you either in September or before in full support of a compromise proposal. With that, we'll take any questions or defer to the next speaker.
Okay, is there any questions? Okay, no questions. Thank you. So up next, we have Alex Davis.
Good evening, Madam Chair, fellow board members. Thank you so much for your patience and your keen attention through this long day. I do believe it's almost over. For the record, my name is Alexandra Davis. I'm the Assistant General Manager of Aurora Water for the Water Supply and Demand Division. And I'm here to speak, of course, on the Shoshone in-stream flow proposal and with a request for you. Aurora has already agreed to support this idea of including as beneficial use the in-stream flow in the senior Shoshone water right. We have also agreed to negotiate in good faith the same for the junior Shoshone water right. What we did not agree to was expansion of use or impairment of our existing Colorado River water rights. And that's our main concern here, as explained in part already by Ms. Brody earlier. But I wanted to step back a little bit and tell you about Aurora. So the city of Aurora serves 400,000 people right now. The Aurora Water Department serves 400,000 people. We have world-class hospitals that serve everyone in Colorado. We have Buckley Air Force / Space Force defense that is critical to our national defense. We have thousands, tens of thousands of jobs that support those people who exist in every single community, but are the foundation of each of our communities. The teachers, firefighters, police, government workers. We have tens of thousands of jobs in aerospace and defense. We lead in bioscience and healthcare. The benefits that the people in Aurora create are for Colorado, and those benefits go to everyone in Colorado by having well-paying jobs, a thriving economy, and I would suggest to a lot of people on the West Slope that they like that to be on the East Slope, and they want to keep the people on the East Slope. Aurora is also the leader in conservation and demand reduction in Colorado, and we would say in the West. Our demand reduction efforts are incredibly aggressive in every single aspect of providing water. We also were the first city to build a reuse project that allows maximum utilization of the water rights that we have to the tune of $1 billion. And we are working on, by 2030, direct potable reuse. So Aurora does everything it can to use the least amount of water it needs to support an incredibly thriving community. Our water rights on the West Slope on the Colorado River yield about 25,000 acre feet. This is a fraction of what the Colorado River yields to Coloradans. It is a tiny amount, 25,000 acre feet, but it is 25% of our water supply. So any impairment of that supply, any diminishment of that supply by the enlargement or expansion of the Shoshone in-stream flow could severely impact our ability to provide water to our citizens who are citizens of Colorado. As I said, Aurora is supportive of this idea. What we are concerned about is the historic consumptive use analysis and the historic regime analysis, stream flow regime. So Colorado water law, as you well know, requires a couple of things when one is changing a senior right to create a new beneficial use from that senior right, and they want to keep that senior date. Two of the elements that you must prove in water court are you must do a historic consumptive use analysis, and the junior existing water users are entitled to stream conditions that existed on the river at the time that those rights came on. Those two requirements ensure no expansion of the water right and protection of existing uses, which is what Aurora is asking. So far, the River District's historic consumptive use analysis, we believe, fails to meet those two requirements. And we're very concerned because the analysis that we have seen so far, in fact, significantly expands the historic stream regime and the historic consumptive use of the right. Today, you heard glancing references to the historic consumptive use analysis to the water court process. We think that's the most important piece. And we think that it's very important for this body, which is a statewide body, which is charged with water policy for the state, with implementing our state water plan, which seeks to ensure thriving communities statewide. We think it's very important that this body not take a position which would risk you siding with one side of the state against another side of the state. And we think that you don't need to do that. So one of the speakers earlier today said that in the process of the board of accepting the in-stream flow water right, you do not have to approve the analysis. However, the in-stream flow agreement has this board being a co-applicant in water court, which de facto puts you on the side of the analysis unless you do your own analysis. We think it's a big risk for a statewide entity to be put into a position where in that water court case. And we also think that it's unnecessary. And our request today is that this board put together convene a very structured, time-limited process led by a neutral facilitator that would bring together the River District, the Front Range Water Council, the state, other stakeholders to collaborate on the appropriate methodology for determining the historic consumptive use and for determining what the historic stream regime looks like to ensure that as the River District has said they don't want to do, to ensure that there is no expansion of the right and that there's no injury to existing water rights. And I do have, as a proposal and just a place for you to start, a proposed facilitation procedure. We think that if the CWCB were to undertake this before water court, you would not only end up in a place where everyone can agree to the in-stream flow that would protect the river, but we would do so in a way that also ensures and safeguards Colorado's water supply and ensures and protects the water supply to millions of people on the West Slope as well. Thank you very much for your consideration of this idea.
Thank you. We have one question, Director McLeod.
Actually, I have two questions, but so Alex, I think, are you suggesting that we can go into water court as a co-applicant and not support the River District because we are co-applicants with them? Is that possible?
I'm suggesting that that is not possible, that the River District said that in this process of accepting the in-stream flow right, that the application, the offer, that they were not asking you to approve their current historic use analysis and the current modeling that they've done on the stream regime. If you agree to accept the right, and as I understand the in-stream flow agreement, you're agreeing to be a co-applicant, which risks you accepting their analysis.
But that's not just a risk. Aren't we compelled to do it as a
Yes,
co-applicant?
I think you are, yes,
Okay.
compelled to do that.
Okay, that, I just wanted to get that clear. Now, the second question is, in each of the letters we've received from the Front Range water entities, it states that you have already made an effort to negotiate with the River District, and those efforts have been unsuccessful. Am I right?
Yes.
What is it that you think this facilitation process can provide that those current negotiations haven't provided?
That's a great question, and I'm glad you asked it. So thank you, Director McLeod. I'm not sure, I don't fully understand the motivations of the River District in that regard. I believe that the Front Range Water Council entities have come to the table in good faith. We have spent numerous hours and resources understanding their methodology, their modeling, what they're proposing, doing our own work to understand how the flow regime was, what did the history look like. We are supportive of this in-stream flow, and we want to make this work. We have presented our concerns to the River District and have not received any response that leads us to believe they are willing to consider our concerns and they are willing to look at them. I believe that this board, being a key player, not only in this particular process, it is up to you to make this in-stream flow work, because only the CWCB can operate an in-stream flow. And if this board says, we want to go to water court with a collaborated methodology, with a methodology that we have tried, that you all water users have tried and put together, if you say that, it will be hard for anyone not to come to that table in good faith. I think that that is part of the power that you bring to this whole process.
Well, I'm going to assume that the River District showed up to negotiate in good faith as well. And still, we don't have any consensus among you and the River District about how to go forward. I'm still puzzled as to how you think that this board can improve on that process. I just don't get it.
I think that you have a lot of power of persuasion, and you have a lot of power as the state board on water policy and as the recipient of this in-stream flow right. You know, Director McLeod, better than a lot of people in this room, how difficult, costly, and contentious water court can be. And what we are asking the board to do is to push all of us to not have to go through an expensive, contentious process. I think you've heard that there's been a lot of movement between the West Slope and East Slope over the last decade. A lot of agreements, a lot of attempts to work together. And this could be incredibly divisive if we have to battle it out in water court. And we don't want to do that. So we think with the board saying, we want you all to try to find resolution before water court, that would be quite powerful.
Well, I appreciate you granting us that great power. We'll make a record of that. Thanks, Alex.
Director Haas.
Thank you. And thanks, Alex. I totally understand where you're going and like, how can we make this an easier process? And we're all hopeful that we can get there. I am curious though, water court is the process sometimes to figure those technical questions out where there's disagreement. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a huge range of difference. And so isn't that where the water court process is supposed to play out? And again, it's a negotiation up until the day you go to trial. So hopefully that would be continuing to play out. And I'm just curious, is that not your belief? You feel like that somehow the CWCB can figure out something different?
I guess two things to that. One, there's often a lot of negotiation that can go on even before a water court case to avoid some of the contentious issues. And I think there's room to understand methodology and modeling and at least seek some room for collaboration on those significant ways that we could go forward. It might not work. What I'm concerned about is, in part, what we are concerned about is the state taking a position against those water users that provide clean, reliable drinking water to millions of people on the other side of the divide. I don't think that's a good position for the board to be in. I don't think that's a good position for us to be in. And I guess we'd like to take a run at having some pressure on all of us, and the River District included, to at least come closer together. Right now, are looking at the modeling, we think the in-stream flow is potentially is expanded from its original historic use by up to 36%. And we think that there's a lot of room in there to work on modeling, and we don't see all of the players doing that without some pressure from the state, I guess is a very blunt way to put it.
I just wanted to speak to this because I think we're starting to get into some of the determinations related to the decisions the board is going to be making in the future. Specifically, this board is here to determine the appropriateness of the acquisition. Just plain and simple. Just wanted to make that clear. And I think Director Hawes did a nice job just now of reminding all of us that some of these issues are in fact for the water court. So I just wanted to take us back to that for a moment, that we are here to determine appropriateness and not necessarily some of these other issues that we are hearing today. So just wanted to flag that for the record as well. Thank you.
Director Cole, would you have another thing?
Yeah, not to bump up against it, but I guess when I'm looking at the appropriateness, can we even accept an ISF that causes injury? And so I think the questions are appropriate, and I think, if I'm not putting words in your mouth, I think it's appropriate for us to ask that question. Are we then being a little bit derelict in the authority we do have to not ask the questions? To Director McLeod's question, if we can't accept an in-stream flow agreement because we can't in good faith believe it doesn't cause injury, then I think we could use that authority to make sure everyone's at the table in that. I don't think they're indirect questions. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a dirt clod. I shine a shovel. I'm just saying, I think if we're going to make good decisions as a board,
sure,
we do have to understand our role in this process, and it's not as a bystander.
I'm here to hear that, Director Coombs. I want to speak to some of these issues that are coming up are absolutely appropriate for a contested hearing. Full stop. I just wanted to remind the board of the role in the rules, particularly Rule 6E, with the determination of appropriateness. And there are multiple factors, as you heard today, that must be considered. Harm is in fact one of those, and injury. So yes, these are issues, but some of the issues that are being raised in this public comment are in fact in the realm of the water court. I'm not here to differentiate those today. I just wanted to call to attention that we are starting to get into that world in this discussion.
As long as you're blaming Director Hawes for getting us off track.
No, thank you for the question.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So next we have Abby Ortega.
Good evening. Thank you for sticking around and allowing these additional comments. I'm Abby Ortega. I'm the General Manager of Infrastructure and Resource Planning for Colorado Springs Utilities. Colorado Springs is a growing community of over 500,000 residents. We support industry, healthcare, higher education, and we're home to 5 military bases. As such, it's my responsibility to plan for sustainable water future for our community today and in perpetuity. We are not opposed to adding an in-stream flow right or in-stream flow purpose to the senior shown right to provide preservation of historic flow regime. And that's the key thing for us is preservation of that historic flow regime. There's no doubt, as you all have heard throughout the day, the value of this right to the river. However, the preliminary analysis that has been presented appears to expand historic use and creates potential injury. And I will say that for Colorado Springs, where we're still developing our water supply, taking water from our existing rights creates impacts far and wide across the state, not just in this basin, but if we're developing water in the lower Arkansas Valley, we are partnering with farmers and trying to do that in the most sustainable way, but it creates an additional gap that that's not really acceptable when we're looking at in-stream flow rate. So we are asking CWCB to just make sure that as you're looking at that and you're approving it, that the in-stream flow agreement as currently stated accepts the historic use analysis and includes an annual volumetric limit. We would like to see that looked at through the process, maybe not as structured as Alex presented, but certainly look at that process to ensure that the acceptance of the in-stream flow rate doesn't create injury, not only to the Front Range water users, but to any of the users upstream. We agree that historic use is in the water court's jurisdiction and will participate in that. We only ask that CWCB approval does not accept the preliminary analysis and makes it clear that quantification will be determined through the water court process with the goal of preserving the historic use and protecting the river for future uses. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Next, we have David Wirt.
My name is Davis Wirt. I'm an attorney at Trout Rayleigh. I'm here to give comments today for my client's Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District and its municipal subdistrict. Northern Water and the subdistrict support the board's use of the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow use because, as you've heard today, doing so can help to maintain a familiar status quo for Colorado River water users. Our goal in participating in this administrative proceeding is to ensure the board's in-stream flow use of the rights occurs in a manner that maintains that status quo and the historical regime of stream flow and administration. The CWCB is tasked with balancing multiple statutory responsibilities, including not just the protection of lake levels and in-stream flows, but also the development and protection of Colorado's water for present and future generations. Those responsibilities are statewide in scope, and they also exist within the context of the state's interstate apportionments and federal laws like the Endangered Species Act. The River District's proposal implicates this balancing of responsibilities. The multi-factor analysis that governs the board's consideration of in-stream flow acquisitions in in-stream flow Rule 6E that we've talked about today also aligns with this need to balance different considerations and make certain determinations. I want to highlight two main facets of Colorado administration of the Colorado River main stem that should be carefully considered in assessing this proposal. First, Northern Water and the subdistrict are concerned that the River District's proposal and analysis do not reflect the right's historical use and could allow use of significantly more water than they have historically. These concerns stem from a few different aspects of the River District's historical use analysis, including its chosen study period. As we've talked about here, we're well aware the water court will make that final determination about the right's historical use. But the question also is an important part of the board's consideration of this proposed acquisition, as in-stream flow Rule 6E explicitly states. An expansion of use of the Shoshone rights would upset existing use and administration of the Colorado River in a way that would negatively affect upstream water users, including Northern Water's Colorado Big Thompson project and the municipal subdistrict's Windy Gap project. It may also allow more water to leave the state than before. From our perspective, we are especially concerned about the overall health of Green Mountain Reservoir. Diminishing Green Mountain Reservoir's ability to fill would have effects on both Northern Water's users within its boundaries on the Front Range because the availability of replacement water may be impeded, and on West Slope beneficiaries of Green Mountain water, most notably on domestic and irrigation users that are beneficiaries of the historic users pool, which you've heard about today as well. In addition, if more frequent calls impede Green Mountain Reservoir's ability to fill each year, then less water would be available in the surplus of the HUP to enhance flows in the 15-mile reach downstream of Shoshone under the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program. The second topic I wanted to focus on is that the Shoshone water rights are subject to a series of carefully negotiated agreements that govern aspects of their operation, and you've heard about these today as well. One of those agreements that's important to Northern Water and to the municipal subdistrict is the 2016 Shoshone Outage Protocol Agreement. We believe that an appropriate foundation to the CWCB's acceptance of this proposal for in-stream flow use when the Shoshone plant is not generating electricity is incorporation of these agreements and their limitations. I want to reiterate that Northern Water and the subdistrict do support the CWCB's acquisition of an interest in these rights. Our goal, though, in participating in this proceeding is to protect the intricate status quo in Colorado, and we look forward to engaging with the board in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No questions.
We've worn you out.
Thank you. So next we have David Tessig.
Madam Chairman and directors, my name is David Tossig. I'm a water attorney for about 30 years, not quite as long as Director McLeod, but getting there. But anyway, I represent Grand County on their water matters and have been doing it for a long time. In fact, I was involved in negotiating the CRCA, and a lot of the agreements that were in there, and also Windy Gap Firming Project with Northern. So we have a long history of working things out with our Front Range neighbors. One of the things that's very similar is we did an agreement similar to what this is with water that Grand County received from Denver. We did an in-stream flow agreement where Denver, CWCB, and Grand County were parties. Part of that was we did the first meeting in Grand Junction. It took about 10 minutes, I think. But then we jointly filed in water court. And so that's a very similar process of what we're at here. And all the questions that have been come up about status quo, expansion of use, injury, all those things will get worked out in water court. And in that case, we had about 30 objectors, and we ended up with a stipulated decree. And I have pretty good confidence that that will happen here eventually, that it will take some time to work through the study period issues, some of these others, but I think that process is already there. The process that Alex Davis mentioned is unique. Not sure you have that authority to even do that, but I think that we're better off trying to work through it, and the River District and as coalition partners have been involved with several meetings of Reclamation's been there, Northern, Denver, Colorado Springs, Aurora. We just have some disagreements, and with Denver particularly on the Shoshone terms that are in the CRCA, there is a difference of opinion on what those means, and that will have to get sorted out, and that will get sorted out. So I would just say I've been doing a lot of these agreements in my career. I've been involved with the Poudre Flows Augmentation Plan, a really cool thing up on the Poudre, and worked with the Colorado Water Trust. I was on their board. So I've seen a lot of the good work that CWCB has done. But let me just say this deal here is so much more significant than anything that has ever come before this board as far as an acquisition. I mean, you have an opportunity to do something that is so valuable for this state of Colorado and leave a legacy for this board and for, you know, Ingrid's kids, who I appreciate being here, and all of our kids and grandkids. So please do accept this when it's time to finally vote on it and get the support. So that's all I have. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Okay. No questions. Okay, we've called on everybody that's on the list. Is there anybody else that would like to make a comment? Okay, we're done with public comment. So we have come to the end of today's agenda. I know you all are sad to hear that. But we are going to go ahead and recess until tomorrow morning. And tomorrow we start back up at 8:30. Thank you.